All right. We're good. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency meeting of Tuesday, September 21st, 2021. I now call the meeting to order. Now, we have a very special guest, many special guests, and thank you for all being here. A special guest to sing the national anthem, Lily Aresti. Lily is a senior at Newport Harbor High School and is an avid performer in vocal music and musical theater on campus and in the community. Lily is currently prepping for her college entrance auditions and hopes to be in New York City by this time next year to learn more about being a Broadway performer. Please stand, put your hand over your heart and face the flag, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Manuel Chavez.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ready? Begin.
Thank you, Lily. One more time for Lily. Great job. Thank you very much. Now it's time to kind of calm ourselves down and calm our hearts, and we have a moment of solemn expression led by Pastor Jordan Hansen from the Newport Mesa Church. Miss Green, Madam Clerk, please take Pastor Hansen off mute to lead us in a moment of solemn expression.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, he's not showing online.
Oh, he's not? Okay. Well, then I get to do the moment of solemn expression. So everybody bow your heads and pray with me. Dear Lord, thank you very much for the day that we have and this wonderful city that we have and these wonderful children that are here that we're celebrating. And everybody on council, maybe work hard and collaborative today. Thank you for our staff. Thank you for our first responders, our firefighters that are in harm's way in the fire. Thank you for our police officers who put their lives at stake every day for us to keep us safe. Thank you for the teachers that teach these young minds. And thank you for the parents that are here that support them. We're lucky to be in Costa Mesa. May it be a great day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay. Now you're going to have to stand up again because we have three very
Mr.
special
Mayor?
people.
Mr.
Yes?
Mayor, I need to do roll call, please.
Oh, sorry. No. Don't do roll call yet.
Oh,
You don't have
okay.
to do roll call. I get to do this at first.
Okay.
So please, from the superstars, all-stars, Gavin Wilkinson, please come to that podium right there from the Superstars. Aiden Ramos from the 10U team. Aiden Ramos. And Parker Stringham from the 11U team. Come right up. Gavin, this has never been done in the history of the city of Costa Mesa. Gavin, Aiden, and Parker are going to lead us, there's a microphone up there, lead us in the Little League pledge.
I trust in God.
I trust in God.
I love my country.
I love my country.
I will respect its
Laws.
I will respect its laws.
I will play fair.
I will play fair.
And strive to win. But win or lose. I'll always do my best.
Great job, Gavin, Aiden, and Parker. Thank you very much. Now, Madam Clerk, will you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Gameros. Present. Councilmember Harlan. Councilmember Harper. Councilmember Reynolds. Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Mayor Stevens.
Here.
Thank you.
City Attorney, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No formal action was taken in closed session this evening. The City Attorney was given direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we have 5 presentations tonight. The first is Costa Mesa's Unified Little League All-Stars 2021. We have 3 teams that we're going to recognize. Before we do, I just want to say a few things about this, and also then next after that on number 2 is the Pony All-Stars that we're going to hear from. So a lot about baseball today and a lot about kids and all the great things that they've done. This Little League All-Star team is special to me because I coached Little League in the Costa Mesa American League from 1998 to 2004. And then I went on to coach in softball. I coached for 18 years total. And kids, I don't know if you realize this, but Costa Mesa has never had in the history of Little League, going back to 1988 is when we started Little League in Costa Mesa, and we had never had even one all-star team that won District 62, not even one. And the first year we unite as a league, American and National unite, 3 out of 4 teams in our divisions win District 62. That's an extraordinary accomplishment. So in a moment, what we're going to do is this. We're going to call each one of the coaches up, and then each one of them, and I'm going to introduce the coaches, and then they're going to come up, and then we're going to have the council out front in this railing. And so the coaches will get the certificates. They'll introduce each one of their kids. And then the kids will pick up the certificate. I'll shake their hand, and then the council can shake their hand. Once all the kids on that first team, we'll start with the Superstars, gets their certificate, we'll take a picture with the council. Then we'll do the same thing for the 9U, and then we'll do the same thing, the 10U, and then the same thing for the 11U. And then we'll come back, we'll talk about Pony, and then we'll do the same thing with Pony. But I'll come back and talk about Pony. So first Little League, then I'll come back up on the dais and we'll talk about Pony. So we have to go down twice. Let me just say one thing to the parents. I got to say this to you. I've got 4 kids, they're in their 20s, they all played sports. This is the best time for you right now. Enjoy it. Okay, so with that, it may not seem like it. It may not seem like it. But it's the best years to be parents, and kids enjoy it too. Okay, so from the Superstars, well, the coaches, all 3 come up from this, and they'll come up to this podium. From the Superstars, we have Coach Jeff Wilkerson. From the 10U team, we have Mario Ramirez. And from the 11U team, we have Coach Matt string them. So I'll meet you up there, Council. And just call, if you want to talk, you can talk to us, you can say something about the team, otherwise just call the kids up and give them the certificate.
There's no name or anything on it.
Oh, there's no name? Oh, okay, well, that's fine. Then just, you know the name.
Yeah, you're here. All right, first I'm going to call up Gavin Wilkinson. Next, number 18, Baron Deer. Number 99, Gabriel Brennan.
Where do you want? Line the kids here. You guys come here.
Gabriel. Number 13, Quinn Murphy. Number 10, Spencer Clark. Number 17, Bodie Jackson. Number 19, Henry Kruger. Number 4, Ronan Pellegrin.
Walk down with the wireless and then all right. Go ahead and just talk into and call them all up.
Test. Can I have all, hello, test. Can I have all the 10U All-Stars come on out here and we'll introduce you individually. And my coach, Matt Rout, please come out here as well. Our other coach, Dr. Corey Hugan, can make it. He's probably in surgery somewhere, but he wasn't here today. First off, I just want to say thank you, Mayor John Stevens and the city of Costa Mesa for making this season happen with a year of uncertainty and not knowing what's going to happen, especially with youth sports. Thank you for answering all our emails, our calls, because this was important for the city of Costa Mesa and for these kids. It really brought this community back together. I'm not sure if you're out there. I think I saw you out there, Mr. Stevens, a few times. I mean, the city was rocking. These games, the parents and friends and families, it just brought everyone back together, after being, quarantined or whatever, being stuck inside the house. So this This year was especially special for the city of Costa Mesa and Pony Baseball, so thank you again. I'll start off with Mr. 23, John Molina. 13, Rylan Diaz. 12, Will Rout. 18, Anthony Martinez. 27, Evan El Toro Rodriguez. 43, Callan Mazer. 22, Rylan Mason. My little guy here, number 3, Aiden Flash Ramos. Mr. number 42, Braden Becker. Number 10, Quinn Douglas. And last but not least, his favorite player, Kobe Bryant, number 24, Jackson Burke.
All right, let's have the 11Us come on up. As they're coming up, what a wonderful group of boys that we have. Actually, young men at this point. Some of these guys are getting pretty big. And we'd like to thank Mayor Stevens and the City Council for having us come out. I've got two wonderful coaches, Casey Walker and Lee Holton, that have helped me along the way. But I'd like to give a really big shout out to those that really made this possible, is the parents. Without the parents and their support, this would not have happened. So the parents, thank you very much. Boys, give your parents a hand. Yeah. And also want to thank Costa Mesa Little League. It's been wonderful this year, the support that they've given, the amount that they've grown, the facilities, and the time and effort that all the league has put in has really made this happen. It's been a wonderful and magical year for all of us. I'd like to go ahead and announce the team. Number 5, Tanner Carden. Would I have not known it's number 9? Absolute 9, Ryder Holton. Number 50, I'm going to say this right because there's about 3 boys with the same name. It's like my kid, I always get them wrong. Logan Pignon, attaboy. And this is the one that I get it wrong with. Nolan Pysick, number 23. Von Deer. I'm missing the hair. I don't know why you cut it. I want to see those flowing locks. It makes me jealous. Number 4, Von Deer. JJ. Number 3, JJ Haley. What was that? And number 2, Connell Maddock. Number 1, Bet Christensen. And then the guy with the best number of all, number 99. Jackson Gregory. Reed Walker, number 8. And Parker Stringham, number 7. And we'd also like to recognize 2 of our players that can't be here tonight, Anderson Schaefer and Brenton Rott Schaefer. They both are down with COVID and under protocol, so unfortunately they're not here, but they're joining us via Zoom, so we want to recognize them. Thank you. Do we have our banner? All right.
Curveball.
All right. So we have a special, thank you very much. Let's hear it one more time for the Little Leaguers. Now we're gonna stay right here. I'm gonna work this cordless microphone a little bit, and we're gonna talk about Pony. And before I call up the manager and the coaches to give you your certificates and to take a picture, there's a video that we can watch. So please direct yourself to the screen and we can watch this video. All right, terrific. Well, we got the names there. Let's manager Vince Wilson, coach Dan Andrew, and Pat McCarty come on up and introduce your team.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is definitely something really special for these kids, and we appreciate being recognized for this. I am manager Vince Wilson, and my assistant coaches Dan Andrew and Pat McCarty. A little bit about this team. Something in sports in general, it's hard to go as far as you can and be the champion, and this is what this 8U team did. Starting from the middle of April to our World Series win in the middle of July, we went 30 wins, 2 losses, and 1 tie. So we play a really strenuous league. We play in the Irvine Select League, where we were champions. We went through our districts, and we came in second, which didn't sit well with us. And we went to our regionals, took champions there, went to super regions, took champions there, and we represented Southern California in San Jose, where we faced an Oakland team, a Modesto team, and a San Jose team, and we became world champs. So without further ado, let's go through the team. We have number 1, Kyson McLucas. Number 3, Ryan Yao. Number 6, Landon Clark. Number 7, Luke Andrew. Number 8, Silas Oliver. Number 10, Nick Dunham. Number 11, Derek Garcia. Number 20, Alexander Romero. 27, Landon Wilson. Number 32, Vita Vigil. Number 77, Ryan McCarty. And that is it. Thank you.
All right. Now we can let them.
Yeah.
We got a long night ahead of us. You guys want to?
Hey, socks. Thank you guys.
Thank you, everybody, for coming, and thank you for all you do for the kids in the community. Congratulations, kids. Okay. All right, everybody. Please take your seat. That was super fun. I'm glad we did that. So our next proclamation is the Orange County Hunger Alliance. The Orange County Hunger Alliance is ending poverty by first ending hunger. The OC Hunger Alliance is an alliance between 3 of Orange County's biggest nonprofits devoted to alleviating hunger: CAP OC Food Bank, Second Harvest Food Bank, and Abound Food Care. Today, who is going to accept our proclamation is Mark Lowry. And he's with the Orange County Food Bank, and he's here to accept the proclamation. I'm going to call him up in a bit, but let me tell you a few words about what the proclamation reads. September is National Hunger Awareness Month, a month where people across the country stand together with OC Hunger Alliance and local networks and other local network of food banks to fight hunger. We must acknowledge the reality that hunger lives in the shadows in every city in our county, including Costa Mesa. While hunger has always lived in Orange County, the economic devastation from the pandemic has widened the hunger gap. Orange County Hunger Alliance has distributed more than 165 million pounds of food since the start of the pandemic. Second Harvest and Cap OC food banks weathered spikes in demand for food in excess of 400%. I call upon Costa Mesa residents to join in ending hunger and food insecurities in our local community by participating in and supporting OC Hunger Alliance's efforts to ensure nobody has to make an impossible choice between food and other necessities like medicine, utilities, and childcare. We recognize September 2021 as Hunger Action Month. And let me just say, in particular, I want to recognize Mayor Pro Tem Marr and Councilmember Reynolds, who really during the pandemic stepped up and focused on the issue of hunger and food insecurity in our community. Are they playing me off? No. Okay. Anyway, so with that, I'd like to welcome Mark Lowry to the podium to say a few words, and then we'll take a photograph with you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. And I have to confess I feel a little inadequate because I can't play baseball at all, but I'm really good at handing out lots of food. And it's been our pleasure to supply a number of community organizations in Costa Mesa with food for decades. We are also pleased to be able to supply food for the mass distributions that occurred during COVID across the street at the Orange County Fair and Events Center, at IKEA, and other locations as well. But we know that hunger existed before COVID. And even though the needs were great and got a lot of attention last year, it needs to be said that COVID isn't over, and neither are the financial consequences of COVID. Yeah, in our historic terms, we continue to see great demand for food assistance. But we're also thankful. It seems like any community we go to, we find friends and supporters like Susan Price and our friends from the South Coast Plaza, who host our annual construction event each year. But on behalf of all of those friends and supporters, to food banks in Orange County, 500 emergency feeding organizations throughout the county, and the thousands of volunteers and food and financial donors that support them, we thank you for this recognition.
Thank you very much. So council, let's go up and take a photo with the proclamation and Mr. Lowry. Go ahead. Sit right there. Okay, now the next, all of our proclamations have been special. This is very special. It's for National Child Awareness Month. And accepting the proclamation is founder and executive director of the Festival of Children, Sandy Sagerstrom Daniels, who's here to accept the proclamation. And I call her to the podium, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the proclamation and about National Child Awareness Month. September is National Child Awareness Month, a time to focus the attention of our nation on the most critical issues facing children today. The movement for National Child Awareness Month was founded by Sandy Sagerstrom Daniels right here in Costa Mesa and began as a local effort in Costa Mesa and Orange County to bring America's focus back to our greatest asset, our children. Children make up 20.3% of Costa Mesa's entire population. I think we had 10% of the children here tonight accepting the award. Apparently, they're all good baseball players. That's great. What a great combination of these two proclamations. This month was created to bring attention to the most critical issues facing our children today. And boy, there are a lot of critical issues facing our children today more than ever. By increasing the support of children and youth charities and organizations, we can help inspire action that creates positive and sustainable futures for our children. I encourage all Costa Mesa residents to support local children charities and youth-serving organizations that are committed to enriching and improving the lives of our children in our community. And we recognize this month, September 2021, as National Child Awareness Month. And I want to just recognize one other thing that I read about this is the month, National Child Awareness Month, and also the Festival of Children, is a time for all of these organizations to work collaboratively. Everybody has their own constituency and their own donor base, but this is the month to remember how they can work together. And thank you very much. We, as a council, as the mayor, I am so honored, Sandy, to have you here. I am. And if you want to say a few words about the month and the Festival of Children, that'd be terrific. And then we'll take our photograph.
I'll be brief because I know everyone wants to get home tonight, but just thank you so much for this honor. For me, getting to do what I do is a privilege and an honor to work for not only the children of Orange County, which is where this started, but now on a national basis because we have over 485 charities that we work with across the country. So it started 20 years ago. We're just having our 20th anniversary of the Festival of Children over at South Coast Plaza now, and 14 years now, knock on wood, through the United States Senate for National Child Awareness Month. So thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for honoring us. And like I said, I just love being able to do this.
Thank you for what you do. Thank you very much. Okay, now we have another item before we get into kind of our main part of our meeting. It has to do with the equity map. There's going to be no proclamation or photos, I don't think, although we might do that. On July 14th, the County of Orange hosted a meeting at Miles Square Park, Freedom Hall, to unveil the Orange County Equity Map. This is a data platform that spotlights social and health disparities in Orange County neighborhoods across multiple dimensions. The interactive map visualizes the 580 census tracts in Orange County and displays scores from the Social Progress Index, or SPI, the CDC health indicators, and population demographic data. This tool was initially used by the county healthcare agency to track COVID cases during the pandemic, but has broader, useful data. This is a tool that can be used to measure, track, and map indicators in our community with neighborhood precision by zip code, by city, and by region to look at the social determinants of health in our communities. The president and chair of Advanced of the Advanced OC Board, Katie Calvoda, is here today to provide a brief overview of the platform, which is currently available online for all to view. We encourage you to check out advanceoc.com, advanceoc.com. Katie, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. It's such a great honor to be here tonight with all of you, to see all the Little League players. It just brings so much joy into Costa Mesa and what I think of the work that you guys get to do. I'm Katie Calvoda, and I am the president and board chair for Advance OC. We are a 501c3 public charity, so nonprofit. All of us actually on the board work as a volunteer in this effort, and the whole reason why we do this is so that we can close social and health disparities in our community. So if you can advance the slide. So our theory of change is very simply the question, what would you do if you knew where suffering lives, where poverty persists, and where dreams are denied? It's a very simple question. It's a question that has plagued our community for a long time, and we see trends in the community that seems to be generational, right? Poor communities stay poor. Communities that suffer from different social issues maintain those status, including housing and homelessness and other things. So our question is, if we were able to map this, if we were able to provide you with the data, could we together solve some of these issues, right? And so if we can slide forward the slide. This is a little briefing of our leadership team. Again, this is an all-volunteer board. Most of us have daytime jobs. We devote almost up to 20 hours a week, sometimes more, doing this work just because we believe in being able to help our community in this way. I am board chair. I serve on the California Health Facilities Financing Authority, which is the body that controls, healthcare spending and mental health spending, et cetera, for the state of California. Nazi is a chief operating officer for Devora, which is a cybersecurity company here. Her husband, Ray, is a veteran, works with us on cybersecurity and HIPAA compliance. Sister Tui Tran is a nun with the Sisters of St. Joseph. She continuously tells us, you got to focus on the poor, you've got to focus on the vulnerable. And so that's sort of our compass and our North Star for what we do. David Threshy and Neosha joined later in their respective fields. Next slide, please. So the basic premise is that Orange County is a tale of two horizons. We have one of the most beautiful landscapes in California, but like many other communities, we have challenges in health, housing, educational, economic, and opportunity disparities. So how do we begin to close these gaps? At Advance OC, we think that we should start with measuring a baseline. How are we doing? If you were to ask anyone in Orange County, how is Orange County doing as a whole? I don't know that there was a metric that we could have pointed to that showcased all of the different variables that make us, sort of a thriving community. So we decided to create one. We created what's called a Social Progress Index for Orange County. We borrowed a methodology that's been used by the United Nations in a global index. It's also called the Social Progress Index. In the global index, they measure 163 different countries according to all of these different metrics, and we use the same methodology that's pioneered by folks at Harvard, MIT, the World Economic Forum, et cetera, and brought it to Orange County. So we took the gold standard in terms of measuring social progress and created one specifically for Orange County. Next slide. So this is our partnership with SPI, Social Progress Imperative. It is also a 501c3 nonprofit. And what we are trying to do is create this baseline that creates the index. And what we want to do is we want to promote and catalyze action, which will eventually lead to impact. Next slide. So what is the Social Progress Index made of? So this is the framework that we created. When we were first tasked to do this work, we spent a month talking to different CBOs in the community, different agencies in the community, and we asked them, what's important to you in your work? What data do you have? What data would you like to have? What are the things that sort of make you do your job so that you can sort of fulfill the needs of the community? And we came up with this framework, and it's basically 3 different dimensions: basic human needs, foundations of well-being, and opportunity. And all of those various different components and indicators make up the index. So what you'll see that's unique about this index is it measures nutrition, basic medical care, water and sanitation, housing, personal safety, access to information, communicate. Where do we have broadband deserts, right? Health and wellness. Where do we have obesity prevalence, diabetes, cancer, environmental quality across all of our 580 neighborhoods, et cetera, et cetera. And also this idea of inclusiveness. Are there residents that are living in communities that are linguistically isolated? Are they residentially segregated? Right? So in one index, we have all of these different various parameters in which to measure the health and wellness of Orange County. So how did we do? So Orange County, the US SPI score is 85.7. So that was the global index I mentioned earlier. And then the county of Orange has a social progress index score of 44.5. And you'll recall all of those different components, and those are the scores of the different components. Next slide, please. So where is the city of Costa Mesa? We were able to rank all of the cities based on a composite of the social progress index and all those various different indicators, right? So on top we see Aliso Viejo, Mission Viejo, and at the bottom we see Stanton and Santa Ana. The spread is, 24 points, but you can see that there's sort of like a bifurcation of those that score above 50 and those that score below 50. Next slide. So what does that look like when you map it out? So this is the Orange County Equity Map that's on our website. And when you map it according to this color legend of the Social Progress Index, you see that the communities that are in yellow are communities that score low on the Social Progress Index. The purple areas are the areas that score high on the Social Progress Index. And you definitely see here a bifurcation between North and South County. Right? In addition, you also see a lot of yellow neighborhoods that are in the central part of the county, as well as areas where our communities of color live. When we overlaid COVID cases on top of our Social Progress Index map, what we see is a very high correlation between where we saw high levels of COVID and our Social Progress Index map. And so what that tells us is that social determinants or social and neighborhood factors factor into health outcomes of our community residents. In fact, research shows that up to 80% of our health outcome individually are determined by what we call social determinants of health, which are social and neighborhood factors. And so what ultimately this leads to is life expectancy differences between one neighborhood and another neighborhood. And so we can drill down to the city of Costa Mesa. I know this doesn't match the city of Costa Mesa map, but what it does do is it gives you all of the census tracts that actually have some part of it belonging to the city of Costa Mesa. So it's bigger than you normally see it because we're very inclusive of all the different spaces that make up Costa Mesa. So you see clearly on the west side of Costa Mesa, there are communities that reach a life expectancy of the east side of Costa Mesa, 89.3 years. And then the west side, we have communities that reach only 75.2 years average life expectancy. So what we're saying is not only do social determinants of health were impacting residents with low social progress during COVID, but this is actually a long-standing relationship with other chronic conditions as well. Next slide. So in Costa Mesa, the highest scoring social progress are indicated that are neighboring, Newport Beach, and then on the east side, and then neighborhoods that score low in social progress are very definitive, into 3 different census tracts right there. So you can see where we've highlighted on the right-hand side how you navigate the tool. And so you can click on any of those base layers, and then you can have an overlay on top of them. So it's very intuitive to use. Next slide. And what you can do then is highlight, if you're curious about one particular census tract that's scoring low or one particular census tract that's scoring high, you can actually view the street map and you'll be able to see exactly the parameters and the boundaries of that neighborhood. Next slide. So then this particular dashboard tells you roughly across the board who's scoring the highest and where. So it gives you a really nice glance at sort of all the scores across the board. You'll see that it's a heat map. So the darker colors represent high scores, the lighter colors represent low scores. So if you go halfway down to the number 51, right, census tract 63010, you'll see right in the middle there, they scored 20 for personal safety. So as a council member or as a CBO that works in this community, what you can do is you can say what's going on in that particular area of that particular neighborhood, right? So it gives us a tool to be able to prioritize needs in the community, easily identify them, and be able to drill down to the neighborhood level. So then I went into a use case which affects all of us right now, which is housing cost burden for renters. I know that many of the cities are grappling with housing element requirements, et cetera. So not only can this map and this tool be used for healthcare agency work with COVID and pandemic management, but it can also be used for things like looking at development, economic development, housing development, et cetera. So here we chose the city of Costa Mesa. The base layer is, as you can see, housing cost burden for renters. So where in Costa Mesa do we have the highest housing cost burden for renters? And so it clearly then shows you, in color, where to really specifically focus in on. This is another dashboard that we created for all of Orange County, and it basically breaks up the 3 different dimensions and the various different components that belong to the dimensions. And as you can see on the left-hand side are the lowest performing census tracts and the score for those various different components. And on the right-hand side, you see the highest performing census tract and the scores for those categories. And when you see that the spread is wide, that means there's a lot of disparity in that particular category, right? When the spread is more narrow, it's tighter, as in nutrition and basic medical care, you can tell that there's not a whole lot of disparity between the lowest performing neighborhood and the highest performing neighborhood. So if you take a look at access to basic knowledge, for example, the lowest performing neighborhood in Orange County is La Habra, is one in La Habra with a score of 9. And then the highest performing census tract for access to basic knowledge is Los Alamitos at a score of 85.3. So this is a good way to kind of figure out where are trouble areas potentially, being able to highlight those specific neighborhoods and perhaps prioritize resources and attention or investment into those communities. Another thing that we did for the healthcare agency was that we did a correlation between social progress index and the median household income for various different communities. This is a particular map that shows the city of Costa Mesa census tracts. And what we did was we showed you the correlation between social progress and median household income. You see that a lot of our communities that score low on the social progress index also has a low median household income. And what we then did is we overlaid COVID cases, and that's demonstrated by the color and the size of the bubble. So what we highlighted for you in red there is a community that's actually really close to John Wayne Airport, and it's shared by Costa Mesa, Irvine, and Santa Ana, right? And that particular neighborhood had 1,709 COVID cases in that particular census tract. So being able to measure sort of the relationship between 2 different variables allows us to identify potential solutions to them because of the correlation between the 2, but also to identify whether or not this was exacerbated during COVID or not. So that this is a way for us to show that, and it helps us sort of troubleshoot and identify some potential root causes. So on the website itself, when you go into our website, you see equity mapping tools, and if you choose social progress index every resident can actually search their own scorecard. So you can enter your address at the search bar, and it's a Google search bar, so it should pick up every address in Orange County. You type in your address, and something like this pulls up, which is sort of a census tract. It has some summary information about that specific census tract. You click on See Scorecard, and it shows you the score for every single one of those 55 indicators we mentioned before. So not only can city managers and community-based organizations go in and really identify the strengths and weaknesses of a particular neighborhood, but individual residents can do the same. So it empowers them to be able to advocate for the needs of their community. In addition, I just want to point out that this tool is available in 5 different languages, and so we try to make it as accessible as possible. Also on our website is really some key ways to identify and interpret the data. So as I mentioned, as an Orange County resident, the Social Progress Index allows you to see how your score is doing across multiple measurements. As a local elected official or policymaker, you can use this as a possible budgeting tool, an idea where you can engage with your constituents in various different communities to talk about their greatest needs. As an educator, healthcare professional, or a philanthropist, you can also do the same. You can look at this data set and really try to understand and troubleshoot what the greatest needs in communities are and be able to focus and zero in on those needs. And then finally, we all have all the sources of the data also 100% transparent on our website. So you can click on any of these parameters, any of these indicators, and see exactly where we're pulling the data from and how it's being measured. So what we've highlighted for you here is the dimension Foundations of Wellbeing, 3rd grade language arts proficiency, and it's coming from the California Department of Education, and the year it was published is 2019. So in addition to using this to help the healthcare agency manage their COVID process, what they did was they used our map to go and go into those communities that were had high infection rates, that had social vulnerabilities to COVID, and they were able to launch mobile pods into those communities. So we created a COVID vulnerability index for them to do that. We just talked about some applications of social determinants of health, but we can also look at this and search by food insecurity. Who's food insecure in Orange County? Who's food insecure in Costa Mesa? So we can identify that information for you through this tool. And it also helps you sort of align the interests of current need now because of COVID, but also long-term nutrition needs, right, of the community. And then things like community development. Can we use this tool, and we have with other cities and other organizations for housing and homelessness, as well as economic development opportunities. And that's it. There's so much more that I can share with you, but this is a really high-level glimpse at the tool. It's much more interactive. I wish I could have shown you how it works live as a demo here, but I hope that you do reach out if you have any questions, and if you'd like us to do a deeper dive with any of you, we'd be happy to, as well as present it to any of the community organizations that you work with. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Very helpful, thank you. So before we get into the public comments, I'd like to make a motion to reorder the agenda a little bit and take new business item 1, which is regarding our goals and objectives, is the first matter, then go to new business item number 3 regarding the flying fields at Fairview Park, followed by the public hearing item regarding the purchasing ordinance, and then finally end the meeting with the committee and commission appointments. Can I get a second to that?
Mayor, can you push your buttons, please?
I got to push my button. I'm making a motion. There you go. Thank you. Okay, second. Second by, motion by me, second by Gameros. Let's call for the question.
I'm not recording your motions. Let's see.
Oh, I'm pushing it.
I know. Hold on. Let's see. You're good.
Anyway, it's on the record, right?
Okay, let me do a real quick roll call vote. Councilmember Reynolds? Councilmember Harper? Yes. Councilmember Harlan? Yes. Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar? Yes. Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we move on to public comments. Public comments will be heard at this time, and they're for 3 minutes, and they're for items that are not on the agenda. 3 minutes maximum, and then it cuts off. Not on the agenda. So we're going to go first to people who are in the chambers, and then once everybody who's in the chambers has had an opportunity to make their public comment, we'll go to Zoom. So I see that, and also line up on either side. Mr. Humphrey, to my left, you have the floor, sir.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. Just 2 items tonight. First, I would like to make comment on the fact that I still haven't seen any kind of indication that you guys are directing staff to prepare the voter information that's required for the upcoming election on 1 Metro West. It's a fairly complex thing, takes a fair amount of time, and staff needs to try to do that, not the week before it's absolutely due, but in a timely manner. That's one. I forgot. 1 Metro West, I understand, has been sold. Oh, we're no longer dealing with the guys that promised. We're dealing with a whole new set of guys, maybe. Oh, that should be interesting. I'll look forward to see if they do or don't contend with that matter. So just keep an eye on it and see what happens. It'll be interesting to note where this goes ultimately. Thank you for that. And I do appreciate the change in the agenda item. It would be a shame to be making important decisions. All of them are important, but ones that have controversy with the community late at night when everybody's tired and people are not necessarily listening or here to make comment or online to make comment. So I thank you very much for the change in the agenda to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak effectively on whatever item they want to. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Do you want a mask on or off?
It doesn't matter. Either way.
I'll take it off. My name's Heidi Bressler. I'm a Costa Mesa resident. I live across the street, and I'm about as nervous as a cat right now. I am here to ask the city to consider a butterfly park, which is actually going to be a park within a park. As a planet, we've lost over 30 billion pollinators in the last 50 years, and we got to do something. So for our community, I think a butterfly park is a great beginning. It would foster positive community involvement. It provides the community a place to give back. It's educational, and it enhances already an existing park. There are 3 parks that I have visited that I think are possibilities: the Civic Center Park across the street, Canyon Park, and Vista Park. You already have currently $250,000 in a CIP for the West Side Improvement Project, which has been designated for a West Side to enhance the parks we already have. So it could be covered already. All you need is a little bit of land, the plants, some secure fencing, and educational artwork featuring, I would hope, local Costa Mesa artists. And I would ask that you would vote on this in October or November, because milkweed takes time to seed and to propagate. Lastly, John, I would invite you to take the mayor's pledge through the National Wildlife Federation, and I have provided all the materials for you to read through. It's very simple. We've probably already done part of it. There is only 1 city in Orange County that is even involved with this so far, and that's Garden Grove. And I think they haven't finished their whole pledge, and I think it's time for Costa Mesa to step up. All right, thank you.
Thank you. You did great. You did great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sir, you have the floor.
Yes. Hi, my name is Louis Brand. I am new to Costa Mesa. I've been here for less than a year. I moved here with my wife and son, and he is just now starting school. And I come with a simple request. I ask that maybe a crosswalk be installed on a stretch of road between Fair and Wilson on Fairview. It is about a half mile, little over the half mile long, and we have to walk down either way to get across the street to get him to school. And I just feel like it's a little dangerous to be crossing there. The cars come by real fast out here. Everyone drives really fast, I find. And I just think it'd be best if there was maybe a hawk crosswalk out there, something to make it a lot safer for a lot of us who make that cross there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for the suggestion. Oh, Alex, can you get his info? So, hi, Santa Barbara, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Robert Morris, yes, also known as Santa Bob. Yesterday, I was watching a Zoom meeting with the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness, along with HUD, where they launched a House America initiative to address the homeless crisis. We're calling this All Hands on Deck. Well, some of the speakers included our governor, mayors of LA and San Diego. They're offering up resources, additional money. Our governor spoke about the amount of money available for housing for the homeless. Saying this all being said, 10 years ago, Costa Mesa's homeless task force, one of the recommendations was permanent supportive housing. I'm still waiting for that ribbon cutting ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. I saw on the closed session calendar there was a notation that you were overseeing an issue on Chief Sharpneck, and it all of a sudden dawned on me that October of 2019 is when we lost Chief Sharpneck. And I want to address that these items that are going on in lawsuits, I looked up on the Orange County Superior Court record and saw that there's 195 court actions on this pending lawsuit. And as we know, every one of these actions is a billing from either one side or the other. So in case those you don't know, Chief Sharpneck was a 26-year veteran of Costa Mesa Police Department with an impeccable record. He had support of the department and the residents in Costa Mesa. But unfortunately, he didn't have particular support from the mayor and the current mayor at the time, and there were issues regarding the police budget and other issues. Sometimes we need to stay in our own lane, and evidently the mayors decided they should go over and the lane into a law enforcement expert. So the chief had a great deal of integrity, and he didn't bend in his support of his men and his department. So he was systematically bullied and forced out of Costa Mesa Police Department. And here we are 2 years later and 3 chiefs later, which isn't a good look for our city. Our city is in favor of law enforcement. We've supported our police department. We've supported our chiefs. And now we have this ongoing lawsuit. So what I'm asking in the future, since the issue with Chief Sharpneck is in litigation, this is a man who gave up his career, a 26-year career with Costa Mesa PD, because he couldn't bend under the pressure. He wouldn't bend. He wouldn't do what he was asked to do that he knew was wrong. So what I'm asking is now is for you all to stay in your own lane. Let the professionals in the police department do their thing. They're the experts. They have the right They know the laws, they have the techniques, they have the manpower, and they know what they're doing. So I hope we don't have anything like this in the future. And I think we need to remember Chief Sharpnick as the great chief that he was, who came up from the ranks to become a chief and wasn't treated very fairly.
All right. Doesn't look like we have anybody else in the chambers. Madam Clerk, who, if anyone, do we have that wishes to speak at public comment on Zoom?
Yes, we have one, Mark Vuksevich.
Sir, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, everyone. It's Mark Vuksevich. I want to tell a brief anecdote within my 3-minute allotment. On the day of the recall election, I was going door to door talking to voters for about 11 hours. And towards the end of my day, I spoke to a voter in one of the precincts that has the lowest social equity rating, as we just saw in that previous presentation. And I asked him, and I was like, "Oh, is this a person here, and have they voted?" And they're like, "No, that's my sister, but she voted. She voted." And I said, "Oh, have you voted though?" He's like, "Nah, man, nah, I haven't voted." And I was like, "Oh, why not?" We start talking, and I start sharing about why I vote and why it was important for me. And we talk for about 15 minutes, and I get him to a point where he's really interested in voting in this election. And he's never done it before. He's like 21 years old, lives in that area, and he's never voted before. And and he has to get to work in about 30 minutes because he's learning a trade in Anaheim. He's like a tradesman. I don't remember which trade it was. And he goes to the Costa Mesa Senior Center, and there's like a 40-minute wait to go vote at the Costa Mesa Senior Center. At Costa Mesa City Hall, there is an hour wait. And I'm like, what disservice are we doing? What disservice are we doing to our own community when we can't advocate for our own Costa Mesa citizens to vote? I think Neil Kelly, the registrar of voters, does typically a good job. But as someone who was working all of election day, there was an hour wait at City Hall for most of the day. And Senior Center was about 30 to 40 minutes for most of the day. And it's just really a disservice to our community. And I'm wondering, like, who in our local city is going to speak up for us and represent Costa Mesa that we need 1 or 2 more voting sites, even in these kind of weird off elections, so that people have the chance to like civic engage. So that's basically all I have to say. That's my main kind of the brunt of what I have to say there. But I also just want to piggyback on one of the previous speakers. Monarch butterflies have lost 99% of their habitat in California in the past 10 years. And so if we can direct any kind of parks officials to plant more milkweed, the primary plant that they feed on, just even small amounts of that would really, really actually benefit that population of butterflies. Didn't expect to speak about that, but thanks so much. Appreciate the council.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Is anybody else on Zoom?
Yes, phone number ending in 698.
Phone number ending in 698, you have the floor.
Stephen Chan down by the soup kitchen. The city-led corruption continues with Strut Bar and Smart and Final continuing to operate in their normal operations as a public nuisance that continue to intensify. Costa Mesans, this is the sound of corruption. Strut Bar has a liquor license restriction reading any entertainment provided shall not be audible outside the area under the control of the licensee. Mayor Stevens, when you first entered public office in the winter of 2016, you fought for this bar as a councilman against the residents. How do you tell if there is corruption in your city hall? Strut Bar by the soup kitchen is dishing out 4 nights a week of low-frequency base on residential neighbors until their 2 a.m. closing. 2 of these are school nights. Mayor Stevens, kindly get the boots of your buds at the bar off the necks of Costa Mesa children. How do you tell if there is corruption in your city hall? Stop, hashtag stop strut school night base. Hashtag let our children sleep. How do you tell if there is corruption in your city hall? You call the police department about the bar noise at 1 a.m. on a school night, and the cops tell us to call City Hall. Resign or do something for the Soup Kitchen neighborhood over these matters. Member Chavez, a month of school has already gone by. That is 4 weeks of 2 school nights a week from your friends at the bar. Stop Smart and Final's outdoor grocery backroom operation. Please bring them into compliance with standards. Hashtag follow the milk, Manuel Chavez, or resign. Planning for 4,000 affordable homes next to the 36-hole golf course to fulfill the city's affordable home RENA allocation would mitigate overly aggressive retrofits of high-density housing into your neighborhood. Hashtag Plan B. Could these 4,000 affordable homes save your neighborhood from high densification? Let your city council peeps know. Who wants an affordable home next to the golf course? Who gets one? Don't let the end of the public comment period deter you. Make sure affordable homes on the golf practice area make it into the city's housing element, and your low-density neighborhoods are allowed to organically develop. Down by the Soup Kitchen, the city-led corruption continues with Strut Bar and Smart and Final continuing to operate in their normal operations as public nuisances that continue to intensify. This is the sound of corruption. Strut Bar has a liquor license reading. Any entertainment provided shall not.
Okay, that's it. Anybody else on Zoom?
It's phone number ending in 056.
056, you have the floor.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Brenda, could you show the picture, please?
Who is this?
This is Ralph.
It's a picture of Fair Drive.
Okay. All right, thank you. This is Ralph Taboda.
Hi, Ralph.
Evening, Mayor and Council. What you're looking at is Fair Drive, a short way actually from City Hall. This is the lanes on your right are the lanes going into the fairgrounds. And as you may know, Fair Drive is a Class 2 bike lane road, which means it has painted bike lanes on its length, basically on the south side from Harbor to Newport Boulevard. And then on the north side, essentially all of the north side except for this short piece between Newport Boulevard and the entrance into the fairgrounds. As you can see, the traffic cones, if you're traveling west again, they're right on the outside lane marking going into the fairgrounds, which forces the cyclists to enter the traffic lane and creating a challenging situation, to say the least, for cyclists. What I'm asking here is if somebody on city staff can talk to somebody on the fair board staff and get those cones, have those cones moved a couple feet towards the right to allow with cyclists at least a couple feet of space there to travel. The bike lane picks up, the striped bike lane picks up shortly beyond where the cones end, heading west. So we're talking about 100 feet or so where it puts cyclists at risk. So again, if those working with the fairgrounds, if those cones could be moved a little bit to the right and allow cyclists some distance there, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody else on Zoom?
Yes, Linda Kramer. But Ms. Kramer, I believe you want to speak on new business item 1.
Yes, I wasn't sure because I'm talking about a future strategic plan, if it's now better to speak or on business item 1.
It's coming up.
Probably business. Okay. Probably business item 1. You
Thank you.
You can do probably either one if you want, but you can't do both.
Okay, I'll speak now if you can show my slides.
All right, let's do that, and then then you can't. But there's no, you can't do twice. No second bite of the apple. Okay. Go.
Thank you. Can she show I sent in some slides, 3 or 4.
So we're showing Costa Mesa
Okay.
sustainability.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
Yes.
Go back. Let's make sure she's got her 3 minutes. She's got the slide.
Thank you.
Good. Go.
So I first just wanted to thank you for all your work on the Costa Mesa Sustainability Plan. Yeah, I know it's been a tough year and there have been a lot of challenges, but I appreciate that you've gotten electric vehicles and started some great work, and Salema Faruqi is fantastic. Next slide, please. I can't see them, but I'm just going to say, I'd like to request that in the next strategic plan, we focus on a citywide, looking at climate action plans or a broad program such as the Cool City Challenge, which I could talk to you more about, but it's basically 200 street level teams looking at carbon footprint, and they're working with 25 nonprofits. My nonprofit is one of them. And back to community choice energy, which is the first step a lot of cities take when they're looking at climate action plans. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, if you could stay on this slide. I wanted to tell you that in Orange County, no city right now has a climate action plan that would actually pass, get a passing grade. If we were looking at a city reducing their carbon, their CO2 to meet the Paris Agreement 1.5 degree warming. But in San Diego, they have what they call a climate report card, and they look at every city. And you can see that no one has met the gold standard because of transportation in California. We have too many cars and we need to get cars off the road. But the city that's done the best is the city of San Diego. And so I wanted to show their plan. Next slide, please. If you can see the graph, they have a baseline and they have some targets. And so their target is to meet climate neutrality, carbon neutrality by 2035. So if you see the line item I've circled, community choice energy as an action has more of an impact than any other single action you could do, including adding car chargers, all the things you could do. Community choice energy has the biggest impact. And this list goes on where you're involving the state. It's a several-year plan, but I would love it if we would get started in looking at our climate action plan and getting some targeted goals and revisiting community choice energy. Next slide, please. Community choice energy agencies, according to the PUC, will purchase 10 times the renewables that the utilities will. And I know we reached out to Irvine in November. If they have not responded to you, please reach out to them. And I don't think the 2 votes are going to go away, but there's a lot of room for negotiation.
That's all you got.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, do we have anybody else on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's close public comment. Now we're going to move to the council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. This is a time for the council members to provide comments and committee reports. I'm just going to call on you as it goes, but we're going to start with and ask for the cue, and then I'll recognize you on that. We're going to start with the council member from District 5, Council Member Arliss Reynolds.
All right, lots of items to tackle here. We've got a nice crowd out there now. I wasn't sure how many people would still be here after those early presentations, so thank you all for being here. I'm going to start with a few items we heard during public comment related to Measure Y. It is my understanding and expectation that would be on the ballot for 2022, so I'll ask the city manager in her report just to give us a quick update on that. I did take a look on this is obviously a big project that many in our community are interested in. So I did take a look at our website on that, and I saw that it hasn't been updated. So it'd be great to get an update on that with our latest decision making and kind of the timeline to get that on the ballot. So thank you. Ms. Bressler, thank you for your comments on the Butterfly Park. You'll be happy to hear that we are, as part of the West Side Restoration Project CIP, working on some butterfly gardens. I don't know the exact timing of that yet, but some really good work in the works there, and I appreciate your passion on that topic. Also, a quick note for Mr. Minter in the back, our Director of Parks and Community Services. When I was on the Parks Commission, we had started working on an update to our plant palette. So this is a nice reminder. I'd love to see that get going again and really update our planting palette for city-owned landscaping to adopt more native species, drought-tolerant species, and then, of course, species that support native habitat. So thank you for that comment, Ms. Bressler. The comment on voting, I flipped through our social progress indicators. Voter registration and voter turnout are indicators of a healthy community. So I appreciate the comment we got on there about making voting easy. I've really enjoyed taking advantage of the drop boxes in the 2 weeks or so ahead of time to drop my ballots off at the mail. But I would appreciate maybe some follow-up on, what caused the long lines and make sure we've got a good plan for the next election, whenever it is. And then a couple comments. I think our new Costa Mesa family commenting on a crosswalk. I think they're gone. But we always have a few comments with sort of requests related to specific trouble areas for safe streets. I know our public services and transportation managers are always in the room taking notes. I wonder, and maybe this is something our bike walk committee can look into, I think it might be helpful to have something on our website as like an intake form. Just, if you've got a problem area, you got an idea, you got a request, just, kind of submit a little description so we can have a running tally of that our bike committee can maybe work through and make some recommendations on prioritizing. That was responding to public comments. I want to give a few thank yous from the last couple weeks. Thanks to everyone who came out to the 35th Annual AIDS Walk put on by Radiant Health Centers. And thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Mar for being there as well. We presented a certificate of recognition to Radiant Health Centers for their contributions to community. Thanks to everyone who participated in coastal cleanup activities across Orange County. We had one in Canyon Park, and I know there was another in the Newport Bay area. Always a really fun day, nice day to spend some time out in nature. And we've launched Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you to staff for putting a good program on that. I know we went back and forth on indoor and outdoor events dealing with the health situation. I really appreciate the creativity put into that planning, and I'm excited to continue to support and amplify contributions of our Hispanic community, 40% of our community here in Costa Mesa. My time never started. I wanted to see how much time.
You're on.
Should I just keep going?
You're on your honor.
All right. Well, in that case, Brenda, you should probably start my time. A few dates that I'm sure others will cover, but I know many in my district are really interested in these topics. So if you're interested in the parking study that we've been working on now for several years, September 28th, what day is that? Tuesday? October 12th. September 28th is a public meeting on the parking study. That's coming up, and then October 12th, we'll be doing a city council discussion on the outcomes of that parking study. So 2 key dates if you're interested in our parking study, which was citywide, but really focused on challenges in the West Side. October 6th is a big day for folks interested in safe streets and slowing down cars to make streets safer, especially for our children. October 6th is National Walk to School Day. We've got walk to school events on the morning of October 6th for quite a few schools, and I think we can, maybe we'll start publicizing that so people can participate. Later that day in the evening on October 6 will be presenting the initial findings, I think, and recommendations for the Costa Mesa pedestrian master plan. So big day for us, our folks interested in safe streets. I'll stop there.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So yeah, so we know it's 4 minutes is the guideline here. I guess I could start. Can you do it, Brenda? Anyway, next up from District 4, Councilmember Chavez. He's always below 4 minutes. Go.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you, all the audience, for joining us today. I'm looking forward to hearing your comments on future items as we move over the agenda. We'll be a bit brief on my comments today. First, I appreciate the presentation from the County of Orange for the advanced OC on their metric system. I actually do want to take them up on their opportunity and ask them their exact metrics, because according to their metrics, we rank dead last in personal safety, and I find that very hard to believe, given our outstanding police and fire department who do a great job for our city. So maybe we should dig their brains deeper and really see what metrics they're using, because I think they might be wrong. I don't agree at all that we're the last in basic human needs. I mean, we got Southwest Plaza, East Side Costa Mesa, Mesa Verde. If you're telling me those areas are not high quality, I really doubt their integrity of their metrics. So if staff can do that, that'll be really awesome. And now to my comments furthermore. I had the pleasure of joining 2 businesses this past 2 weeks that opened up. It's really nice to see our business community coming back to the fold and coming back into light after a rough pandemic. I joined Hill & Company, a new hair salon and located in District 6. I was joined by Chief of Staff Alex Gonzalez and did a nice presentation to them. Please join them. They are awesome. And also, I joined Sweetfin and the grand opening also in District 6 in Eastside Costa Mesa. Again, it's always great to see businesses join Costa Mesa family. It's great to see them invest in our communities, and hope we do our best to ensure we visit those businesses, patronize them, make sure they're still successful going forward. Second thing, trees. Trees are very important. Trees are part of a metric system that grades quality of life. And one thing I've noticed is once you cross 19th Street going southward in Westside Costa Mesa, the trees kind of disappear. I know it's very common for us to participate in Arbor Day, and I want to challenge the City of Costa Mesa going forward when we do look at tree planting, let's plant them in locations that don't have accurate tree canopies. They do raise property values, they do lower temperatures, and they're really nice to look at because they're just green and beautiful. So let's look at that going forward when it comes to trees. And finally, for the comments regarding the strut and Smart and Final Plaza. A few months ago, we had a nice presentation from sound engineers that actually work in the amphitheater and Nosy Fairgrounds. And we had about a half-hour discussion on the metrics and sound they used. We also did a bilingual survey of Center Street where we asked residents door to door what are important issues for your community, and we even asked about sound complaints. Only one resident had the same complaint about sound. I just want to make that clear that people in that community do not see this as a big issue, at least big enough to mention to city staff when they personally ask them what issues are important to them. The issues they do talk about are parking, are about how hard it is to pay for rent, and access to parks and trees. So very important to recognize the real issues of the community and not hear talking points from one individual. But other than that, I look forward to hearing everyone's comments going forward today, and thanks for being here.
All right. Next up, if he wishes to speak, is from District 2, Councilmember Lauren Gameros. You have to ask nicely. No, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to comment on some of my activities that I had here recently. September 11th, I had the opportunity to visit a couple of fire stations, Fire Station 2 and the fire station on Sakioka, we call it the Anton Fire Station. I want to just comment and say what a pleasure it was to visit with the staff at both fire stations. And if anyone ever has the opportunity to go and visit with our first responders, September 11th is a great time to do that. I was well received, and I was very glad that I had the opportunity to do that. One thing that we expect from our first responders is when things are at their worst, we expect them to be at their best. So it'd be a great chance to pay a little respect to them back on a day of remembrance. So I just want to thank them for that. I'm glad I had the opportunity to do that. And I also want to talk about youth sports in our community. You know, there's really no way I can explain the joy that I've received watching my son go through a youth sports program. And our city has been more than welcoming and enhancing youth sport programs. I know that we work with Newport Mesa Unified School District. We have a lot of playing fields. We have a lot going on. We have soccer, baseball, football. And without these programs, our kids will not be able to express themselves and have, just the release that they need. I know for the parents, there's a lot of joy in participating in these things. I, for one, got to spend several years as a volunteer and a dad participating with youth sports. So let's just remember that our city definitely does support youth sports, and I do as well. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. From District 6, Councilmember Jeffrey Harlan. Oh, yeah, I tried again. Got it. It's all right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Costa Mesa. I just have one quick announcement. There's a bicycle safety meeting next Monday, the 27th at 6 p.m. at Ensign Intermediate School Gym. This is actually being put on by the Newport Beach Police Department. And I bring it up primarily for residents of the east side. A number of families have kids that go to school in Newport Beach, either Ensign or Newport Harbor, but also our east side Newport Mesa schools. This is something I've raised with our Bikeability and Walkability Committee. I'd like to see us do something citywide in Costa Mesa regarding bike safety. We also probably need some lessons in driver safety as well. I know Councilmember Reynolds and I have talked about that a bit. As we're focusing on making more active transportation improvements and encouraging bike and pedestrian activity, we have to make sure that we do it safely. So it requires a great deal of education, and I'll be looking forward to working with staff and other community partners and trying to get some more education for our community. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember. From District 1, Councilmember Donald Harper.
Stevens, and certainly congratulations to the baseball players that were here. It's very exciting, and this is a good crowd too. But those guys really made it quite an energetic room and very fun to be here. So thank you. I want to start, and I don't remember. I'm going to call her the butterfly lady. Great point. I'm glad to hear Arliss is following up on it, and I'd love to see several butterfly parks. And the gentleman that brought up the issue about the crosswalk, those are just great input for a council and tangible things that we can do something about. I loved Katie's, forget her last name, from OC Social Project Index. I loved this Katie Calvoda. Is she still here? I don't think she's here. And like Councilman Chavez, I'd like to know more about the metrics. Costa Mesa, according to her numbers here, came in 27th out of 34 cities in Orange County. I think we need to understand how those metrics are computed, and that it's not just a mystery black box that tells us to do something that's inaccurate. So if and I'll reach out, and I'm willing to do it with any of the council members if they want to do with her a deeper dive as a study session or whatever, and we can understand. It's some data. It may be very valuable, but data sometimes tells you to do the wrong thing, and I don't want to be 27th. But if we're 27th, I want to know it's real. So I'm okay with that. To that, and I think about that, if that index is correct, and I think about the housing element thing, the study session we just did, where we're required by the state of California to build 11,760 new units in Costa Mesa over the next 8 years. It concerns me if we're this bad on a social index. How's that going to be with all those new rental units and trying to deal with that? I brought up at the last meeting that the state of California said you need 11,760 units, but our projected growth over the next 8 years is only 900 units. And so it didn't make much sense to me. The chairman of the Planning Commission and the mayor pointed out that those people aren't coming from outside Costa Mesa, but are coming from within Costa Mesa. But Mayor Stevens, I didn't find any data in the report, and I asked the Economic Development Group, Jennifer Lee, where that data is at, and she couldn't point to me. So I don't know where in Costa Mesa we're I know we have multiple families living in residences. That's true. I just don't know how many. So again, I have a difficult time with the state of California telling us to build 11,000 rental units, or well, I think they're going to be rental units. They're going to be high-rise units when we need 900. To Jay Humphrey's point, Rose Equities, first time I've gotten that bell. Rose Equities got a project approved for 1,100 units, which would fill that 8-year growth cycle. And they did what most developers do, or a lot of developers do. They befriend a city and then they sell, because they develop, they get the approval from a city, there's a value there, and then they flip it to another investor. And so we're going to be dealing with a different investor than Rose Equities. Maybe it's maybe it's going to be better than Rose Equities, I don't know, but it's going to certainly be different. The last thing I want to ask the city manager to maybe give us a report on is one of my pet peeves. I'm going to continue with something we approved a month ago was Colu software. That's a rewards program for the city of Costa Mesa. It was $255,000 approval. I didn't approve it. I voted no on it, but I'd rather invest that in butterfly parks. But I want to know. I want a continual update about that. So I can have 30 more seconds, John. Sure. Thank you. I know we also approved a SWOT analysis for the Economic Development Group. I was looking for an example report from another city that they created so I can understand and I voted no on it because I really didn't understand the value. And I think that was 250 or 275. So I'm adding up my butterfly parks, my tabulating how many I can build out of this. And then the last thing, I'm hoping, Raja, eventually we can get on the web a list of our infrastructure projects, when they're starting, where they're at, and if they're getting funded or not. It's a great list, and I want to support that, but none of us know where it's at. And last but not least, I know the Economic Development Group is overwhelmed with stuff, so respectfully ask for those things respectfully in the timeline you can meet them. So thank you very much.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Andrea Marr from District 3.
Okay, thanks everyone. Ms. Bressler, you're getting a lot of shout outs tonight. It's awesome. We've talked about the Butterfly Park. So we're talking about strategic planning a little bit later today. Next week we have our strategic planning workshop. And I said to the city manager actually that I think Ms. Lee has like 90% of my priorities already on her plate for at least the next year, except the one thing that's missing is an initiative whereby we're able to plant some California native landscaping and sort of work on a couple of the sustainability issues. So that was on my list as well. So glad you're here to bring that up. Also agree on the climate action planning. So we did have some funding set aside in our budget this year to work on some climate action planning. So appreciate Ms. Kramer weighing in on that. I was at the light headed northbound on 22nd or Newport Boulevard and 22nd, right before the Fairview goes across the freeway. And there's just a ton of junk that's currently sitting where the gutter is. So it's only a month before we actually start getting rain here, maybe. If we could contact Caltrans and have them do a little bit of gutter cleanup along Newport Boulevard. It was pretty bad, and that's just going to make a mess at that intersection if we don't get that cleaned up shortly. Tomorrow, bright and early, I'm headed to the California League of Cities conference with the city manager, assistant city manager, and a couple of other folks. So I'm super excited about that. Just looking at some of the sessions that are being talked about. We are. Your own city manager is headlining, talking about how cities are coping with cannabis rules. There's a lot of stuff on active transportation, electric vehicles, so it should be a good opportunity for learning over the next couple of days, and looking forward to bringing back things that I can report out. Much to my concern, SB 9 was signed by the governor. I did have a conversation with the city manager earlier this week that I think we need to be really, really closely tracking how some of that housing legislation is going to ultimately play out. SB 9, if you're not familiar, specifically allows R1 single-family neighborhoods folks to turn their single-family house into a duplex or a quadplex with very little intervention from the city. And so I'm a little bit worried about sort of Frankenstein neighborhoods. As much as I'm a proponent of building more housing
we've got to be able to put some rules around that and kind of control better what is happening. One Metro West was not sold. I think there's a little bit of confusion there. The Trinity Broadcasting Center site where Education First was supposed to go. Education First was an international language school that was not able to continue operating at that site or building it out during the pandemic. And so that property, which was the former Trinity Broadcasting site, has now been sold to somebody who wants to create I think a personal car museum, a coffee shop, and office space. So more to come on that, but that is not the One Metro West site. And that was all I had for tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem is right. One Metro, Rose Equities has not sold One Metro West. With regard to the Little Leaguers, that was really fun for me too. And I just want to say that not only are they good baseball players, but they were all very respectful and good young athletes. And that shows very well for the coaching and the parents of those youngsters. So thanks for that. And I want to say to Mr. Setharaman, the Fairview between Adams and Baker turned out primo. I drive that all the time. And I'm very pleased the way it turned out. So thank you very much to your department and the contractors for a job very well done. Okay, voters, yes, that was a problem. We shouldn't have people waiting in line for voters to vote, so we should interact with the registrar of voters for that. I'm also on the butterfly bandwagon. I'm not gonna swing at a pitch in the dirt regarding the Sharpneck case or Strut, but now, without further ado, I'd like to use the rest of my time. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. I have a clip. Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Harlan, and I were fortunate enough to go down to a parade in Newport Beach on the 12th of September to honor Olympians. And I was really honored to be the MC and to, with Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Harlan, to deliver the key to the city and some other goodies to April Ross, our great gold medal Olympian beach volleyball player who grew up here in Costa Mesa, still lives in Costa Mesa, apparently goes to a lot of donut places in Costa Mesa, and according to her Instagram. And anyway, we're very proud of her, and this is a clip of me presenting her with those items. From Costa Mesa, showing people what it takes to be an Olympic athlete and the people that you have behind you. And it was a great amount of pride for the city of Costa Mesa. So we got a lot of stuff for you. I got the key to the city of Costa Mesa. The key to the city. We have, and Jeff Harlan is here. Jeff Harlan from the east side. He's your council member on the east side of Costa Mesa. And Charlie's council member. Did you see her? She made a cameo. Yeah, he lives over between 22nd and 23rd. So, and also Manuel Chavez is in the audience somewhere, and he's back there, and he's a council member for the great city of Costa Mesa. We've never done this before, April. We have a special street sign that our Public Works Department did. April Ross Court. Get it? April Ross Court because of the volleyball court. And it's an Olympic 2020, so we've never had that before. And then something we also have somewhere a proclamation or a certificate. So we give this to a lot of people, but we don't give the key to the city to a lot of people, and we've never given something like this before. So let's all take a picture. Thank you, thank you. And Councilmember Harlan came right off the golf course to get there. So thank you to Councilmember Harlan and for your sacrifice and all your good service to the community. Okay, city manager report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. I just have a few updates for you this evening. First, I'd like to start by just introducing you to some important new hires within the city. As you know, we do have a new police chief. I am very proud of our selection. we have an extraordinary individual who has chosen to lead the Costa Mesa Police Department and the brave men and women that serve this incredible city. And you'll get to hear from him more this evening when we talk about the city's accomplishments. But we do have a new chief police, Chief Ron Lawrence, that has joined the team and is on his, I believe, his third week in the job. We've also made some significant hires in planning and building. And as you know, as demographics change, many of our employees are at the age where they are choosing retirement, and we need to bring on new talent and new staff to fill all of the important roles within the city. One of the most important positions that we have is the Assistant Director of Development Services. So we'll be introducing that individual next week. But I did want to introduce our first ever IT manager. It's a new position that was created in our IT strategic plan. It is a position that's key to ensuring that we can implement the 5-year strategic plan that you have adopted to ensure the completion of very important capital and infrastructure projects as it relates to technology, a new land management system, a new financial software system, replacing 20-year-old antiquated systems, and making sure that we can provide better service to the community, allow for online access, electronic plan check, and many other incredible functions. And so tonight I just wanted to have Michael Steinke introduce to you, who he's filling this role as the first IT manager, thereby allowing for some succession planning. In addition to our director, Steve Ely, he comes to us from the city of Wheat Ridge, Colorado. And prior to that, he worked in the city of Tustin. So he has roots in Orange County, and he has 19 years of leadership and IT experience in local government. And it will be a major asset to us as we move forward. Michael, can you stand? Then I just wanted to share a few brief things regarding COVID. The numbers have gotten better. As you know, last month, the numbers were starting to spike up, but thanks to everyone's efforts, I'm glad that the numbers have started to decline again. We're really happy about that. We did want to share the new requirements from the White House for weekly testing of any employees that are employed by employers that have more than 100 employees. So we'll be working with the county to understand how that will be rolled out and what the implementation will be. But we continue to make sure that we're trying to be as safe as possible, and of course, protecting our employees and then protecting the community that we serve. And so we'll have more information for you on that as well. Tonight, we're going to have a very special presentation. I'm hoping that if you're listening, you'll be able to stay online so that you can hear the conversation regarding the accomplishments for the city over the last 2 years. Each department head will be giving a presentation aligned with the 5 goals that our council has put forward, the 3-year goals that they developed at the last strategic plan. And again, this is all in anticipation of our full-day strategic planning retreat next week, which we're all very excited about, and we'd love for you to join us at. And then I just wanted to follow up on a few of the items that were discussed here on the dais. I'm going to start with, again, iterating that to our knowledge, and we just confirmed this with the owners, One Metro West has not been sold. I do believe that there is a confusion with the TBN site and the former Education First project. But we will be bringing forward a timeline for implementation of the ballot measure for Measure Y for sure. And so we will bring that back to you. The website will be updated for the most recent decisions from City Council on the project and other issues. I did want to express my support as well, and I think staff's very excited about the butterfly parks. And so we're all aligned on that. It's one of the new exciting projects that we'll be pursuing. And so Alma Reyes, who's in the audience, has been the lead on that. And so we will add a couple more parks to the list within within my contingency. So we'll see how many more we can get implemented, but that is very exciting indeed. I also wanted to mention that we will follow up with you, Councilmember Harper, on COLU and the SWOT analysis. It's, Jennifer Lee and I have already had that discussion, and so you will be hearing from Dan Inlows on that. And I think I share your concern on the recent buildup of trash along basically major freeways and corridors. So our on-ramps and off-ramps, it's a conversation I've had with our Director of Public Services. We've reached out to Caltrans, to the district rep for our region, and a meeting is being arranged as we speak because we agree we don't want that in our city. Sometimes our own maintenance crews will go out and clean that, but we want to make sure that they're taking responsibility for their rights of way. And then lastly, on the election, we just wanted to mention that that's all done. Those aren't decisions that are made by the city. It's done in concert with and in collaboration with the Orange County Registrar of Voters, and they make the decisions there. But we have absolutely provided feedback to them about the need for additional sites on election nights and also additional drop boxes. It's our understanding that they anticipated more voters would be voting by mail, and hence they did not anticipate quite the turnout on election night. And so that's a dialogue that's ongoing, and we will be placing the infrastructure projects update probably online. Raja provides a monthly update, every single project in the CIP in every category for several years, and the status, design, construction, completion, et cetera. And so we'll be happy to put that on the web. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. City Attorney report, Ms. Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to do a brief update on a couple of matters that the public has heard about. On September 8th, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed the decision regarding Yellowstone Sober Living Home and City of Costa Mesa, on which the city prevailed with a minor exception concerning a cost order. That means the city won.
Yay.
Very, very important victory. Many cases still pending. Something that just happened today on that, I haven't even had a chance to update the council yet, but we did get a petition for rehearing en banc of the entire Ninth Circuit panel of that matter. That was filed today. So I'll keep you abreast on that. The decision that was made was rendered by a 3-judge panel. What the petition that was filed today does is request that a much larger panel of 11 judges of the Ninth Circuit consider the matter. They don't do that very often, but we'll keep you apprised about that. And also, on the same day, September 8th, the city prevailed in opposing temporary restraining order application concerning implementation of our cannabis permit process. So we're batting 1,000 so far, and let's keep it up. All I have.
We batted 1,000 on September 8th. Okay.
Yes.
So now, moving forward, we have our consent calendar. All matters listed in the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There will be no separate discussion regarding these items unless members of the city council, staff, or public request any item to be pulled and therefore discussed and voted on separately. City Clerk, Madam Clerk, are there any requests for any consent calendar items to be pulled by either the public, staff, or council?
Mr. Mayor, I have received none.
All right, that's wonderful. Okay, so then at this point, I'll entertain a motion on the consent calendar. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Mar, second by Councilmember Reynolds. And it looks like Councilmember Chavez wants to get in there in some form and fashion. It's a mistake. It's a mistake? Okay, good. Okay, that's it. That's to approve the consent calendar item. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
It's just that easy. Way to go. Okay, now we're going to go to new business, item number 1, which we've shuffled the deck here. That's going to be the first thing that we talk about. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is the status of City Council strategic plan goals and objectives and report regarding key achievements for fiscal year 2019-2020 and fiscal year 2020-21. Thank you.
So who should I call on for this presentation? Is that the city manager?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
She will open this up for us.
Yeah, Ms. Farrell Harrison, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I am very excited to bring this item before you. I couldn't be more proud of everything that we've accomplished over the past 2 years. All of us, that you as mayor and city council, staff, our incredible community, our nonprofit organizations, our faith-based community, all of the residents that give so tirelessly to the city through the commissions and the committees and active representation at all of our meetings. It's been quite past 2 years here, and we wanted to have the opportunity to share with you some of the major achievements from 2019 through today that we were able to accomplish despite unprecedented civil unrest, despite a global pandemic, and despite a financial crisis. So as you know, this upcoming Monday, September 27th, we will have the full-day strategic planning retreat. This will be the second strategic planning session that we've held this year. This retreat will focus on the 5 overarching goals and priorities that our city council has identified as being the guide, the roadmap for all of the work that we do over the next 3 years. A significant component of this work next week will be an analysis of the city's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, basically what's called a SWOT analysis. But quite honestly, my favorite part is discussing the city's major accomplishments. Oftentimes, our focus is on what has not yet been done and what we still need to accomplish. But I believe that in order to move forward in a positive and in a bold direction, we must take a pause, sit back, and actually take inventory of the tremendous accomplishments we've all made, all of us together, staff and council, the community, all of our incredible partners, the commissions and committees, and everything that makes Costa Mesa such a great place. So in anticipation of the retreat next week, staff from our city departments has prepared a comprehensive presentation for you tonight of the main accomplishments of the city. I'll warn you that the report is robust, and that is because we've done a great amount of work that we should all be proud of. It remains my greatest honor and privilege to be the city manager for the great city of Costa Mesa. In particular, it has been a tremendous honor to work with a mayor and council that is, quite honestly, very smart, very dedicated, and as compassionate as you are. As staff, we often joke about how we need to make sure these staff reports are well-written and that they all make good sense, because we know that you read them. You'll often cite from the floor on page 125, I noticed the this and the that, and we know that you are extremely committed and very detail-oriented, and you do a great job on behalf of the citizens. Your leadership during at least my tenure at the city has been nothing short of extraordinary and bold, creative, hugely impactful. And I'd just like to say that the employees of this great city have done a prolific amount of work achieving these goals while undergoing unprecedented circumstances, sometimes working from home, sometimes working in City Hall, often being called to go back home or come in short notice. Our public safety teams working around the clock at the height of the pandemic, some of them even falling ill and having to mandate people to come back to work. It's been quite a ride, but I'm honored to lead this incredible executive team and the 9 departments that operate every day with such integrity and dedication. And so before we start the actual discussion of the accomplishments, we just wanted to share with you a short video that our award-winning Costa Mesa TV team has put together. It's a promo of what makes Costa Mesa so Costa-mazing. with that, we'll turn it over to our discussion of our accomplishments in each respective goal. And we're going to start with our illustrious dynamic duo here, our police chief, Ron Lawrence, and our fire chief, Dan Stefano, to talk about all of the accomplishments in the area of public safety. Chief Stefano?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, city staff, and community, it's a great opportunity to be here. And before we get into the larger pieces of this, I want to say what an honor it is to be part of this amazing team. And I think that's what's going to resonate tonight. You're going to get a snapshot of the accomplishments that have taken place throughout the course of the past couple of years. You're going to hear from the department heads, the department directors. But I think what's important to identify is that each one of us has an incredibly talented staff behind us at every position throughout our organizations. And it's not carried out without the people that are part of us as a team. And that's something that's recognized by the city leadership team. That's something that's recognized by our incredible city manager, who's just an exceptional leader. And of course, by you, setting the stage, supporting the efforts, providing the guidance, and really helping drive our mission. So I just want to say thank you. And again, it's an honor to be part of this incredible team. Much ahead. As far as the first goal that we're going to talk about tonight, it's going to be a tag team effort with our new police chief, Chief Ron Lawrence, who I've had the pleasure to get to know in a short amount of time, and he has certainly hit the ground running. We already have a strong partnership, seamless partnership with our brothers and sisters in blue, and I'm excited that that's going to continue in the days ahead. As far as when we talk about public safety, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that we are coming back and coming through an unprecedented time frame. We're all aware of COVID. We are all aware of the navigation of that piece. But as we take the time to go back and look for a moment, before COVID became national news, Costa Mesa was right at the tip of the spear. And we engaged at all levels, whether it be the public safety elements, whether it be through the city council. Everyone was running and on point, and we haven't stopped. And public safety in particular has been at the forefront, responding to emergency calls, doing a lot of background work. It's been a challenging time, there's no question. So I am so incredibly proud of the professional men and women that serve in public safety, both in police and fire. It's certainly the reality of it. It takes a big toll. It's taken a toll on everyone in the community. It's taken its toll on everyone throughout the entire world. But I just want to, emphasize that piece. Our men and women that have been on the front lines certainly have done an incredible job, and particularly here in Costa Mesa, the best of the best. As we look at the metrics, we're going to just provide some overviews as far as we talk about fire, and then we'll transition, as I said, into police. As we talk about our fire metrics, our call volumes stayed essentially the same levels that they were. We had a pause as we came into COVID, and part of that pause when we talk about emergency response, there was a pause in the March, April, May timeframe when everyone was trying to wrap their heads around, hey, are we going to be taking people to hospitals? The hospitals were starting to get saturated. There was concern if you were going to be more healthy going to the hospital or staying at home. And so once we together navigated through those important pieces, I think we were all able to get a handle on what we could do and couldn't do. But our responses did hit a point in time, and that was not just here in Costa Mesa, not just here in Orange County, it was throughout the state. And so the numbers, we did have about a 7% drop overall in terms of our calls, and that was all equated to that 1 quarter area that we had. In terms of our activities remain the same and exceeded. We still conducted inspections, some even virtually, and you'll hear from the building department some of their inspections as well. So we continued the business operations as best we could. Over 1,000 inspections that we conducted throughout this course in time. Plan checks were at 1,000, which is another part of we take place in part of the larger community risk reduction and the partnership we have with the building department. As we look at the different calls that we run all types of calls. We're considered an all-hazard and all-risk agency when we talk about fire. People think about, well, you run fire. We run about 70% of our calls are specifically related to EMS, emergency medical services. But we do run a number of fires, about 250 fires a year that we run on. And then a number of other calls, technical rescues, good intent calls, public service calls, a wide range. One of the key areas that we focused on as of late are the response to statewide master mutual aid incidents. And the wildfires that have been ongoing over the course of the past couple of years, we've responded to over 27 wildfires up and down the state. And the master mutual aid system is a great system. It's the most robust system, not only in the United States, but throughout the world. And what it allows us to do is very strategically and in a way that's very organized, present the resources to the incidents throughout the state in a shared manner. So right now, Northern California's been burning, so we supply a lot of resources up north, but we still maintain our home bases here at home. We're going to see with the Santa Ana winds coming in over the course of the next couple months, a lot more fire activity coming down south. But for us, over the course of the past couple of years, 27 wildfire responses for us outside of our area. That included over 200 days for our personnel to be off-site somewhere else, in addition to maintaining our calls and our resources and the safety of Costa Mesa here at home. And that safety was seamless. Again, we send resources out, we backfill, we're reimbursed through the state for those resources. We don't have any gaps here in the city, so we retain that same level of customer service as far as the city goes. The other key component that we got involved in, and we played a leadership role, specifically Costa Mesa and the Orange County Fire Service, was when we got into the position of helping with vaccinations. What was the solution to this COVID pandemic that took place on a regional scale, on a state scale? Here at Orange County level, the Orange County Fire Service took a leadership role, not just in coming up with a method to take care of the public safety personnel, but to take care of the communities here at home. And so we worked not only the hands-on front lines providing the vaccinations, but also the leadership. The leadership, we initiated the first sub-pods in Orange County to vaccinate all of our public safety personnel. And then we played an instrumental role, along with our brothers and sisters in blue, an instrumental role across the street over at the fairgrounds. Again, with pod management, working with partners throughout Anaheim, with the Anaheim pod, and then South County and the South County pods. So a very key role we played. We stepped up in a big, big way. But that doesn't happen if we don't have the support here on the front lines. And again, I come back to the council being supportive every step of the way, the leadership that Lorianne's provided, and the support. That's how we get things done. Providing support, figuring out what resources we need, and then helping provide those resources. And the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Chief Lawrence, I just want to commend again, as we talk about the collective peace, we've got an incredible engaged community in Costa Mesa. I mean, the flavor and the power and the passion is there, and that's something very special. That carries through to each and every member of this team, in the city team, and it carries through to the council. It was evident when we had different events that went on throughout COVID, and at different points in time, each one of the council members were out at different events, whether it was taking care of the opportunity to look for opportunities to help the community, help with the food efforts, get out and help businesses get back on their feet. Whatever it was, this city council was engaged start to finish, and that's something to be very proud of. It's certainly something that I'm proud of, and I'm just honored to be part of this Costa Mesa family. It's an amazing thing. And so again, I'll turn it over here to my partner in public safety. I'll step back up in a moment, but I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, members of the council, I echo what Chief Stefano has commented about the collaboration. I've only been here 2 weeks, but as your police chief for 2 weeks, I continue to be amazed at the way the city operates under the great leadership of our city manager, the city council, the staff. And I'm an outsider now coming into this family, new member, and I'm speaking from a very fresh objective. And having 31 years experience, I can tell you Costa Mesa is doing amazing things and getting a lot of things right. As your police chief, I'm pleased to present just a small, brief summary of the many accomplishments made by the women and men of the Costa Mesa Police Department. You deserve to be very proud of these accomplishments. Like the fire chief, we'll start with our police metrics, and this is really some amazing numbers. You look at 2018, the yellow graph there represents our calls for service. This is where a resource was dispatched out into the community for some level of service or need. And if you think about that, just a minute, I'll take a pause. If you look at 2020, 128,414 calls for service. That's about 352 average per day, or somewhere around 14 to 15 each hour Now, it's not always that cookie cutter clean, but spread throughout the day. That's a lot. It's a very busy staff we've got. The purple represents our 911 calls, our emergency calls for service, and the green are our non-emergency calls for service. And what I really want to take a minute to highlight here is that 98% of our 911 calls were answered within 10 seconds, and this far exceeds the industry standard, which is 90%. Our 911 center do amazing things. When they're behind that console and they're dispatching, they're dealing with emotional people on the phone and dealing with the chaos of the moment. They're incredible. I watched one of them give instructions on how to give CPR just last week over the phone. It was incredible. So they do great work. In our area of quality of life in the police department, we've worked with code enforcement to address unlicensed dispensaries. We served 21 search warrants at different unlicensed dispensaries and closed them down in a joint effort with code enforcement, our fire department, city attorney, and our State Bureau of Cannabis Control. Our community policing unit has been more visible in Costa Mesa with our bicycle patrols. Our CPU officers are part of the network of homeless solutions, and through that partnership, offer resources to those in need. It also has been a part of targeted hotel inspections to address ongoing issues, especially at challenging and repeat locations. Partnerships in those inspections include the Network for Homeless Solutions, Code Enforcement, Fire and Rescue, Orange County Health Care Agency, and the Probation Department. Our DUI checkpoints are something pretty special here in Costa Mesa. We take DUI enforcement very seriously. We use that to educate our community on the dangers of drinking under the influence of alcohol and drugs, and our checkpoints are funded by a grant from the Office of Traffic Safety. Our DUI checkpoints resulted in 10 DUI arrests and 6 citations for unlicensed drivers just last weekend. In 2019, the department arrested 560 impaired drivers in the city. In 2020, we arrested 425 arrests. And after reestablishing our DUI enforcement team just this year in 2021, we've already made 795 arrests for DUI in Costa Mesa. During the summer of 2020, the department monitored demonstrations in the city. These were peaceful demonstrations where the department maintained open lines of communications with the organizers to ensure a safe environment for the participants and the public. The department used news releases and social media to inform the community that Costa Mesa PD supports those exercising their First Amendment rights, but we will not tolerate violence, vandalism, destruction of property. I'd like to take just a moment and extend the police department's gratitude for the partnership we have with our code enforcement team and Jennifer Lee. Their assistance in addressing many issues is integral to our enforcement efforts, including the shutdown of unpermitted group homes. And I would invite our city attorney, Kim Barlow, if she would like to speak just a minute on the legal successes we've had in this area.
Thank you, Chief. Yes, the city has been very successful, both at the code enforcement level and in litigation on this point. And without code enforcement and their hard work and the police department, the litigation would not have been as successful as it was. So it truly was a team effort. We have closed down 8 unlicensed, illegally operating group homes just in the last year. And we have successfully had 5 operators ordered to close their doors, as well as 2 actually, who agreed to close their doors as a result of our litigation. And so the code enforcement team and the police department were really integral to that effort. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. This next one I'm pretty excited about, illegal fireworks, because there's not a city in California that doesn't grapple with this issue, and I'm amazed at the numbers in Costa Mesa. In 2019, the department's special investigations team, along with patrol officers and our fire department, seized approximately 4,500 pounds of illegal fireworks and made several arrests. That's a street value of about $25,000. In 2020, there were 200 pounds of illegal fireworks seized, and in 2021, 1,706 pounds of illegal fireworks seized. Those are amazing numbers and a huge success. Moving to enhancements to our emergency operations and response, we had the ability to leverage technology over the last few years. Costa Mesa is one of the first cities in Southern California to have the ability to send out wireless emergency alerts through an integrated public alert and warning system. These urgent alerts, usually a county resource, are sent out to cell phones based on geographic location and depending on what the emergency is. Our Emergency Services Administrator, Jason Dempsey, delivers quarterly emergency and disaster preparedness workshops for City Hall leadership and the City Council to prepare and improve the city's response to emergencies. This ensures the city leadership understands its vulnerabilities so that they can be addressed quickly and appropriately. City Hall now has a handbook that's updated regularly with contact information of City Hall staff and external partners and organizations for quick access to those in need during an emergency and crisis. This level of networking is important to meet the demands of a unified and timely response. There have been many recent upgrades in our Emergency Operations Center, including televisions and radios for better communications, interoperability, and situational awareness. The Emergency Services Administrator has also secured equipment valued at $1.4 million using the 1033 program, a law enforcement support program sponsored by the federal government. Crucial public safety equipment procured included a vehicle for our Investigative Services Bureau, emergency power items such as multi-fuel generators and public safety radios, as well as other vital public safety equipment. The Emergency Services Administrator is also developing our local hazard mitigation plan, which currently is undergoing through administrative review and will be completed shortly. We also coordinated with the Orange County Health Care Agency, county and city staff, our fire department, and local other fire departments to facilitate testing and vaccination sites in Costa Mesa at multiple locations, including the Fairgrounds, Senior Center, and National University. We're partnering with the Finance Department for cost recovery through FEMA and Cal OES, and our current projections expected to exceed $4 million. We've developed a continuity of operations plan that will ensure essential city functions are identified, prioritized, and addressed in an emergency. The purpose of the continuity of operations plan, or COOP, is the uninterrupted continuity of each city's department essential functions in the aftermath of an emergency so that the city can serve its community without interruption. That plan is currently being developed for each department within the city with the cooperation of department directors and their respective staffs. With the tremendous support of City Council and focus on public safety, the police department has made some significant multi-million-dollar improvements and enhancements in our capability to protect and serve our community. We're in the process of remodeling the firearms range and now looking over those planned designs. Once construction starts, we anticipate it'll take between 4 and 6 months to complete. In 2019, we introduced texting capabilities to our 911 center and implemented throughout Orange County. Calling 911 in case of an emergency is always best over the phone, but if someone cannot call, now they can use their phone to text 911 to our center. The police department continuously upgrades our security cameras, with one major upgrade accomplished in December of 2019. There are new cameras installed around the department, and we are still working on switching some analog cameras to digital at this time. New equipment approved by City Council in April for more body-worn cameras and associated equipment, including in-car camera install, which was accomplished last fiscal year, and all patrol vehicles are now outfitted with updated in-car cameras. Last year, our body-worn cameras were implemented, and this was an important move for the department to assist us in being transparent with the public. Our policy, we have a policy on body-worn cameras, is available to the public, and it's posted on our website, available for anybody to see. Our City Council approved the purchase and financing of a mobile command vehicle, which is an essential piece of responding to multi-casualty and multi-agency incidents. It's important to make sure the mobile command vehicle is outfitted correctly to serve the needs of first responders and must be capable to function at times as a command post or an emergency operations center. We're currently reviewing the specifications of the mobile command vehicle and working out details for purchase. Before I turn this back over to Chief Stefano, I want to for him to conclude the public safety portion. I want to thank you again, City Council, and our City Manager for your unwavering support of public safety. This truly is Costa Amazing, and I'm proud to be your police chief. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. And I'll just add on to the mobile command vehicle. I've got to add on to that piece. That's been one that's been out there for a few years, but that is a piece of equipment that is incredibly important in terms of providing us the ability to have a true command post in any emergency. It became evident during the civil unrest as of late. I've been on a number of incidents where we needed a mobile command vehicle, and while it is out of the police department shop. It's something that's a joint resource for public safety and can be used in any emergency. As we finish up the critical infrastructure for us and we look at the different elements, we are so grateful for Fire Station 1 and what that's provided for us, a 60-year-old fire station, and that's been a platform for us to step into Fire Station 2 over at Baker that we actually did a walkthrough today with prospective bidders. And so that process is moving forward, and that was identified by this council and approved by this council to move forward with the design process. So certainly we look forward to that in the weeks and months ahead as that progresses. In terms of our apparatus, and we talk about having the critical infrastructure to provide the services, the standard for a fire engine in terms of lifespan is 15 years, and then the potential for 5 years of a reserve fire apparatus. We, for a period of time, some years ago, had apparatus that was pushing 30 years. It was frequently in maintenance, and we had a lot of issues. This council has embraced and supported public safety. We received our 3rd Pierce fire engine. We are now set to get our 4th Pierce fire engine and our Pierce truck. That's going to bring the fleet up to speed and certainly set us well into the future. And then additionally, we made arrangements with the state Cal OES agency, and we were provided an assignment. You have to go through a strenuous process to be assigned an piece of emergency apparatus from Cal OES. And so we've been assigned a Type 1 city fire engine. We've now been assigned a Type 3 wildland engine, and most recently a Type 6, which is another type of wildland fire engine. What that does for us, it allows us to send those engines out when we respond across the state, keep our resources here at home, but still provide a good solid backup of reserve apparatus as well. So the critical infrastructure is just that, critical, and we are certainly on the pathway. The last thing I'll end on is my thanks again. We talk about critical infrastructure. We look at the key components as we look at fire and rescue, and public safety is the same. We look at the most important piece of our package is our people and how we take care of our people, those that serve and those who we serve. And we put a lot of emphasis into that and a lot of effort into that. And there's no question that this council recognizes it and it's appreciated. Certainly Lorianne has recognized that, and the entire staff. Everything that we do in public safety involves every single other member in each department area. We do not move forward if we don't have that collaborative environment. Every element, whether it's finance and Carol's team, whether it's Raja, who you're going to hear from in a minute, and his efforts with development services, whether it's Jennifer Lee's team in our inspection process, whether it's Brenda Green and the day-to-day operations she's providing. Every single element is entwined in what we do. We're grateful for it. We appreciate it that it's recognized, and we'll continue to carry public safety as a priority. We thank you for doing so. So again, appreciate the time, and I will now yield it to the gentleman who needs no introduction, our very own Raja Sethuraman. Raja.
Raja. You know what? We're gonna let people have a little bit of anticipation, because we're gonna take a much needed break right now. Okay, so right after the break, like Ryan Seacrest, right after the break, Raja Sethuraman. 10-minute break. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to the chiefs for their wonderful presentation. And now, without further ado, from our Public Works Department Director, Raja Setharaman. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor, City Council members, staff, City Manager, Costa Mesa community, I'll be presenting our accomplishments on your goal, maintain and enhance the city's infrastructure, facilities, equipment, and technology. So before I go through, I want to echo what Chief Stefano said. None of these would be possible without your leadership, without your direction. Through your budget, you identify projects that we implement, and our incredible city manager and the leadership team together cooperate on many of these projects. The city has an award-winning public services team that not only delivered major projects recently, but were also recognized by their peers with various awards. Arlington Drive Bioswale. This has an outstanding environmental engineering award. City Hall EV charging stations, outstanding energy project. Permanent bridge shelter on Airway, outstanding small project. Again, small, it's because it's a dollar value of less than $5 million. Donald Dungan Library, outstanding architectural engineering projects. These projects and many others have the distinction of being on time and on budget. We have several projects that are currently in design phase. And these include $2.8 million improvements for Jack Hammett Sports Park. These improvements include more parking spaces, storage buildings, and accessibility improvements. $1.6 million for the police department range remodel, as Chief Lawrence mentioned. This project brings this range to meet current standards. One of the important goals identified by the council is to invest in active transportation. Several projects are in the works, including a major project for active transportation enhancements on Adams Avenue corridor. A $2.9 million upgrades that includes improvements at Adams and Pine Creek intersection, as well as Adams Avenue between Fairview and Harbor to improve bike lanes and pedestrian access to OCC, adjacent to OCC. And $10 million in active transportation improvements to Adams between Royal Palm and Santa Ana River. We recently came to you and you approved undergrounding on Adams, on a portion of that corridor. So that's part of that $10 million. We have several projects that are underway in the west side as part of the West Side Restoration Project. And this includes new bike racks, beautification, placemaking, bike lanes, sharrows, and other pedestrian enhancements. We are working on a rehabilitation project for the entire 5-mile stretch of North and South Newport frontage roads between Bristol and 19th Street with an estimated cost of $5.3 million. So these improvements include new pavement, storm drain, and bicycle facility improvements. And I want to point out that this is all being done despite the COVID issues we are having. We deal with it on every day in construction. For example, our elevator project got delayed because one of the technicians got COVID and had to work on this. We had supply chain issues. But despite all that challenges, we are continuing to meet the goals. The public services team is proud of its recently completed projects, and these include the council chamber upgrade, where we are sitting right now, $2.7 million to technology and facilities to these chambers, to conference room 1A, and the community room. $4.4 million for the bridge shelter. Merrimack Way active transportation improvements. Very proud of this project. This is the first Class 4 bicycle facility in the city. It includes a pedestrian crossing signal, pavement rehabilitation, and landscape improvements. Lions Park projects. It's a $38 million investment in the west side, and that includes the new library, Norma Herzog Center, and the Lions Park playground. And we have the first public charging stations in the city at the city hall. So the investments that you have approved and we implemented has paid dividends. Just in the last 3 years, over 10 million square feet of new pavement was improved. In addition to street pavement, sidewalks, curbs, and gutters were also improved. This has resulted in the city scoring a PCI of 86.5, which is an excellent category among the ratings. So that's the highest rating you can get on the PCI. And our value of PCI is second highest among cities that have over 100,000 population. We have improved over 300,000 square feet of alleys in the last 3 years. Over the past 12 years, we have improved 105 of the 130 alleys in the city. At this rate, we'll be done with all the alleys by 2025. And when I say we improved, these are done in concrete. They would last the next 100 years. So it's long-lasting improvements that we are making. We have added 13,000 feet of new medians. You see them even recently on Fairview Road that the mayor acknowledged. This helps in preventing some major accidents like broadside and also help in controlling speeds. So the city is making significant investment in transportation, especially in the area of active transportation. But that's not all. We are conducting many studies, several studies, to identify needed improvements in the community. Our community is very engaging, very active, and looking for for us to address various issues. And the studies include local road safety plan, pedestrian master plan, and a citywide parking study. We have held several community meetings on all these studies, and will be coming to you shortly in future meetings for direction on these various issues, various topics. We have improved over 7 miles of bicycle facilities. Several more are in the pipeline. We have added 96 bike racks, and additional ones are on the way. We have captured $3 million in grant funding over the past 3 years to improve traffic signal infrastructure in the city, throughout the city. Other cities have spent their own money to do these things. We have done quite a bit of signal work using grant funds. And these improvements also help active transportation by adding pedestrian countdown heads, audible pedestrian push buttons, cameras to detect bicycles, and modifying signal timing to allow for increased pedestrian and bicycle crossing times. I want to point out one of the important functions of public services is maintenance. Our maintenance division is responsible for all parks, streets, facilities, and equipment. And I want to shout out to our maintenance team who, throughout the COVID, when people were working from home, they showed up to work every day doing the maintenance work. We own and maintain over 24,000 trees in the city, 463 acres of parks, fields, parkways, and medians. Our fleet section, they maintain over 330 vehicles and range all types, from motorcycles to large fire apparatus. Our maintenance team has the reputation of cleaning up graffiti efficiently, and we're recognized for that many times. Over the past 3 years, they have responded to over 3,700 calls, and most of them are addressed within hours. We have installed catch basin filters to catch debris before it enters into the storm drain. and we have implemented this on all major corridors. In addition, prior to rainy season, our street crews clean up, vacuum every single storm drain, all 1,100 storm drains throughout the city. In addition, our street crews have removed over 8,500 bulky items, furniture and mattresses that were left in our right-of-way over the past 3 years. So we've been quite busy. 2 years ago, the City Council identified energy and sustainability as an important goal and created the position of Energy and Sustainability Manager. We are proud of various accomplishments that were achieved during the past 18 months. Over 6,000 streetlights were replaced with LED as part of an SCE program. This has resulted in initial credit of $500,000 and an annual savings of $80,000. We received a grant of $160,000 for the purchase of a zero-emission bus that will be used for the senior center. We received grants of over $200,000 towards the construction of the charging stations that are out in front. Our sustainability manager hosted educational webinars on organic waste and on Earth Day. I started the presentation as public services being an award-winning team, and we have a couple more awards that we are proud of. Costa Mesa is awarded as Tree City USA by the Arbor Day Foundation. Just last year, we planted over 175 trees in cities' parks and parkways. Finally, we are proud of the LEED's Gold City designation awarded by the U.S. Green Building Council to Costa Mesa for its sustainability efforts on various fronts. We are one of the 4 cities in the nation and first in Orange County to get this recognition in 2020. This is in addition to receiving LEED Gold certification for 3 city buildings. So in closing, I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate our city manager's leadership and our team, entire team, for everything that I have listed. And thank you very much for indulging me with this presentation on public services accomplishments. And I'll pass this on to our IT Director, Steve Ely.
Honorable Mayor, City Council. The Costa Mesa IT department is a full city service department, meaning that we serve all departments, including police and fire. The department has made several investments in technology. For instance, Planet Bids. Planet Bids is an online software used to post requests for proposals, RFPs, and also respond to submit their bids electronically. Land Management System by Tyler Technologies. We're working with the Development Services Department to replace the outdated, unsupported system currently used by department staff. Waitwhile. Waitwhile, a people queuing system, was installed to eliminate lines and encourage social distancing for when City Hall reopened to the public while still in the pandemic. The system also provides analytics to improve the customer service experience. And at this point, we think that Waitwhile is going to be a standard for the city. New Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP. We are working with the Finance Department to begin the procurement process to implement a new financial system to replace our 26-year-old PeopleSoft system. Granicus Legistar. We worked with the City Clerk's Office to implement Granicus Legistar, our new online agenda management system. Zoom. We were early adopters of Zoom meetings at the beginning of the pandemic. Because of this, the city clerk has been asked by other cities to show them how we use it during our city meetings. Budget software. We are working with the Finance Department to assist them with their new budgetary reporting software. The department has also been engaged in several network improvements. The installation of the network at the bridge shelter, VPN, virtual private network. When the pandemic hit and it was clear that city staff needed to telecommute, IT set up virtual private networks for all employees who needed to work from home. We purchased 150 laptops in a 2-week period, set them up, and distributed them to all employees. Wi-Fi coverage at City Hall. We rebuilt Wi-Fi coverage at City Hall and the police department to ensure full building coverage, which meant that we ended up putting in over what's called 72 endpoints or antennas within these buildings. PC upgrades, 280 desktops. We finished phase 1 of the desktop installment and almost finished phase 2 of the PC upgrades, which provide greater efficiencies for the employees. Our backup system. We also upgraded our backup system for both City Hall and Police Department to ensure viable backups for disaster recovery. The upgrade cut back on our backup time in half, so recovery is that much quicker. Information technology metrics, help desk. IT manages a help desk for all technology calls. For example, we have over 1,200 programming tickets and 4,800 networking tickets resolved within the 18 to 20 year period. The updates to the PCs, the refresh, reduce the need for computer assistance, thereby reducing our help desk volume by 27%. Seamless docs. We introduced Seamless Docs, an online document and electronic signature software, into our environment. Each year since the implementation we've seen a significant increase of employees' use from the year before, and we're now at about 140% total increase since we started with the Seamless Docs system. The next biggest thing is cybersecurity within the department. On an average, this city receives over 56,000 potential attacks in a week, all of which need to be vetted and eliminated. We do this by leveraging multiple layers of security, using security appliances and software. We also use security training software to help staff recognize phishing attempts. For example, not too long ago, the city clerk received an email from the city manager's office asking to purchase $5,000 in gift cards, instructing them not to tell anybody that it was a secret. The city clerk recognized what it was, notified IT and the city manager's office, and the phishing email was deleted. We train employees by using security software, sending out phishing emails internally to see if anybody's going to click on the link or attachments. When an employee does click on a link and attachments, and they do, they are notified by the system of what they did, and then it sends them a short video to show them what to do next time in that situation. Just recently, Jason Dempsey, the city's emergency service administrator, organized a briefing with the Orange County Intelligence Assessment Center, OCAIAC. The OCAIAC representative briefed management on what the current threat landscapes looks like in municipalities. It was a very eye-opening experience and solidifies the need to train and have direct processes in place. And at this point, I'd like to thank council for their support in IT and the leadership of our city manager. And at this point, I'd like to introduce Jennifer Lee from Development Services.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. I'll be presenting this evening regarding City Council's goal to diversify, stabilize, and increase housing to reflect community needs. The planning and development environment in Costa Mesa and citywide has experienced an unprecedented change over the last few years, with a myriad of housing-related regulations being approved at the state level, as well as changes in our community's housing needs on the ground. Costa Mesa has made significant strides in addressing homelessness, long-range planning for the future, and ensuring Costa Mesa plans for housing options for all segments of our community. I'll begin with a brief summary of planning and development metrics. Our planning and building public counter in Costa Mesa is one of the busiest in Orange County, with an average of 15,000 in-person public counter visitors per year. With the closures experienced during the COVID pandemic, the city still received over 16,000 customer contacts via email, phone, and online portals. In addition to our busy customer service counter, staff are bringing approximately 130 development application items to the Planning Commission and City Council each year. Our professional building staff conduct 1,500 plan checks per year, and we issue over 3,000 building permits each year. Our building safety inspection staff conduct approximately 28,000 inspections per year. And in the last 2 years alone, 500 new housing units have been approved and completed, with over 1,100 new housing units completed in the current housing element cycle over the past several years. And this is in addition to major commercial construction projects like the new Vans office headquarters expansion, Anduril office headquarters at the press site, and the Orange County Museum of the Arts, both under construction as we speak. Costa Mesa boasts a healthy and a fast-paced planning and development environment. In addition to our high-octane day-to-day development services operations, the city has also pushed forward a number of important long-range policy planning efforts. First, understanding the significant policy work that would be coming our way, we proactively applied for state grant funds and received $650,000 in SB2 and LEAP grant funds to be used for long-range planning for housing. In early 2019, the City Council approved the city's first small cell wireless ordinance and design guidelines to respond to community concerns about the proliferation and aesthetics of these installations in residential neighborhoods. The City Council adopted a well thought out ordinance that both complied with federal regulations and addressed our local residents' concerns. In 2019, and then revised in 2020, the City Council adopted its first ordinances allowing for accessory dwelling units. Accessory dwelling units are largely viewed as a way to promote additional, more affordable housing units in established residential neighborhoods without impacting the fabric of the neighborhood. Since the council adopted these ordinances, the number of ADU applications received by the city per year have doubled. In addition to ADUs, the city participated heavily in the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA process, in 2019 and 2020. Last year, the council approved and directed staff to submit an appeal of the methodology and Costa Mesa's RHNA allocation of 11,760 housing units to be planned for over the next 8 years. Although the city's appeal was denied, as were all other appeals by Orange County cities, staff has continued to work closely with the state as to expectations and the future RHNA process. While submitting our appeal and managing the COVID pandemic at the same time, staff also began preparing the city's 2021 to 2029 general plan housing element update. The housing element is essentially the city's high-level blueprint for housing-related policy and action items over the next 8 years. And we began that process with a significant community outreach effort. For the first time, the city used outreach tools like Zoom, supported by our IT department, to hold online community meetings during the pandemic, and we provided informational materials and held those meetings in both English and Spanish also for the first time. The city has completed a public review draft housing element, and council directed staff at the last study session to submit that draft to the state for review. Ultimately, the housing element will come back to the City Council for final approval, and it will result in several additional long-range plan updates over the next 3 years that promote good neighborhood planning and more affordable housing. The City Council also proactively engaged the state regarding the future use of the Fairview Development Center site. As you may recall, at the very beginning of the pandemic, the city's attorney's office engaged the state and the federal government in litigation regarding the use of the Fairview Development Center to house COVID-19 patients without a proper plan. I'd like at this time to invite our city attorney, Kim Barlow, to comment on that litigation.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lee. Yes, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. That was a wonderful and slightly unexpected decision that the council made to direct us to move forward with that effort. At the time, COVID was still new in California. We knew that there were patients who had been diagnosed with this, at that time, untreatable, uncurable disease, who were in Northern California, and the state and federal government came up with a plan to just move them to Costa Mesa without a plan. Thinking that was not a good idea, we did engage in that litigation, and it was happily a success. And it allowed not only for Costa Mesa not to be the epicenter of COVID in Southern California, but allowed the city to plan for and be sort of ahead of the curve with respect to responding to COVID-19 as a result of how much we learned about that disease and what was going on and not going on at the government level. So that was a very happy result of the council's very wise direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Following our success, the council created a Fairview Development Center ad hoc committee and held multiple meetings with the state representatives and ultimately made specific recommendations to the state for the reuse of Fairview Development Center for housing. And these recommendations are reflected in the draft housing element being submitted to the state. Next, at the direction of the City Council, staff also initiated preparation of an inclusionary housing ordinance, which will be presented to the City Council for further direction. And lastly, last year, the City Council adopted a moratorium on whole home short-term rentals in response to resident concerns regarding community impacts. Staff has initiated the preparation of a short-term rentals program for permitting and overseeing short-term rentals, which will be presented to the Council for further direction. On top of our day-to-day operations and significant policy planning work, Development Services have pivoted and flexed and reallocated our resources to address the impacts of the pandemic. The City Council adopted a moratorium on both commercial and residential tenant evictions during the pandemic. The City Council also adopted a 24-month extension of discretionary planning entitlements to provide some certainty to the development community and allow developers who were already in the process additional time to respond to pandemic conditions. The City Council relaxed requirements allowing food banks, drive-thrus, and curbside food services to address food security concerns at the beginning of the pandemic. And the council suspended the 30-day stay limit for short-term occupancy motels in response to pandemic conditions. Last but not least, for the first time, staff conducted virtual building inspections and maintained its service goals of next-day building inspections throughout the pandemic. The city also allowed for online and electronic application submittals to ensure city business kept running despite the pandemic. Despite many obstacles over the last 2 years, our Planning and Development Services Department have overcome and made significant strides towards planning for housing accessible to all segments of our community and toward addressing homelessness. With that, I'd like to thank the council and the city manager for their support and for the dedication to the goals that we all share. And with that, I will turn it over to Susan Price, our Assistant City Manager. Thank you.
Good evening, Costa Mesa. and to our honorable mayor and city council members and our esteemed leadership here tonight. A lot has been covered in all of the different things that our departments have been working on. And one of the crown jewels for our city that really embodies multiple years of effort is the airway shelter, the permanent site for Costa Mesa's bridge shelter at 3175 Airway. I want to just take a moment to thank everyone, literally everyone, who participated in making this a reality, going back to the mid-2007 Homeless Task Force that was created, to the Network for Homeless Solutions, to the City Council, this one and the one before it even, and all of our department heads. It was no small task, and not, of course, being able to predict that we would be under the year of COVID, that we would be transitioning in effect from the Lighthouse Church, which was a 50-bed shelter, over to a fully constructed, beautiful 72-bed shelter on Airway that was designed in with a lot of interior design and love by IKEA to be able to create a facility that we can all be proud of. And one thing I just want to say, take a moment for the vulnerable in our community during COVID and the way that our city has wrapped the services around this population, not just from the housed and the unhoused, but the most vulnerable among us by the food programs that have been done and other safety net programs that our city council has outlined over time. So I want to start off, before I go too much into the safety net, I want to just highlight again what it took to get the Airway site realized for our city. And some of the key things that I've been working on since I've come to Costa Mesa, right in the middle of this, actually, right as COVID started, I think I got sent home. But I will say that we were able to successfully negotiate an agreement with our neighboring city of Newport Beach. And it couldn't have been more impactful on a number of levels, not just to support the initiative and the work that we were doing, but to be able to have kind of a financial commitment from our neighboring city on creating a regional approach to address homelessness is something that I find to be the foundation of success. In addition to, of course, having a very strong village, which we have here in Costa Mesa. So in our efforts with the city of Newport Beach, we were able to negotiate $1.6 million to contribute to the capital improvement project that Raja Sethraman was mentioning earlier, received an award for the effort on that construction project. In addition to that, $1 million annually for the 20 set-aside beds that Newport is receiving at our shelter. And it's not just the beds themselves. I have to impart that our street outreach teams, our police liaison, homeless liaison officers, and our community policing efforts have become integrated in our response to homelessness. We often find that we are addressing maybe some of the same people, and we're able to get them the type of help that they need. And it's because we have a shelter in our city. There are only 9 cities out of 34 in the county of Orange that host and operate a shelter. And that is no small task. But with the wraparound Network for Homeless Solutions that we have in Costa Mesa, it makes for a very robust and rewarding experience overall. Additionally, we received a $2.5 million grant from the County of Orange, and that was requiring of a regional approach, which we were already aligned with and on board with. And Newport has been an amazing partner. Starting in May 1st of this year, they started doing their intakes, and it's been a really seamless approach up to now. I want to mention that our occupancy right now in the shelter is 47, 31 for Costa Mesa, 16 for Newport Beach. Over the course of the pandemic, though, we were operating at the Lighthouse at half occupancy because of the public health, social distancing requirements, and everything that we were dealing with. So when the Airway site actually was done being constructed, we moved over, I think, 16 clients. So from this point now, at 47 clients. We are just starting to come out of an experience where we were restricted on our occupancy. So we're getting to a fuller occupancy. And then I wanted to mention some of the other safety net programs that we have done over the course of the pandemic. There were 2 tranches of funding that the City Council approved on rental assistance. So as Ms. Lee talked about, the eviction moratorium was coming. We were tracking on all of these things coming down from the state and federal government and looking at how that was going to impact the renters in our community. And so this City Council took that forward leap to allocate the first tranche of money and the second tranche of money to assist both families and individuals in our city with gap rental assistance that were impacted by the economic impacts of COVID. And additionally, as we had the lower occupancy in the shelter over the last year, we've received a lot of calls for service from our constituency and our residents. One of the things that we did during COVID was we changed the phone number. We had the non-emergency police line listed as the number to call for homeless outreach. We changed that. During COVID, we now have a 24/7 line that's answered by our social services team, the Network for Homeless Solutions, and Mercy House at the shelter. Now that that is a 24/7 location, we dispatch the calls from there rather than from our police dispatch line. And then lastly, I just want to put a shout out to our code enforcement officer, Mike Brumbaugh, who's doing an amazing job with our local businesses. He actually wakes up our city every morning at 4:30 and spends a lot of time out there with our businesses trying to assist them in just, rebuilding our economy, getting people the help that they need, filling the shelter up with people that we know we can help. And I'm happy to report, every time we put the data out, it's a little bit higher than it was. We're at 186 people housed here in Costa Mesa as a result of this council's leadership and its efforts. 186 souls are permanently housed in the city of Costa Mesa. I couldn't be more proud of you and of us and of this team and of our constituency for the type of support that we get on our outreach calls. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. It is my honor to present to you tonight the financials over the last 2 years, particularly as it is to the outstanding finance department and its partners, not only in the other city departments, in our city council, as well as our community. The City of Costa Mesa's finance department is an award-winning finance team. We have been receiving an award-winning financials from our GFOA, which is our Government Finance Officers Association that represents the entire United States and Canada. For the past 20 years, we've been recognized for our excellence in our reporting and finances, for our CAFR, and our budget. In September of last year, approximately 6 months into COVID, the city received a phone call for Standard & Poor's indicating their interest in rating our 2017 lease bonds as a result of COVID. It is my honor to present to you today the results of that presentation with them and multiple meetings we did have as it relates to our financials. They came back with a very strong economy, very strong budgetary flexibility, very strong management profiles. They were able to achieve these ratings for us as a result of the aggressive nature that we took in our finances, particularly at the onset of COVID. For our financial metrics, our day-to-day outside of COVID, the city's finance department processes over 18,000 payroll payments every year. We have over 9,000 customer payments processed over our treasury counter annually. 7,000 accounts are paid through our accounts payable division. In our treasury division, we process over 10,000 business licenses annually. And under our new Planet Bids platform, we have procured 38 bids, the vast majority of them in public services for our capital projects. The last 3 years of balancing budgets needless to say, has been challenging. Coming into halfway through our 2021 proposed budget season in March of 2020, COVID hit. That last quarter of 1920, we essentially had to turn around our processes of looking into 2021 budget and halting 1920 budget. We identified early onset in early April, came to the council with an aggressive cost containment plan to put a stop hold on our 1920 budget to be able to get ahead of our general fund loss that we were anticipating at that time to be around $10 million. As a result of our cost containment plan, that we were able to pull the trigger immediately. And by this, I mean the city's finance department processed over 360 contractual obligations to put a stop hold on any expenditures that were not deemed essential at that time. Departments were asked to cut back $10 million in the last quarter of the fiscal year. We ended the general fund essentially balanced. We did not have to dip into reserves. We left $167,000 on the table of a $142 million budget. During this time frame, we also created a disaster fund where we're able to effectively and efficiently track every single expenditure dollar across all of the departments. We set up a filing system where all of the departments were to effectively and efficiently document all of their expenditures, ready for FEMA or any other type of emergency fund that would be thrown our way. That process continues to today. In 1920, we received over $900,000 of CARES Acts to cover our city's cost. We ended that last quarter, 3 months, with $3.4 million in expenditures related to the emergency. In May, approximately 4 weeks after COVID disaster containment plan hit, we were able to come to the council with a 2021 balanced budget, knowing full well that our sales tax and our TOT tax, our hotel tax, were to be reduced significantly in 2021. The state had essentially shut down businesses. We were working with businesses to make sure that they could continue their funding, at the same time knowing full well that the city's coffers were being reduced. Every single department came to the table. Every single department reduced $10.7 million of expenditures. We saw 96 part-time positions leave the building. 54 part-timers were laid off. 36 were furloughed. The finance department processed over 3,000 refunds as a result of the parks and recreational programs coming to a halt. Looking forward, at this time, the city's finance department is currently closing the books. We are not anticipating using any of the reserves that we had requested City Council at the onset of COVID. During 2021, the American Rescue Plan came. We were awarded $26.5 million. Half of it we've already received. The state provided $1.4 million of CARES Act. You may recall that the city, in December, with the approval of the City Council, approved $2 million of small business grants to be awarded. The city's finance department was able to cut checks of $10,000 to small businesses within 7 days of council action, just in time for the Christmas holidays. We have also received and expended from Project Roomkey about $370,000. Our total expenditures at this time are estimated about $4 million in the emergency fund. Looking forward into 21-22, as a result of the aggressive cost containment plan implemented by the City Council, the city departments, as a cohesive unit, the leadership team came together and did what was done to be able to contain costs. We are now in a very well position to start charting our path to economic recovery And in 21-22, it was my honor to present to you a balanced budget, reinstating reductions that were taken in 2021, bringing back citywide services to pre-pandemic levels. We restored the CAN. As you may remember, one of the cuts in 2021 was reducing our capital asset needs funds. In essence, Raja's capital funding was reduced to $2.2 million. That was fully reinstated. We realigned our staffing levels. We brought back all those part-time staff members in parks. We funded some of the defunded positions that we had to undertake as part of the 2021. And we also funded year 2 of our IT strategic plan. During this time, as we're still managing COVID, managing FEMA calls, trying to secure more emergency funding, we're also taking advantage of diversifying our revenues. In fiscal year 18-19, the fire department brought forth an ambulance transportation program. As a result of that program, the city's continuing to realize $3 to $3.5 million of general fund revenues. I want to take a moment to thank the fire department for that forethought. That fund definitely helped during COVID. The fire department in 2018, alongside development services, also brought forth some changes in the cost recovery fees for their areas. It's generated over $825,000 for our general fund. We also developed our sidewalk vending regulations. As you may recall, the state passed sidewalk vending regulations. City of Costa Mesa had the foresight to impose not only the business license, make sure that there was some health regulations in place and allow for them on our city streets. During COVID, we've expanded our credit card and online payment options for contactless solutions. The city was still taking in funds during COVID, during City Hall shutdown. Approximately over a year and a half ago, as a result of the declining technology, the city came forth to the council, which was adopted realignment of our CAN. We had 5% of general fund go into our capital asset needs, 1.5% towards our capital asset needs reserves. We realigned that 1.5% to go to our IT strategic plan to help fund our replacement of our much needed software. We continue to receive over $1 million to $1.5 million a year as a result of our ROPS loan repayment program. This is a direct revenue source as a result of the redevelopment agencies being eliminated by the state a few years ago. As you also may recall, a couple years ago, the City Council also brought forth a Section 115 plan. We developed that plan this last year. We deposited those funds into a trust. This helps offset our pension obligations and some of our other OPEB obligations. The city also takes advantage of the CalPERS prepayment plan. In this case, our pensions are reduced by about $800,000 a year as a result of prepaying our unfunded liability. Over the last year, we also brought forth to the City Council Measure X and Measure Q realignments. For Measure X, we have updated our cost recovery fees. For Measure Q, we included a plan to bring forth 7 FTEs, 2 of them in the police, for police officers. We implemented new cost recovery fees. We adopted a 7% tax rate, 0.5% going towards our arts master plan, the other 0.5% going to a first-time home buyers program. At this time, I will turn it over to Jennifer Lee, our Development Services Director.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. The next part of my presentation will be focused on our economic development plan. Part of fiscal sustainability and diversifying revenues is having a robust economic development program. And under the leadership of our former mayor and now county supervisor, Katrina Foley, Mayor Stevens, and Mayor Pro Tem Mar, the city formed Restore Costa Mesa during the pandemic. This group consisted of a collaboration between over 40 Costa Mesa businesses, council leadership, and a staff team to promote communications between our business community and the city during the pandemic. At the same time, staff launched the city's Business Assistance Collaborative, which provided an online hub for businesses to connect with economic development staff, post information about their businesses, like business hours of operation, or for restaurants, whether or not that restaurant had food delivery during the pandemic. And these items were offered during the pandemic specifically to spur communication with our business community. The Costa Mesa BAC provided another way for local businesses to stay up to date on the latest, from information from state and local business grant opportunities, all the way to the latest COVID guidelines updates. Staff launched a call center, reallocating over 20 city staff members to call each business in Costa Mesa to connect with them and to find out more about how the city could help. At the same time, staff launched a Shop Local campaign, marketing Costa Mesa small businesses through social media, online information, and you may have seen our Shop Local banners at our local bus stops as well. For the Restore Costa Mesa program and our Business Assistance Collaborative, the city won an ACCOC Golden Hub of Innovation Award. We're very proud of that accomplishment, and we're proud to be able to connect with and support our business community. In an unprecedented move to support our local businesses as well, in December of last year, the City Council allocated over $3 million in CARES Act funds and $2 million in general fund to fund the Small Business Relief Grant Program and the city's Bridge Grant Program, which provided grant funds to over 450 local businesses during the pandemic. These programs focused on restaurants and personal care services, which were among the hardest hit by the pandemic and the state public health guidelines for businesses. As Carol mentioned, staff delivered those grant checks in record time, within 2 weeks, with the vast majority being expedited and issued prior to the December holidays. On top of our $5 million small business grant program, the City Council suspended normal regulations and staff issued over 70 temporary use permits so that restaurants could move their operations outdoors and establish outdoor dining areas, religious assembly areas outdoors, and outdoor retail shopping areas as well. During this time, staff maintained its partnerships with businesses like South Coast Plaza that contribute to the city's economic engine. And within a 2-week period, we worked with our partners at South Coast Plaza to plan, approve, inspect, and construct South Coast Plaza's outdoor pavilion in the north end parking structure, which provides a high-end retail experience outdoors with access to over 15 South Coast Plaza boutique retail spaces. Last, but certainly not least, staff initiated preparation of the city's first economic development strategic plan scope of work. The City Council approved that scope of work last month, and staff will be releasing the RFP to move forward with that significant economic development planning effort very shortly. With that, I'd like to thank the Council and the City Manager's Office for their leadership and our shared goals in economic development, and I will turn it over to Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. One of the key roles in human resources is the recruitment and selection process. So I'd like to take a moment to highlight some of our recruitment efforts since 2019. We posted 173 jobs, processed 16,000 applications, certified over 1,200 candidates onto our eligibility list, and hired 412 employees, including 159 full-time employees and 225 part-time employees. In addition, we promoted 108 employees. Despite the pandemic, we were able to continue our recruitment efforts with over 11,000 applications and 236 hires in 2020 and 2021 to date. During this time, we hired or promoted a number of key positions in the city. This includes key executive positions such as the city manager, assistant city manager, Parks and Community Services Director, Police Chief, Economic and Development Services Director, and the Finance Director. With regards to public safety staffing, this continues to be a priority. We hired 82 full-time public safety hires, including 51 sworn police and fire positions. For the first time since 2012, we were at 130 plus sworn police officers. 2 sworn officers were dedicated to the implementation of the retail cannabis program. We continue to have active succession planning amongst all ranks of the police and fire and rescue, including promotion of 25 full-time sworn positions. We're also the first Orange County city to deliver CERT basic training utilizing the new curriculum. We also continue to focus on staff development to include releasing an RFP for succession planning, preparing for the launch of Costa Mesa University, and implementing training and wellness programs for our employees. In addition to conducting 100 plus recruitments and processing 11,000 plus applications in 2020 and 2021, we have also had to manage a pandemic while keeping the health and safety of our employees as a top priority. In response to COVID-19, we have had 103 employee COVID positive cases. We've had a robust contact tracing program in which we conducted contact tracing for over 604 employees, which resulted in 241 employees being quarantined. We also had to coordinate 620 COVID tests for employees to date. Having employees in quarantine has created difficulties and challenges for departments who must coordinate staffing coverage and backfills in order to continue to provide services to the public. During this time, we also negotiated the equivalent of a 5% furlough across all employee groups, resulting in a savings of over $3 million. The city continues to focus on employee COVID response and monitors updated regulations and health orders as they are released, while continuing our focus on recruitment efforts in all departments. The HR team would like to thank the City Council, the City Manager, and the City Management team for their ongoing support in recruiting and retaining high-quality employees. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Parks and Community Services Director, Jason Minter, to discuss our engagement with the community.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason Minter, as Costa mentioned, Parks and Community Services Director. When I joined the Costa Mesa team, it was mid-pandemic and not the easiest time for transition, as my department had been hit pretty devastatingly by the closure of parks, the cancellation of programs, and most importantly, the unprecedented layoffs to the staff in my department, mostly part-time, as mentioned by Carol earlier. So despite the challenges, people in Parks and Rec, they tend to be very resilient, and if one door closes, we look for other opportunities. One of the most important stats that I like to share with you is that over 170,000 meals were distributed to seniors in our community through our staff and staff from the volunteer organizations that we work with. In addition to that, over 380,000 pounds of groceries were delivered or distributed to community members in and around Costa Mesa. Transportation services, which is vital, especially for the senior population, we provided 6,700 rides for things like errands, trips to the pharmacy, and medical appointments. In addition to those types of services, we were able to still continue restoration days over the last couple of years, having 23 at Fairview Park. Now on to the good news, the doors that opened also when we're getting ready to reopen. In the summer of 2021, we had 88 softball teams. And for a director that was new to the city and had yet to really see programs in operation, seeing people out on the fields again was much relieved. We had over 28,500 hours of youth sports fields permitted, and that's in 2021 alone as we continue to grow back from the pandemic. And that's with staff navigating the health guidelines as issued by the state, county codes, as well as working with the district to make sure that all of our fields and all of our participants were safe. And, you know, we have many of our youth baseball participants here in the audience tonight were users of those fields, both city and district owned. So congratulations to them, and we're glad to have them as users of our fields and facilities. In addition, recently we had over 220 participants in our summer day camps. Again, a great program to see, to visit a park, you know, on a hot summer day and see kids out gathering together, playing different games and activities as only Parks and Rec staff can put on. The Aquatic Center, probably the most used facility in our assembly this last year, mostly because aquatics programs were allowed to reopen probably earlier than most. And with a relatively small pool and restrictions as to how many swimmers could even be at the pool at one time, staff found a way to increase users at the pool by over 54%, which is pretty remarkable. So with the shifting of staff and hours, we were able to get more people doing more laps during a time when the public needed it the most. In addition, we had over 50 community events. And I might want to add that most of these are free to the public. These events include things like movies in the park, or as we adapted this year, movies in the parking lot. So we thank our partner IKEA for allowing us to use their parking lot for one of the movies. We did a movie in the parking lot at the Costa Mesa Senior Center, and we did some at the parks, both at the Lions Event Lawn and at T. Winkle Park. And I really do appreciate staff's time and ingenuity in making these things happen at a time when this was not necessarily normal behavior. I would also like to point out that the Arts and Culture Master Plan, another big deal for our department that was recently approved earlier this year, that's given us direction and vision for the recreation or the inception of new programs here in the community. And as I said before, as staff continue to evaluate, it's not easy to take programs that are long-standing in the community and find ways to tweak them to keep them alive despite pandemic conditions. So the activation of the Lions Park lawn, a project that was mentioned earlier by Raja as one of our major capital projects, was reinvigorating for the west side of Costa Mesa. Going back to 2019, you know, when we had events like, as pictured there on the left, with the mayor hosting a 4th of July extravaganza. We missed a lot of those events during that pandemic, and to find ways to recreate them and bring them back to the community often meant turning over, you know, opportunities that we'd never considered before, like virtual events. You know, we did a virtual Scarecrow Fest back in 2020. We hope this year to have a Scarecrow Fest. We are planning it in October of this year at Lions Park. Snoopy House, a long-standing beloved event that's usually hosted here at City Hall. Staff were able to navigate on the fly and do a drive-through Snoopy House event in collaboration with the Power of One Foundation and IKEA, which I think was remarkable. And as my first Snoopy House event here in the city of Costa Mesa, I thought they did a pretty darn good job. There's the Extravaganza, a partnership event with Torelli Realty that took, again, a long-standing tradition here in the city of doing an egg hunt and making it more of a virtual type opportunity. It was a scavenger hunt of sorts where the community was invited to go park to park in search of these giant eggs. And not only did they have to find the eggs, but they had to perform some sort of a task or activity once they got there to make it interactive for all of the families. There's pictures there of restoration through I Love Costa Mesa Day. There's creatures with kids, that's at our day camp programs over the summer, and pictures of the different day camp activities and movies in the park that we were able to hold this year. We also have pictures of what I consider to be one of our greatest concert in the park events, which was a combination of 3 concerts all rolled into one. We had the Mariachi Juvenil, I'm going to butcher this, Herencia Michoacana Mariachi Band, the youth mariachi band. We had Jasmine Fields, and we had the Tijuana Dogs that all entertained the community just past July with over 3,500 people in attendance. We have the pictures of the movies, which again, the collaborative efforts that I think were amazing for the community. Did we skip a slide? We spent time at home during the pandemic, and staff were able to create the virtual community center and provide activities online to people to participate in with their families. And I think it was a great opportunity, especially mid-pandemic when they didn't know what other opportunities they had and parents were struggling to find things for them, for their kids to do while they were at home. Before continuing on, I would really like to thank council not only for your support, your continued support of this event, but for your participation in these events. You know, you often show up to a lot of our fun activities, serve as judges for contests, or just, you know, serve as MCs for concerts, and really take part. And I think that makes it more interactive for our staff to see that the council really believes and invests themselves and their time in our programs. With that, I'd also like to thank, obviously, Lorianne, the city manager, for her continued support in bringing me on during a difficult time and, you know, kind of the freedom that we've had to really explore and push the boundaries for providing programs to the community. With that, I'd also like to say, without, you know, I don't want to leave them out, but the staff at my department when I first arrived were amazing. We brought on a couple of new staff, our recreation manager, Monique, and our analyst, Kathy, but the staff that were here, Kevin and Ashley, before I even got here, are amazing, and all of the supervisors and coordinators that really put together amazing programs. You know, I don't think I could do what I do without them, so thank you to them. And speaking of thanking people, it's the building blocks of the community, the partners that we have. First off, we you know, council approved a memorandum of understanding for support of SOY, the Save Our Youth Center, and the wonderful program opportunities that they have over in Westside Costa Mesa. OC Parks, their collaborative efforts on bringing Perez Park to the community over on the east side. There's the OC Healthcare Agency and all of their support of Project Room Key, which has been mentioned prior during the presentation. Lighthouse Community Church for providing a temporary shelter for more than 2 years to the city and to our residents. We'd like to thank IKEA for furnishing the shelter, as Susan mentioned. Their efforts, their donation was amazing, and I don't think we could have done their project without them. And then a whole collaborative efforts with the new shelter between CityNet, Trellis, the Mercy House, Costa Mesa Sanitation District, and the City of Newport Beach, and everything they did to bring the shelter to a reality. And last but not least, all of our partner organizations that have helped us provide food, groceries to the community, and that includes the Power of One Foundation, Meals on Wheels Orange County, Second Harvest, and Fresh Beginnings. So with that, we couldn't do everything we do as a city without these nonprofit partners, and so I'm really grateful to have these relationships with them as well. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you out there as programs continue to reopen.
Mayor and City Council, to further add to all the fantastic work by our Parks and Community Services Department, I'm here to provide you a snapshot of the incredible work that the City Manager's Office executes day in and day out as it relates to community outreach and engagement. Community engagement is a priority of not only the City Council, but also our City Manager and our City Management team. For our office, community engagement is at the forefront of what we do. Just in the City Clerk's Division, which is our stellar team that is instrumental in ensuring transparency and maintaining city legislative history, the Costa Mesa Municipal Code, preparation and distribution of City Council agendas, managing of the city documents such as contracts, deeds, leases, ordinances, resolutions, and election information, the City Clerk's Office public engagement metrics show that there was over 1,000 public records requests received, which was an increase of 14% in 2020. This is certainly a notable increase from the previous years. Also, our concierge services team experienced a 24% increase in the volume of phone calls received. It's also important to note that the concierge team is a critical component of the department. During the pandemic, this team was essential in responding to constituent inquiries, providing COVID-related information, and providing the public information on modifications to the city's hours of operations, modifications to programs and services. Another important asset to our department is the constituent services team. This team was established in 2019 by the City Council, and the constituent services team is responsible for managing constituent services, legislative research, and analysis, coordination with governmental offices at federal, state, and local levels, coordinate and assist with special projects, and also ensuring that the mayor and city council are fully briefed and prepared for council meetings, press events, community meetings, and special events. The Constituent Services team has been instrumental in providing vital services to constituents, community, local businesses, and council members. This team is led by our Chief of Staff, Alex Gonzalez. And since its formation, the team has prepared and distributed nearly 450 certificates, proclamations, and awards in recognition of residents, local businesses, and community organizations, as we witnessed tonight. Some of the special projects include a robust census campaign that included a food drive and face mask giveaway, which was in partnership with Soy Foundation and the Office of Assembly Member Cady Petrie Norris. The team also conducted over 15 virtual town halls, including 2 in Spanish. The team has made over 700 constituent contacts. This team responds to resident inquiries and works with various departments to coordinate responses and provides excellent customer service. Additionally, the team sent over 150 letters on behalf of the mayor and the city council. This includes letters on legislative matters and special initiatives. Next, our communications and marketing team works diligently on our community outreach and engagement efforts. To encourage and promote civic participation, as well as raise awareness, our team has implemented a combination of strategies and tools that produce meaningful engagement. To achieve this, we utilize a variety of mediums to reach our residents, businesses, and community partners through our city website, news blog, television channel, printed materials, and a number of social media channels. The city's Facebook page experienced a 34% increase in followers in 2020. The city Instagram account experienced a 183% increase in followers. Our Twitter account increased over 31%, and the team implemented the Nixle mass notification system for the City Hall messaging. And our Nextdoor, our reach is now about 37,000. Additionally, the police and fire rescue departments' social channels continue to see consistent growth as well. Now on to our next team. The award-winning Costa Mesa video team continues to produce top quality work. As a testament of this team's excellence, this team received an astounding 27 awards for production excellence since 2019, including an unprecedented 7 for 7 at the most recent Star Awards. The team entered 7 categories and came away with first place trophies in all 7 categories, including the highly coveted Overall Excellent Award. Can we take a pause to applaud the wonderful work of this team? As I said, this amazingly talented team has produced over 260 videos in the last year. If that wasn't enough, the team also initiated the city's first ever podcast hosted by the mayor and city council called Costa Mesa Now. The team has also been instrumental in covering community events and celebrations year-round. In addition to covering our community events, the team produced a number of COVID-related and informational videos. Also, during the past couple years, our team has really ramped up our Spanish language communications and productions, including the introduction of the Spanish version of the Costa Mesa Minute, El Minuto. As you can imagine, the communications team has been working relentlessly since the start of the pandemic. Visits to the website are up, and press release views alone more than doubled in 2020. COVID messaging was not only the one thing that has kept us busy. We had an active 2020 census campaign, as well as messaging for the 2020 election and more. I'm extremely proud of the work our teams in communications and marketing, constituent services, and the city clerk's office have accomplished during these unprecedented times. And under your leadership, our Costa Mesa team continues to produce high quality and high quantity of work. These achievements are notable, especially considering the size of the team and the variety of the work. And now, I will turn it over to our great leader, City Manager Lorianne Farrell Harrison.
I just want to take a moment to thank everybody in the audience for listening to us, for hearing about how excited we are about the work that we do. It's an honor and privilege to serve you. We are servant leaders. We are in government because we love this work. And so I know this presentation was probably a lot longer than anyone expected, but two things. One, we've done a lot of work over the past 2 years to make sure that we were giving you the high quality service that you pay for and that you deserve. And we love what we do. And so thank you for sitting through this. Thank you, Council, for your guidance and your leadership. We have a super short video to share with you that kind of just encapsulates what we've done. But I'm looking forward to the strategic planning retreat on Monday and what the future brings. Just to the Council, we can't do all this again. So, this was an unprecedented time and an unprecedented volume of work. And so we're proud of it, but we need to get a little bit of sleep. I want to thank 3 people before we show this short video. I want to thank Hadassah Jakar because she put this presentation together. Hadassah has lived in City Hall for the past 3 weeks, literally, just here till all hours of the night to put together a pretty comprehensive and robust and very visually appealing presentation. So we're so lucky to have you, and she's a rising star in the organization, and I couldn't be more proud to have her as part of my team. Alma Reyes, who chased all the departments down to get all the good statistics and information and is always like the emotional support for everybody in the city manager's office. She inspires me. She takes good care of me. She's a warm, compassionate soul, but super hardworking, and I usually have to kick Alma out of City Hall. And then I wanted to thank my husband, who's here in the audience, for your patience, your understanding. For supporting me in this role, for taking care of our 3 teenage boys and making sure that they don't get into too much trouble while I'm doing this great work. And so with that, I'm going to ask for us to queue up the final recap video. Thank you again for hearing us out and allowing us to serve you.
The city is better than ever. The city is better than ever because of the leadership. It was 530 employees that we budgeted, and every one of them is so loyal to the city and so essential to the city, and they stepped up during the pandemic to make us better than ever. We are better than ever because of our business community. We're better than ever because of our residents. I know with what we've said right now that we will meet those challenges, and we'll come back here next year in 2022 and we'll say we're even better than we were. God bless the city of Costa Mesa. All right, now I'm going to open up for public comment. Sir, you have the floor.
My name's Dave Everett, and I'm a Costa Mesa resident that represents the Western Electrical Contractors Association here in Southern California. And it's ironic that I'm following the communications team because I have been emailing for about 2 months about this and haven't been able to get a response. So we're a statewide nonprofit organization serving merit shop electrical contractors and their employees. And we have a training facility right here in Southern California. And so I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I noticed on the city's 6-month strategic objectives chart from January 29th through the 31st that the city's considering a community workforce agreement, also known as a project labor agreement or a PLA. And according to that document, staff's arranging a meeting between the city, the stakeholders to discuss the community workforce agreement. It said it was scheduled for late July 2021, so I assumed in my 2 months of requests that's already happened. Well, I'm here to say today that WECA strongly opposes government-mandated PLAs on public construction projects. These anti-competitive PLAs are special interest schemes that end open, fair, and competitive bidding on public works projects. According to the most recent data from the U.S. Department of Labor, only 14% of the 2020 U.S. private construction workforce belongs to a union. So essentially that means that you'll be discriminating against 8 out of 10 construction workers who would otherwise be able to work on the construction project, if not for the PLA or the community workforce agreement. Plus, they come with a long list of other problems for taxpayers. A project labor agreement or a community workforce agreement, doesn't matter what you call it, the language is always the exact same. It discriminates against 8 out of 10 construction workers, and it raises the cost of construction 13 to 15%. So I just had some quick questions. And these are the questions I've been emailing again for 2 months. Did the stakeholders against the community workforce agreement get invited to this Costa Mesa meeting between the city and stakeholders? If so, who were the non-union representatives? And I can submit these for the record if I'm out of time. 2, WECA would love to sit down with staff and highlight briefly our concerns with the cost and the discrimination in this proposal. Would the city staff have an available time and day for such a meeting? And then 3, a final vote on the CWA PLA is coming soon, obviously. Do you guys have a date where you expect that CWA to be on the city council agenda for a vote? And the rest of my testimony is basically what I started with. That I've been emailing this for about 2 months to almost every the city manager, almost every assistant city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and haven't got any response back. So if those questions could be addressed at some point, even later on in the week by staff, it would be certainly appreciated. The last thing I would ask is if we could provide some of that information before the September 27th strategic planning seminar day review. We would just like to be part of that information to be available to council members for that day.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Lees, you have the floor, ma'am.
That was an awesome summary of all your hard work and all the employees and how you keep us safe. And I appreciate that. I've been here almost 50 years next year as a resident. And so thank you for all your hard work and all the different departments. Under the strategic plan, I'm glad you're having your meeting, your retreat on Monday, because I think I missed my input in the last retreat. But under your public safety division, I looked through it online because we don't have paper anymore. And I realized that you are proactive regarding the hotels, motels. But I'd like you to consider adding to that when you discuss public safety on Monday to really pay attention to massage parlors. There's an article in a paper this week that talks about recent years that 80% of human trafficking victims in the United States end up in Orange County. I think you know on Newport Boulevard and on Harbor that there are a lot of massage parlors. 2 of the ways that you can determine if these massage parlors, whether or not you agree with with prostitution or not isn't the point, is that massage parlors are being used for human and sex trafficking. And 2 of the ways are to really sit there and watch if just men go in and out of the massage parlors and if they're keeping their hours. In other words, if they have an agreement with you per what their permit to close at 9, are they doing that? So rather than have me sit in the parking lot and monitor massage parlors, which a former city manager counseled me not to do years ago, I would like you to put this on your list to just raise the awareness in Costa Mesa that we want to make sure that those who have licenses are following the rules. It's a little confusing because I asked for the public records on 4 massage parlors, but I'd have to go to the police department and get more records on calls for service. So, and on building permits too. And so just, I'd ask you in your strategy meeting, as strategic planning, you consider looking at those as long as the hotels and the motels. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, could I just make a quick comment in response to that?
Who's speaking?
I
Yes.
am. Thank you. Actually, we have been doing a lot of work on the massage establishments with the cooperation of the fire department and the police department and code enforcement. We have successfully shut down several illegally operating or illegal operate, yes, businesses, massage businesses just in the last few months. So it is a focus of our code enforcement and police and fire efforts.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, you have the floor.
I was pleased to hear about all the public works projects that are going forward, and a lot of them sound very costly. And I'm concerned because in my neighborhood, apparently we were only allocated $200,000 for our whole little small area, which hasn't been done in over 10 years. And the worst street, which is Redwood, is being redone. But there are other streets in the tree streets where we also have weeds coming up through the cracks. My dog actually fell in one of the potholes, and I had to help her out of the pothole. There are cracks in the sidewalk which are not being repaired now because they're not, even on Redwood, because they're not quite as bad as the other cracks. And so the thing is, why not do the whole stretch at one time? It's a lot more efficient because you're going to have to be back in another year or two anyway to fix them when somebody falls and then sues us, and that's going to be really expensive. So this is just a plea, and too bad Barry's not here because he would be here with the same plea, to please do something about our streets in the Tree Street area. And also regarding sustainability, you talked about some of the city buildings, but let's face it, we have a mandate for 12,000 additional dwelling units. If those structures are not done in a more sustainable manner, anything that we do at the city hall level or that you do at the city hall level or on our public buildings is just a drop in the bucket. And it's actually a big disappointment to me, for example, that One Metro West was not required to meet LEED standards at any level. That's leadership in energy and environmental design, is that it? It's by the Green Building Council. And they aren't even putting in solar panels. They'll be solar ready on the roof. So basically they're meeting the bare minimum under the building code. And so our new developments really need to be stepping up, because if we're going to add that many more dwelling units, we're definitely not going to be carbon neutral, far from it. And it's really important for everybody to do their parts. I would have solar on my roof, but the solar contractors laughed at me because my typical electric bill is so low. They said it was stupid. Even the people who were selling me this stuff. But anyway, so those are two things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have the floor, ma'am.
Yes, I want to thank everybody for the report they did. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into running a city. I was especially interested in the statistics that they were giving on the COVID employees and whatnot that had been exposed and under quarantine. And that led me to a question that I understand that the Orange County Sheriff's Department has some type of litigation going forward for mandated vaccines, as well as some of the county fire. So I wonder if you could comment on the policy of vaccines for the city, especially for the first responders, so that the community would know when you're calling for service if you have someone that in fact is vaccinated, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it doesn't look like we have anybody else in the chambers. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on Zoom who would like to speak?
Yes, phone number ending in 870.
870, you have the floor.
You may speak.
Press star 6. 870.
You're unmuted.
I can hear you.
Go ahead. It's on their end.
Okay, let's call it. Going once, going twice. That's it. Anybody else on Zoom? Okay, close public comment. Okay, so I'll take a motion now. Or I can make a motion. Oh, I can't make the motion. I'll make the motion to receive and file. Here, let's go to discussion mode. Give me a second. Discussion mode. Second by, okay, can you push it?
Second.
Second by Chavez. The motion was made by me. Okay, so I don't want to spend a ton of time. You all know how much you mean to me and how great this presentation was. From the bottom of my heart, I respect all of you, and I treasure the work that you do, and I'm so happy to be the mayor. We spent a lot of time on this. I know there's a lot of folks that want to talk about the remote control flyers. So otherwise, trust me, I would go on much longer. Short and sweet, you're the best.
Similar note, just wanted to thank Hadassah and Alma and all the department heads for their great work. We really are a great team here in Costa Mesa, but let's go on to the real fun of the night.
Okay, so does any other council member wish to be heard on the motion? I don't see anybody, so let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Great. Okay, now we're going to move to agenda item, new business 3, which we've moved up to this point in the agenda. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Let's see. Oops, okay. This is consideration of proposals for the use of the flying field at Fairview Park.
Okay, it's Director Minter, you're going to be starting off, right? Oh, that's not me.
I will be starting off with an introduction of Cynthia D'Augusta, our Fairview Park Administrator for the next 3 days.
Yeah, I know. It's like at some point we'll do a big round of applause, but you got to work first. Everybody, thank you very much for your patience. And without further ado, Director Minter, you have the floor.
It shut down?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for hearing this item this evening, and thank you to the audience for hanging out and waiting until we could get to it. We have been waiting a long time for this item. What we have in front of us tonight is the consideration of the proposal for the use of the flying field at Fairview Park. And we're here tonight, City Council, staff is asking City Council for direction regarding implementation of one or more of the options that we've put in front of you for the activity of model aircraft flying. I will brief the options. I won't read them in detail unless there are questions about them. after an extensive time spent on this item, we are offering the options of opening the fly field on the west side of the park with the development of modifications to the operating procedures and the corresponding program implementation materials that will be needed to support that. That is attachment 1 or option 1 on the agenda. Option 2 that we've enumerated here is evaluate the feasibility of a longer-term proposal, which is to relocate the flying field to an east side park location in the process of the master plan update, which is planned for the near future. And option 3, really, which becomes an alternative, is to consider permanent closure of the west side of the flying field to avoid potential environmental violations and facilitate restoration of the vernal pool watershed and promoting utilization of other existing flying fields around Costa Mesa. So those are the 3 options on the table. Let me spend a little bit of time on the background. As I said, we've spent extensive time on this issue. It was actually in June of 2019 that the council at that time directed us to do a compatibility study of the existence of the flying field with other park uses. And we completed that flying field compatibility report in March of 2020, actually presented it to the Fairview Park Steering Committee the evening before all of our parks were shut down for the COVID-19. So with this process, since March of 2020, we have not had any steering committee meetings or any meetings regarding it, and so it has not advanced, which has resulted in the flying field remaining closed for that period of time. So that's been over a year now. And because of that, and because our parks were closed and the trails were closed, the environmental conditions of the park did flourish in ways that we'll talk a little bit about, and we'll have a presentation on from Sea and Sage Audubon Society on. So what we have done, though, is between April and June of this year, we started the conversations again, brought it back to steering committee, back to PACS, the Parks, Arts, and Community Services Committee, and then and got some direction from those entities. And then in August, at the end of August, we held what we considered a stakeholders meeting to try and come up with some, again, everybody lean in, as Susan Price put it, and come up with a consensus. But as the table demonstrates here, we still had differences of opinion on the 3 options. So we're here this evening to get your direction on those. What's changed is, and what makes this a difficult question for us, is that the use has been going on since the 1960s. HSS has been out there as stewards of the park, as they call themselves, protecting the park by being there and by utilizing the park at all times of the day. They create a presence that has protected the park. But the framework surrounding it has changed considerably in 2 different ways. One, since 1997, we have begun to have identified endangered species at Fairview Park, and the city has begun to do habitat restoration at the park and has taken in private mitigation funds for that purpose. And indeed, the vernal pools have been restored, and we are actively restoring now one of the vernal pools in the complex. And during that same time, since the 60s, really, that they've been out there, but since the late 70s and early 2000s, the hobby of model aircraft has changed as well. We have gone from silent gliders and small remote control flyers to very large, different types of flyers, which are faster, louder, bigger, and brighter. And then we've gone to drones. So the flying itself has changed. The hobby itself has changed over time. So with those 2 basic conditions changing is what drove us to do the analysis, the compatibility analysis. Within the analysis, the staff report, we also want to recognize that the park is located on land of 2 nationally recognized Native American cultural sites. So we have a huge cultural resource out there as well that we have gotten comment letters from some of those support groups regarding the fly field. So the rich biodiversity, the number of protected plants that we have out there, 5 endangered species. We know that we have many, many plants, over 30, 35 plants have been counted that are rare and of special concern. And as Sea and Sage will say later, Audubon, that we have now 140 species of birds, which have recently been documented out there. We're becoming known as one of the best bird watching sites in Orange County. And we actually have plant material that exists nowhere else in Orange County. As part of that, the city is responsible for safeguarding these protected species and the park through the Endangered Species Act, the Federal Migratory Bird Act. There are a number of state and federal regulations and protections in place that we have to watch out for. And I am in regular contact with the Departments of Fish and Wildlife, both at the state and federal level, and they have cautioned us in terms of the continued use out there. And I hope that everybody has been seeing in the news lately the conditions that are happening in other locations with regard to drones in particular with bird species. It is a challenge, and it makes it more difficult because the science on the topic is not well resolved. And I think, hear from Audubon again on that there are just too many variables for the science to really be conclusive in terms of whether or not aviation flight and birds are a good combination. And then the other issue is that we haven't had an opportunity at the park since the 60s, since we've been doing the environmental restoration, to really understand the bird population without flyers in the air. And everybody had been looking for what's called a baseline that we could start from to understand the compatibility. And now we've been able to create one because of the closure and because of Audubon's work out there with us doing surveys, and we know what our species are and what our counts are. I'd like to add, too, that additionally what's happened, and we did bring a few slides if you need to see them later, would like to, regarding the location of the fly field, it does sit in the middle of what's called the vernal pool complex. And what that means is that we have actually 6 different vernal pools that the fly field has ended up in the middle of. And again, these were classified as vernal pools with endangered species back in the late 90s and 2000s. So again, the conditions have changed. But if we are to restore the complex, and again, the complex is rare within California in terms of it being a coastal vernal pool complex, if we are to restore that, and our goal is to do that, the fly field poses some challenges. As well as the fill that was placed out there, there will be a lot of modification that needs to be done to restore it to its full capacity. So what has changed also is that in about the year 2007, because of the changes in the hobby, the change in the field, we started issuing permits at the city level for flying. We had not done it before. And the permits are issued both to HSS members and to non-HSS members. There are rules in place for this, and Parks Department is the one that issues the permits. And in our conversations, what's interesting about the change that we've seen out there is the one thing that these groups did conclude on was that they didn't want to see drones out here. If we continue flying out here, there is some consensus that it can be gliders, or it could be modified in some senses of what types of planes we allow, how fast they can go, how loud they can be, that kind of thing. But the one thing that everybody, all of the groups around the table agreed on is that we really would like to see drones excluded in those conversations. And I understand that the city will be taking that up in the near future here through the city manager's office. So in the permitting process, I wanted to point out too that because it is residents and non-residents, we have ended up with, in the last permits that we issued, 20 residents who were issued for permit flying, and the other 90 permits were non-residents or more regional. And that we do have other fly fields within 20 to 30 mile drive for HSS or the flyers to use, and HSS does participate in many of those other fields too. So reopening the fly field with modifications would take us, given current staffing situations, at least 12 months out to look at the option and whether or not it's feasible for us. We'd have to look at environmental feasibility for the east side, which would take us 12 to 36 months. So overall, we're really looking at a 2 to 3 year process. It's just in terms of which of the options we want to try and implement. But the field's not going to open tomorrow because there's so much work to do, even if we open it with modifications, is the point here. If we did close the field permanently on the west side where it sits right now, we will decrease our potential for federal and state regulatory infractions, basically. And as I said, we could fully restore the vernal pool complex. Let me go to the physical review, that we haven't detailed these things out yet. We have a sense of what it would cost to look at the east side in terms of a environmental feasibility, if you will. That would be the first step, is to look at that. Feasibility, not just environment, but whether or not the east side is actually suitable for flying. We have a space over there that we think we can use in terms of the land, but whether or not it's suitable for the environment and or for flyers, we're not sure of yet. So there would need to be a feasibility. And then if we move it to the east side, as I said, it should be done within the master plan update process, because any changes that will occur at Fairview Park, as you know, will have to more than likely go to a vote of the public, yet to be determined. But the way Measure AA is written, it pretty much, we feel that we will have some items that will need to go. So if we go to the voters, we do it all in one access, which is through the master plan update, is what we're recommending. The project or the options work to meet city council goals with regard to maintaining and enhancing the city's infrastructure and facilities, and updating city council on increases to park access. So with that, unless I'm asked to, I don't think I'll read the detail of the three options, and I'll leave it at that. Questions?
Thank you. We're going to miss you. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. D'Agosta? Okay, so we're going to start with Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Can you put so which version is the current Fairview Park master plan? The one from 2008?
Turn myself off. Yes, correct.
Okay, and I hear that document referred to as sort of more than a master plan, right? Like when I think it's not a planning document, it is a. Can you explain the sort of the context of the significance of the master plan?
The master plan was originally written in '98, I believe it was, and has been updated 3 or 4 times since then. The master plan itself is a very conceptual level master plan. It does not have a lot of detail in terms of implementation of amenities and things. It does refer to the fly field several times, and it refers to it as silent launch flyers, gliders. Then it mentions at one of the revisions, and I believe it was around the 2008 revision, because we did the permitting in 2007, it begins to mention motorized flying aircraft as well. Does that answer your question?
So I guess I'm trying to understand. So should I be thinking of the master plan document as like the guiding, like the general plan for the park, right? That it is a guiding semi-legal document by which deviation has to be approved by council? Or is it truly a conceptual planning document?
As a 30-plus year park planner, I consider it a conceptual. It has been approved by City Council along the way. Every step of it has been approved. It, again, does not have a lot of detail in terms of implementation of things that you would be implementing today because of the changes of the city. I would say residents and council's direction over time has been to go more towards restoration and less amenities. So the master plan originally had parking lots, tot lots, not ball fields, but it had a botanical garden, it had dog park in it, it had quite a few amenities that have since been left behind, if you will, and the emphasis of the park has become the restoration. So the document itself needs to be upgraded towards the new desires. So it's not, I would not use it as a guiding document today.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few questions, but first,
I want to commend, I don't know if you, Mr. Gosto, wrote the staff report or Mr. Minter or a combination, but.
It's a combo.
Okay, well then I'll give you both credit because this was an excellent report.
Thank you.
Very clear, very comprehensive yet economical. And I found myself trying to write questions and then found the answers when I needed them. And likewise, I would say the compatibility report was also a really solid piece of work as far as the evaluation was concerned. So
Appreciate that.
thank you. So following up on Mayor Pro Tem Mar's question about the master plan, so would an update of the master plan require a vote of the people under AA?
The update itself will not. In the implementation of what we implicate in the master plan is what will need to go to the voters.
Okay, all right. And second question I had was, I'm going to pull from page 4 of the staff report. It looks like there's maybe a reference in the second paragraph about, I would say, potential mitigation bank. I know that word is not used here, but it basically suggested that there may be sponsorship opportunities for restoration efforts. So are you specifically referring to potential private developments that have nearby impacts and they need to mitigate, and this would be a potential source for an ecological restoration project?
Yes, we as has happened several times at Fairview Park since really 98, I will say, we have brought in private mitigation funds for our restoration, and we currently have interested parties for the vernal pool complex.
Okay. Are there any other potential sites like this in? Okay.
No. Again, the vernal pool complex that we have at Fairview Park is extremely unique. There are coastal ones south of here. North of here, Torrance is probably the only one, and I don't think it's considered coastal.
Right. So the reason I bring up mitigation banking, and I honestly don't even know if it's possible with publicly owned property, I think it may not be, but the potential value we could get from something like that would be much higher than simply a restoration project.
Correct.
I mean, selling mitigation credits could be very lucrative and a potential revenue generator for the city ostensibly, but I don't know if that's even available or on the table.
I would say the rules on that are changing as we speak. I know that recently U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has implicated that, and Army Corps of Engineers, that when you do a mitigation project from here on out, there will always be maintenance endowment with it.
Right.
And that was one of the big issues with banking before. So it's still being rewritten right now.
Okay. I think at the moment that's it, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Reynolds.
Hi, welcome to your last week. I had a few questions related to Fish and Wildlife and then timeline. So I know we've been, well, can you clarify for us what Fish and Wildlife position is? There's, we talk about sort of the potential for violations, and I'm a little bit surprised, like, we can't just get an answer from them on, like, what is their position on this? Because certainly a federal or state Fish and Wildlife violation could be pretty impactful. So can you just clarify sort of the communication from Fish and Wildlife, what their position is, and if we don't have a specific position from them, is that something that we can get?
My experience with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service at Fairview Park has been somewhat different than other locations I've worked before. I think Fish and Wildlife has been trying to work with the city over the past few years to give the city the opportunity to work towards creating what I'm going to call a conservation instrument for the park, meaning that the park in and of itself will be protected. And they've suggested that we do that through the master plan process. And they've actually, in I don't want to get too long-winded here. Stop me if I do, because I have a tendency to go on, and Susan knows this. But we had, for an example, is in Vernal Pool 5, 6, and 7, which is the one that's surrounded by Waldorf School and Estancia School. We are in contract with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service at the moment under that, for that restoration. Now, in that restoration plan that they approved, they specifically said there will be language in the master plan that protects this site after we're done with the restoration. So they are trying to get us, to the city, to begin to include in our master plan process and any other ordinances or anything else we develop around it, the tools that we need for the protection. So they are trying not to, I think, have a heavy hand on this. And I think that partially that is because they see the value of the resources that we have there, and they really are trying to work with us on that. So in option 3, which is considering the closing the fly field, I did quote the last statement that we have in writing from them regarding this. And again, it is more of a not a warning situation, but it's just stating the facts that we, by continuing to operate the fly field, are working under the premise of knowing that there could be an endangered species take. And a take is, I've tried to explain it here in the document, a take, though, is creating, I'm going to read it because people ask this all the time, an incidental take refers to a take that results from, but is not the purpose of, carrying out an otherwise lawful activity. So again, we're permitting something that's lawful, but we know that there's an opportunity there for an infraction to happen. And that, if you followed the Bolsa Chica incident recently, where they had the drone which disturbed the not least terns. The elegant terns, thank you, my friends in the audience. It's similar to that. In that we could have a situation occur, and then we would be fined for that.
Got it. Okay, thank you. They're just going to wait and see and decide if they're happy with what we do. Okay, so then timeline, help me, because I know we've had some delays, of course, due to COVID on the update to the master plan. So in our, make sure I get these options, option 1, to allow continued use of the fly field with, you know, a number of sort of controls and protections. My understanding is that would still, if we chose that direction, we would still not be opening the fly field for about 12 months because of a lot of behind the scenes work. During that time, we're anticipating having the master plan update process underway. Help me line up sort of the end points there. When do we expect the master plan update to be complete?
Thank you, Councilwoman. The timeline would be, obviously, we're undergoing recruitment right now to fill the vacancy. Once the new administrator came on board, that would be one of their priority projects, is to define the specs for the RFP and start that process, which we know would probably take 18 months at the earliest to complete the master plan.
Help me with the math on that. What's the approximate timing? We can pick a season in a year for master plan.
If we were to start it in December, you know, it would be summer of 23.
Wow, okay.
At the earliest.
Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Harper.
Thank you. And congratulations on your impending retirement. And I love the objectivity of somebody that doesn't care about job security. So good for you. I think Arliss may have asked the questions that I was going to ask, which is, you can confirm this, but it looks like if we stick with that airfield or the flying field where it's at, it's just a matter of time before we end up with a regulatory infraction and fines. Is that a true statement? most
I
likely.
think you're defeating your purpose of restoration if you continue to do it, to be honest with you, because yes, I think that there will be.
There'll be that. And
Again,
then,
that's my observation.
okay.
And I think it may further inhibit future restoration projects if we were to leave it in place as well.
Okay. We know you said there are 110 permits. Do we know the use? I mean, are all those, is that per year or total permits, the annual permits, the 110, the 90, and the 20?
The 110 was an annual number
Okay.
for the last year that we had them. Again, we haven't had them since March of 20.
Okay. And then you've probably got some people that don't have permits out there, and there's no real enforcement, is there? So even if you modified your rules, it's really, we don't have a mechanism to enforce. Is it hard to enforce the whole thing?
Enforcement has been an issue, and it's been discussed both, at the PACS meetings, at the Parks and Community Services meetings, and at the Fairview Park Steering Committee meetings, as how do we have that necessary enforcement out there? As a staff member, I'm duty at all times, but
And do it.
for the permit, it's an annual permit, like a license to fly. So we don't track when people actually go out and take flight.
How come the model engineers don't want it there? I'm just curious. I've got them look at your matrix, which is great. I think you did a great job in your staff report. Orange County model engineers, they're the trained folks, right?
Yes.
They don't want option one either. Is there a conflict with the
No.
trains?
No, and I think they will be speaking later.
Okay,
If I can leave
I
it
was
to
just
them.
kind of curious.
Okay.
It's all right. Thank you very much. That's all.
Okay, Councilmember Harlan has more.
Yep. Sorry, I just had a follow-up. Has the city or any other organization done an assessment of the ecological state of the vernal pool complex?
They have, the city has hired over time, and we are currently contracted with biologists who are, have special permits for assessing the vernal pools. And so, yes, we have done assessments, and we are currently doing one right now.
And so with that, do we know, because there are different levels of, I'm going to get wonky here, a little ecological uplift. So you can develop to a certain level of ecological benefit that has a different monetary value. So I'm going back to the mitigation banking idea. Do we have any sense of if we do to a certain level, it's going to cost X and the value of a credit would be Y?
We have not, but that is currently, I think, the interest of the party that is approaching us is to get to that level.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
So I just have a couple of questions. It seems to me like if you look just at straight on level one, option one, what I'm hearing you say is that it will be very hard to do option one and do it without any legal liability or consequences. I think that was basically the feedback you gave to Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Harper just now, is right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, that's an
okay.
occupational hazard. You have to say yes.
Yes.
You have to answer in English words. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing you. So then the other thing is this, is I'm looking as to option number 2. I'm looking at page 4. And basically, I'm just trying to kind of sketch out the timing. And you say it's going to be, 12 to 36 months to do the study, if I'm reading that accurately. And then the last, I'm down at the very bottom, right before it says alternatives. Both of these options would require, oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong place. The next page, page 5. Any second to the last paragraph, any changes to the infrastructure at Fairview Park would require a ballot measure per AA. And so first question is, how likely would it be if we did something, and I know we're just studying it and stuff like that, I'm just trying to get orders of magnitude. How likely would it be if we did move over and study the east side of the park to do this flying, that we would trigger AA?
I think it's highly likely.
Okay, highly likely. All right, That's fine. Got that. And then if we triggered it, and again, I read the wrong section. We were talking about 12 to 18 months here. So we study it, then we trigger it. It seems to me like we're not going to the ballot on this until 2024. Do I have that right? Because we're not going to be able to get to 2022. The earliest is 2024, if not 2026.
Well, I think what Jason Minter laid out now in terms of the master plan, you said 24, or 23. We could possibly be done with the master plan in 23, and then you add on to that the ballot measure time, yes.
Okay. So we're looking, if we say we want to do option number 2, which is to look at moving it to the east side, we wouldn't be able to get it on the ballot until 24, and then sometime subsequently to that, we would then, if the voters approved it, if they don't approve it, then we're done. If they do approve it, then we have to move forward with construction of whatever the improvements are sometime after that. Remember, of course, it's November of 2024. And so we're looking at 2025, maybe 2026, before people are flying remote control planes over on the east side.
Quite possible.
That's the time frame.
Quite possible.
Okay. All right. Then my other question has to do with finance. Okay, let's just assume we decide to do that. Now we're looking at or let's assume we decide just to do it. Well, let's just stick with that. Let's say we assume we decide we want to do something on the east side and we want to spend that money, the 80 to 100,000, and then whatever else would cost, depending on what the results of that study is. That money would come out of the park funds. Can we fund it through a special restricted fund, or would that come out of the general funds, or would we look for grants, or how would we fund this effort?
Yeah, the funding obviously is not determined at this time. It would be great if, our partner agencies, HSS or other flying groups might be willing to contribute to it. I don't know if they're willing at this time, but, to come up with $80,000 to $100,000 in addition to whatever construction costs there might be, it doesn't have a funding source. I'm not aware of current grants right now, but that's something we could explore to find grant funds. Otherwise, we'd be left with general fund.
Okay. My last question is this, and we had some dialogue by email, Director Minter. So as I understand it, you need 10 acres to do this flying. That's what I thought I read in your email. 10 acres.
If we take the AMA recommended development of a field, the size recommended is minimum 10 acres.
Okay. And so if we took Fairview Park off the table, which obviously has got a lot of acreage, and we looked at other places with acreage in town, like I'm just thinking, the fairgrounds, maybe Orange Coast College, I don't know if they have 10 acres, different places. I mean, have we explored any of those options? Or maybe even neighboring cities that aren't quite as far as El Dorado and Irvine?
Starting locally, our proximity to the Santa Ana Airport, John Wayne Airport, does limit it based on, again, AMA standards that say you can't be within 3 miles of the airport, which takes away the majority of the east side of Costa Mesa. In addition, there are some stipulations about not having it near structures that, might house people, office buildings, schools, homes. So you could not be flying in too close of a proximity to structures. So it significantly limits, the opportunities in Costa Mesa, but, we do have a couple that we might be able to explore. The ones mentioned, the current existing fly fields that are mentioned in the item, I've done some analysis on them. They're pretty amazing if you look at the effort that those cities or those organizations have put into their flying fields with, bathrooms and stands and shade for pilots and asphalt runways. And, there's some pretty significant investment done to those flying fields. I don't know if we'd even be able to come close to that, but I think many of the locations we've looked at within the city, it's either too small of an area, the structures are too close, or it's too close to the airport. So we're definitely limited, but we're not out of options at this point.
Okay.
If I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to insert too that Miles Square Park has just gone through their master plan update and have approved an 8-acre fly field, which will be scheduled with other activities, but it's an open space that is going to be applied for the flying field. And there was one there historically, and they closed it when they changed it to golf, and now they're changing it back again. So that is, from Orange County Parks planners, I've been told that's probably about a 2-year process that that'll open.
Right. I saw that in the staff report.
Okay.
Thanks. Good information. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Mr. Minter, when you did your survey of potential sites, did you look at Fairview Developmental Center?
We did include that. There's a couple of potentially open parcels. We'd have to evaluate the exact. I mean, I did it using, Google Maps and basic measurement tools, but there might be a couple areas that are worth exploring, yes.
Okay.
But that doesn't include wind conditions and, things like that are more pertinent to the model flyers. One of the issues, when talking about evaluating the east side is it even a place where they can set up a runway and actually launch or take off? So I know they can speak more on that when they get their chance to talk.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think the public really wants to speak. Does any other council members have any questions? What's that? Well, let me ask this question. That's a really good question Mayor Pro Tem asked, and I had the same thing. You referred a bunch of times in your report to Sea and Sage and Audubon and stuff like that, and it sounded almost like you were working with them in terms of preparing the report. Okay, hold on, don't say anything. We've been very strict through the city clerk about, and now, by the way, the council can do whatever they want to do, but in general, the feedback from the city clerk has been 3 minutes for everybody. But I mean, if you've mentioned the Audubon presentation so many times, I mean, if you want to incorporate their presentation into your report, then just scoot over and give them the mic. Or else they get 3 minutes unless the council gives them more.
The Audubon has definitely been working with us, and we value their input. But as shown in the chart, there's multiple stakeholders that I think all feel heavily invested in this process, starting with the Harbor Soaring Society, the Audubon, or the Sea and Sage Audubon. I think the Fairview Park Alliance would also.
You've answered my question.
Okay.
3 minutes. Okay, open it up to public comment. 3 minutes. Got it. Thank you. Public comment is open for folks that are in the chambers, if anybody wants to speak.
Mr. Mayor, if it's possible, there's several people that have submitted presentations. If you can identify yourself and then just give us a minute to load up your presentation, please.
Yes, of course. Take your time and don't speak until your presentation is queued up, so you don't lose out on your 3 minutes. You have the floor, sir.
Sorry. My name is John Rittenhouse. I'm a 50-year resident of Costa Mesa. And first, I want to thank you for the hours you've spent tonight and all the hours you spend that are unseen for the benefit of the citizens of Costa Mesa. You have heard a lot of information tonight, mostly contrary to the Harbor Soaring Society. I should also indicate that I'm a former president of the Harbor Soaring Society. And a lot of information will follow my departure of this podium. The important thing to remember, to my way of thinking, is that all this information has already been heard by the city's PACS Commission in multiple meetings in much greater detail than we're going to have at this late hour tonight. And I would think that if the city has a protocol to have one entity do this research, and they've already done that, that the city would benefit, the council would benefit from listening to this research and acting on their renderings, which was a 4-to-1 approval of our continued existence with modifications. I think it's unfair to the Harbor Soaring Society to try and defend itself in 3-minute increments. And it's unfair to you to try in this late hour to determine the pros and cons and the minutia that you're going to hear when you already have an entity, the PACS Commission, that has already done that. And I think even Director Minter has mentioned to us in a past instance that it's very rare for one body of government to go against the renderings of another. So what I would ask is that we continue the evaluative process and we be allowed to make our case before the citizens of Costa Mesa when the master plan is developed next year. And in the meantime, we can evaluate all the various considerations and unresolved issues and make a studious and well evaluated decision at that time. If you choose to terminate our existence in the park, the citizens of Costa Mesa would not get a chance to make that evaluation. And I see I have 10 seconds left, and I've got another hour's worth of things to say, so I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Hi, I'm Mike Costello. I'm the current president of Harbor Soaring Society. I don't think I can say anything better than what John just said. PACS evaluated everything and voted in favor of preferably option 1, but perhaps option 2. I brought a presentation, but I don't think you'll learn anything new from it. It's been presented to the City Council before. Excuse me. This is the presentation that we gave at PACS in April and elicited a positive vote from that. So what I would rather do during my 3 minutes is to field questions from the council. Do you have any issues or concerns that would prevent you from voting in favor of option 1 or 2?
Sir, that type of dialogue we don't do during public comment.
Okay. Then I guess I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Ralph Siegfried, a member or a Costa Mesa resident for about 75 years. I grew up around here. I used to shoot 22s where I'm standing, over there on the bluffs, all kinds of good things I remember. Anywho, we had a group in here tonight of young baseball players, and I was quite impressed with them. It's about 100 of them, I guess. I didn't count them, 1, 2, 3. But I was just thinking to myself, we're taking an opportunity away from them. You're taking the opportunity away from them if you vote against us to ever learn about flying aircraft. It's something that they just don't get exposed to today. It's something new to them. And a lot of those kids would probably find a good interest in it and keep them out of trouble. Just going to ramble here. The Audubon Society is quite well organized as a group, as a club. Is this not true? I was a member of the Harbor Soaring Society, and I had to pay an AMA membership for $250,000 worth of insurance, personal. Then our club had to pay another big insurance policy to the city. How come these other organizations don't pay an insurance policy upon themselves to use that park? You have Woodruff School, a private school, a business, not a school, but a business that goes through there constantly. Those kids are under the school umbrella, I'm sure, but not each and every one of them has an insurance policy of that volume. The Audubon Society, as a club, should also have that type of insurance. The only people I've ever seen stomp around in a vernal pool has been members of the Audubon Society, I suspect, because they're in there chomping around taking pictures. The fairy shrimp, They're also known as sea monkeys. Sea monkeys, you can buy them in the magazines as a kid from San Diego, vernal pools. They sell them. So anyway, I'd like to see the clubs maintain their ability where they're at. There's been no great problem for 70 some odd years flying down through there. The type of aircraft hasn't grown larger. It is different types. And most of us fly small electrics, not these big gas hogs, the noisemakers that you hear about. And I'm running out of time, and so with that, I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd like to thank each and every one of you for looking at our site and have you give us great consideration on this. Thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
I'm Henry Smith. I'm the current vice president of Harbor Soaring Society. I'd like to offer a few remarks about some of the things that have been said previously. If we go forward with what the Harbor Soaring Society is working with the city, we'll be going back in time, and the larger, heavier, noisy airplanes that irritated people 2 years ago will be gone because they'll not be allowed out there anymore. Our plans are to make the runway enough smaller that these bigger airplanes can't be operated out of the new field. And we've really worked hard to try and work with the city. The operating hours have been seriously reduced as part of the proposals that we've made. And we've really worked as hard as we can. And regarding the liability for a take, I personally consider that a pretty marginal situation. And it's about the same as if somebody that went riding their motorcycle or their bicycle through a wet vernal pool, that could be considered a take, and the city might somehow wind up on the hook for that. And those people don't have any insurance, and the Harbor Soaring Society does. So, and about Miles Square, I've looked at the rough plans for that, and that field really won't be a practical daily use field for trying to get youth involved in aviation or anything, because it'll be usable only 1 or 2 days a month, if that, and it's a very small area which would allow operation of extremely small model airplanes, if any at all, perhaps control line, but I don't think it's really a practical site for radio control. Like I've said before, my current favorite activity with model airplanes is to teach young people how to fly. And if this field is closed, these young people end up having to go to Irvine Lake or to El Dorado or someplace to learn to fly. They won't learn. And a very interesting and useful STEM-related hobby is going to go away from your city. Thank you.
Yes, sir, you have the floor.
I'm Andy Campbell. I did have a presentation. While you're loading the...
Let's wait, and Andy, let's get it queued up, and then we could start your 3 minutes. It's consideration for proposals for you? That's it?
That's it, yes.
Okay, go.
I wanted to give just a perspective of the development of the park and how the Harbor Soaring Society came to be there. But before I do that, I want to just be above board. I'm a member of the Fairview Park Steering Committee. I wanted to correct something that Mr. Rittenhouse said. He did say that the PACs voted, I believe, 4-1 in favor, which I think is correct. The steering committee voted 6-1 against. We spent an enormous amount of time, as the Fairview Park administrator outlined, probably more than a year, looking at the issues. And I believe the PACs committee had one meeting on it. And from my perspective of that meeting, they felt for the club. They're a bunch of nice guys. They've got a great hobby. And the steering committee feels the same way. We just feel that it's not the correct location to have this activity in the park. So we'll please go to my next slide, please. So this is I want to give a shout out to the Costa Mesa Historical Society. They provided a lot of great photographs of the park. This is one where I've actually draped the vernal pool on a 1960s photograph, and you can see it's fairly pristine. There's probably some farming activity in the upper left. There's a small house if you zoomed in. You can see there, but the vernal pools were there in 1960. This is somewhat of a sort of a baseline we might look at for moving the park forward towards a restoration Next slide, please. This is moved forward to like 1987. You can see the vernal pool has been covered with a lot of debris and rubble that was brought into the park. And at that point, I believe, is when the flying activities started to really pick up, not so much in the 60s, but it was because the park was impacted with this debris. It was more of a wasteland and not so much of a habitat where you've identified the resources of the vernal pools and the fairy shrimp. The fairy shrimp that are in this park are endangered species of the riverside fairy shrimp, not so much the fairy shrimp that you buy out of a Cracker Jack box. You can see where the runway would go a little bit later. Next slide, please. So this is more of a black and white photo, but you can see where the vernal pool is. The horizontal lines at the southern part of the vernal pool, I believe, are the guidelines for launching the gliders. So you can see that they impacted the vernal pools, and the debris was more spread out. Not really much of a restoration at this point in time in the flying history, but it was about this time that the resource of the fairy shrimp and the vernal pools were identified and began to be treasured, and the restoration ideas started to progress. Next slide, please. So now we get to Fish and Wildlife. You can see the red areas that they've asked the city to protect. They left the runway off, but not necessarily the flying area. One of the slides that the Harbor Soaring Society presented to the committee was the one on the right, which showed a proposed fence line through the middle of the vernal pools, which to us was a non-starter as a committee. I believe that might be my last slide, but next slide. This is another slide they presented to the PAX group. They reduced their fly field side to the...
Oh, sorry, that's it. It cuts out automatically. Got to go to the next one. You have the floor. Debbie, hold on. Let me make sure your mic is on. Hold on. There you go.
My name is Debbie Koken, and I'm a Costa Mesa resident and a member of the Fairview Park Alliance. And I wanted to say that Fairview Park was created to protect important and unique habitat in the city of Costa Mesa. The Fairview Park Citizen Advisory Committee in 1997 said that areas should be developed with appropriate vegetation to create and enhance varied native habitats such as grassland, woodlands, riparian, alluvial scrub, sand dunes, coastal sage, and vernal pools. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service excluded Fairview Park from designation as critical habitat for endangered fairy shrimp in 2007, specifically because of the protections promised by the Fairview Park Master Plan. Unfortunately, the use of the park for flying activities has not kept in line with these goals. The expansion and operation of the airfield have adversely impacted sensitive wildlife and plant species. The airfield was graded within the watershed of mapped vernal pools. Vernal pools are considered waters of the United States under the Clean Water Act, and they require protection. Fairview Park's vernal pools contain species of endangered fairy shrimp, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife acknowledged the city's role in protecting Fairview's vernal pools in a 2014 letter to the city, which states, while accommodating public uses within Fairview Park, it is the city's responsibility to ensure that its actions comply with the Endangered Species Act. The HSS runway and its use result in violations of federal laws, including the Endangered Species Act, the Clean Water Act, and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. The city of Costa Mesa is legally responsible to restore and protect the vernal pool complexes and their watershed. Please don't put the city of Costa Mesa and our scarce natural resources at risk. Please keep the flying field closed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Garcia, and I am a homeowner and resident of Costa Mesa since 2012. I'm not a member of HSS or any of the other groups involved in this debate. I became concerned when the RC Field did not reopen after the early blunt of the pandemic shutdowns, when other parks started to become opened up. I attempted to apply at City Hall here for a permit to go fly, as I have flown there in the past in my youth, and I was denied the ability to even apply for a permit to fly. That was earlier this year. In 2016, I voted for Measure AA, which clearly intends to restrict modifications to Fairview Park and clearly identifies model aircraft flying as a well-established and long-standing use of the park. As a resident of the city, I am concerned the will of the voters is being ignored. Equitable access to STEM activities and hobbies is tremendously important today. I grew up in Fountain Valley and had no interactions with engineers or people in the sciences or technology fields in my early youth. Fountain Valley closed their RC field when I was in elementary school. During junior high, my brother and I discovered Fairview Park. We literally saw a glider flying overhead as we drove down Victoria Avenue. We followed the aircraft to Fairview and discovered the flying field. Model building and flying was taken up by both my brother and myself. We both went on to major in aerospace engineering at UC Irvine. Harbor Soaring Society and the Fairview Flying Field were critical elements in shaping our lives. The Harbor Soaring Society members offered advice, guidance on many weekends at the field. Today, I lead business operations at an all-electric aircraft company, Overair, developing clean urban air mobility solutions in Santa Ana. We are 80 employees today, and we are looking to grow to 1,000 in the next 5 years. I see an opportunity for coordination of two highly motivated and passionate groups, which will benefit the community. The Flying Field and Harbor Soaring Society, the Harbor Field and Harbor Soaring Society help meet the needs of the community, especially kids interested in STEM activities. The RC Field at Fairview Park needs to be reopened immediately, as it provides an indispensable STEM resource to kids in our community. And the voters voted Measure A to pass in 2016. Please open the Flying Field.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. You have the floor, Mr. Humphrey.
So I'm just going to do a little bit of a couple of other things, couple of questions that have popped up. First off, in the staff report, it refers on page 3, attachment 6. And I don't know about you, but I can't find attachment 6 anywhere. And that is the very document you guys have been asking about, which is the preliminary look at the change in bird population since the fly field has been closed. So I'm concerned about the fact the document's not here. I'm sure it's an oversight because of the options that you were looking at. But the real point is that some of the data to help you making a determination about whether or not the fly field has caused impairment to the habitat, et cetera, is in that document. So I'd ask that you look to that document as soon as possible, as soon as you get your hands on it. Secondarily, we talk about the master plan, and I went through the master plan, and I could only find 8 references, to mobile airplanes, whether it's airplanes, mobile, or mobile airplanes. I could only find 8 references. None of them had motors. None of them were motorized or propelled planes. They were all talked in general. But specifically, the document says, as item 1.3, the master plan represents a park for passive users. Facilities are provided for individual and small group activities focused upon walking, biking, picnicking, quiet contemplation, interpretation of the archaeologic and biological resources, and the hobbies of flying kites, model glider airplane flying, and riding the model airplane, the model railroad. Consequently, what we're looking at is a statement that says the baseline is gliders. Measure AA specifies this plan as the baseline and says expansion or intensification will trigger Measure AA. And I have one final question before I run out of time. Is Costa Mesa going to pay for the generation of a facility for a group of, at best, around 300 people, most of which are not Costa Mesa residents? Costa Mesa is going to take on that cost to build the facility. Is that what that's what I heard you guys saying earlier. Is that true? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ma'am, you have the floor. Hold on one second.
Not lit. Okay. Thank
You got it.
First off, I think the problem here is not the Soaring Society. They have been good stewards of the park. They've been gentlemen. The problem is there are an awful lot of other people out there who are not good stewards, who do not really care about the park. They probably have devoted less than a hummingbird's heartbeat to even thinking about the resources in the park. So that's not the problem. It's enforcement. And it's not just enforcement on the flying. There are an awful lot of other areas where we have an enforcement problem too. Once the field is opened, that enforcement problem will return unless we have a full-time person. And I would suggest that person then be financed entirely by licensing fees for those people who wish to fly, not the taxpayers at large, except for maybe waive some of that fee for Costa Mesa residents. Nothing is to be achieved by pointing fingers about what do they do. You know, they're wrecking the place too. No, nobody should be wrecking the place. Now, as far as I have to differ with Mr. Humphrey about the baseline under the California Environmental Quality Act, your environmental baseline for CEQA analysis purposes is what is on the ground now. It's the existing environmental condition, not last year's existing environmental condition or 10 years ago existing environmental condition. Sort of the catchphrase is what you see is what you get. There's some very, very narrow exceptions to that, but they would not apply in this case. So it's basically the dirt field that hasn't been used for a couple years. U.S. Fish and Wildlife. A few years ago, I had occasion to meet with Fish and Wildlife personnel on a number of occasions. And ostensibly, we were meeting on another matter that had to do with vernal pools and decomposed granite and that sort of thing. But the first thing they mentioned was the fly field. They are very, very concerned about that. When you hear incidental take, it doesn't mean insignificant take. It's significant, but as pointed out by staff, it's called incidental because it's incidental to another activity, but it's just as important, it's just as damaging to the endangered species, and therefore it must be avoided because we don't need a DG redux here in Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Stevens and Council. My name's Kevin Cook. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa. And I'll keep my comments brief because we've all been here a long time tonight. But I am in favor of the fly field and the flying hobby and the people that fly and the model airplanes. I think it's a healthy activity for a lot of people, both young people, old people, and people in between. I think Costa Mesa parks are for people, and I think we can coexist with the Audubon Society. I don't think the Harbor Society is a pernicious element that needs to be abolished. I think that we can all coexist. And I'm in favor of actually the Plan 1. The other ones take so long that it's very difficult. And that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kyle Mazier. I'm a local attorney at an aerospace company.
I respectfully submit that the city council had no authority, or rather the city had no authority to oust the model airplane flying activity from the Fairview Park because Measure A requires voter approval for significant changes, and no such voter approval has occurred. Indeed, AA is entitled, "An ordinance to give the people of Costa Mesa a vote to determine what significant changes to Fairview Park may be made." If you merely walk into Fairview Park from the southwest entrance, it immediately becomes apparent the model airplanes have been a part of the park's heritage for many, many years. Multiple patinaed signs and fenced-off areas for airplane operations attest to the established heritage of model airplanes at Fairview Park. The model airplanes have perhaps the best documented history of any activity at Fairview Park. The members of the Fairview model airplane community will happily share the history of model airplanes at Fairview Park. And indeed, it was mentioned in the presentation tonight. And the heritage goes all the way back to the 1960s. If anything is to constitute an established part of Fairview Park, at the time Measure AA was passed in 2016, surely model airplane flying constitutes such an intricate component of the park. As such, authority to oust or significantly change model airplane flying at Fairview Park can only come from the voters of Costa Mesa. Indeed, the city, in the staff report that was just presented, seems to take the position they need voter approval to move the field, yet currently they have ousted the flying completely without voter approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a presentation.
Okay, let's get Kim Hendrick's presentation up, please, and then just when it's up, then you could start. Okay, I think it looks like it's up.
Okay, do I can't change it, the slides. Brenda, you're going to do it? You got it? Okay. So I just wanted to say that I'm sorry that some of you may have misunderstood Measure AA. It's expansion of uses that are in the Fairview Park Master Plan established. So they're not correct in what they said. Next slide. Fairview Park Alliance is to restore vernal pools, provide habitat for distinctive plants and animals, endangered San Diego and Riverside fairy shrimp. Next slide. This is 2003, and you can see the dark areas of Vernal Pool 1, 2, 3 complex, Vernal Pool 4, as well as 5, 6, and 7 used to be right near the path. Next slide. The endangered fairy shrimp became endangered, listed February 3rd, 1997. For anyone to do anything, option 1 or 2, you would have to do an environmental impact report as well as follow CEQA. And I did send you information about the 2019 surveys. Endangered fairy shrimp have been found in all vernal pools except for 7. Next slide, please. These are some fairy shrimp that feed hundreds of migrating birds. Next slide. The disruption of a delicate ecosystem. Next slide. This is what the fly field did. It went right into the watershed. Even there's only silent gliders in the Fairview Park Master Plan, page 33. They were never supposed to even be located there. They were near the bathrooms, so that's even incorrect. Next slide. It's even worse than you think. Next slide. And there has been harassment by all the flyers. And I've seen many flyers in vernal pools, and never has a biologist been called. Next slide. And they fly out of their area all the time. Next slide. And this year, the white-tailed kites had 2 broods. Usually they only have 1. They had 2 broods, 2 sets of offspring. This is in 2020. So if we give them a chance, they will come back. Next slide. They're teaching their young how to eat in the air. Next slide. Burrowing owls inhabit the east side. It would impact them, option 2. Next slide. There's another burrowing owl. Next slide. And they were gone for a while. There's also trails on the east side that people use. Next slide. And this is City of Costa Mesa permits issued, and you can see that there were only 21 residents in 2020. Next slide. There's the barn owl that hadn't been seen before, 2021. This was in April this was taken. Next slide. And there's even more birds there now. Next slide. And they're even enjoying each other. Next slide. Why risk destroying our natural resources when there are other options? Next slide. And this is a beautiful fly field. They have better amenities like.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. You have the floor, sir. Oh, sorry.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is John Chen. I'm a resident in Irvine. I went to UC Irvine from 2009 to 2013. Fairview Park has provided an excellent opportunity for me to pair my education with practical experience. As we know, school is starting back up, high school, universities, all that. People are learning, boys and girls are learning sciences, and universities are providing education in aeronautics. It's very difficult to find places to practice aeronautics in this area, as we know. It is also very costly for students to go and venture out to far distances, to desert lands where they can fly. So having Fairview in my own education, there were many young men and women that are in this profession today because we had the opportunity to fly in somewhere that was within civilization, within just a quick drive down from the school, and I just appreciated that opportunity, and I would like to keep Fairview running, and if possible, to open as soon as we can, for the betterment of the education of our men and women today. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Classes. First, I must share a little irony with you. At the request of environmental groups, the flyers from Fairview took the videos and photos that saved Banning Ranch, Bolsa Chica, and a number of other sites, just to make a point. Gosh, you're great kids. We could make great pilots out of them. That'd be a wonderful idea. Good evening. I'm First Lieutenant John Anderson, Civil Air Patrol, Air Force Auxiliary, a senior rated aerospace education officer with the Costa Mesa Armory-based base at Squadron 68 and the California Wing Aerospace Education staff. I have, honestly, years of experience providing aerospace education and STEM instruction for the Costa Mesa schools, recreation centers, yours, teacher training programs, science fairs, community events, and Civil Air Patrol cadet programs in Costa Mesa at Edwards Air Force Base throughout Southern California and nationwide online. Our U.S. military, especially the Air Force, needs pilots and support staff, so hopefully I and my fellow CAP members and other local instructors can continue to offer quality aerospace education, including important local RC and unmanned aerial vehicle system flight instruction at Fairview Park on the dates and times suitable for student participation. The subject agreement is between the City of Costa Mesa and the Harbor Soaring Society. CAP is a party of interest. We support the retention of Fairview Field in some form with appropriate operational limitations. Other fields are rather remote. Most are poorly to very poorly suited for training new pilots. On a personal basis, I hope to enjoy and share my lifelong passion of flying suitable RC aircraft at Fairview Park. I'd be very pleased to inform you of our excellent CAP aerospace and STEM programs. I've left some material with your city clerk, and I hope to hear from you via my business card. I'd like to share some more thoughts as we go along. My pleasure.
Thank you. I don't see anybody there. Ms. Lees, looks like you're the last one.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Cynthia, we're going to miss you. Thank you for your collaboration with Fairview Park Alliance and just the way we've come a long way in restoring Fairview Park. I've been out there to pull weeds, quite a few times. Never thought that would be something I would do, but it's a great community activity. And not too long, because then you start itching. But also, I'd like to thank you, Mayor Stevens, and Mayor Pro Tem Marr, for coming out for one of our field trips, and for Councilman Harper for returning my phone call. We tried to invite all of you out for a field trip to give you our point of view as Fairview Park Alliance supports option 3. And it's because although we value the years that the Harbor Soaring Society has been there to train young people and to just enjoy that hobby, in the last few years, we have all participated, especially with Measure AA, in the idea of restoring Fairview Park and really making it into a nature park. And now we reach a conflict with the Harbor Soaring Society and the mechanical airplanes. It used to be just the gliders, and that was fine, but it's somehow, and I was there on the Park Commission, I was there on the City Council, but you know what? I did not have access to the federal U.S. Fish and Wildlife rules. And if you look on your agenda, on the far, there's communication, and that's where this federal registry of 2007 rules and regulations, that's where you'll find it. They're not my rules. They belong to the federal government, and they basically say that we trust the city of Costa Mesa to follow the rules. And I've sent you an email. I don't know why it's not included in the communication, but I, as a member of FIPAC, I don't want the city to spend any more money on looking at option 2. I think the best solution is just to make the hard decision to go with option 3, and they can go to other fly fields, and the habitat will be restored, and we're not going to put ourselves in risk for attorneys' fees, consultants, to pursue option 2, or to be in trouble with the federal government. And any kind of letter, which is also, I think, in there to Bart Mejia in Mejia 2014 from the U.S. Department of Interior Fish and Wildlife Service, talking about
Thanks. Thank you. Yes. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak who's in the chambers? If so, go to that podium. Thank you. You have the floor, ma'am. Oh, here you go. The mic keeps turning off. Sorry about that. Wait right there until we got your thing. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name is Bettina Eastman. I'm a wildlife biologist representing Sea and Sage Audubon Society. I am speaking on behalf of our Conservation Committee and membership, many of which are Costa Mesa residents who live nearby Fairview Park and who regularly enjoy walking and birding in the park. Thank you for allowing us to speak. Next slide. Sea and Sage is a conservation organization and for several years has offered to work with HSS to develop a well-balanced, open space-friendly model aircraft operation. Although we were hopeful a comprehensive plan with restrictions for reopening the fly field on the west side would be possible, we now see that just won't work. Therefore, we fully support the Fairview Park Steering Committee staff recommendation to close the fly field on the west side permanently. Furthermore, the evaluation for moving it to the east side must include scientifically and operationally based studies in concert with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Developing a comprehensive revised master plan complete with the proper environmental impact report and mitigated negative declaration is the only way to ensure all park resources are fully protected. Next slide. For a little over a year, Sea and Sage biologists and volunteers have conducted around 200 point count avian surveys with close to 700 hours in the field, seeing over 140 different species, including several endangered or sensitive species, and some that are rare and seldom seen. This shows why we believe the park is such an important part of Orange County's habitat for natural resources and why the birds that use the park and live within it need protection. Next slide. Although raptors rely on Fairview's resources to survive the winter and are most often associated with open grasslands, the heat rising from the surface of the earth allows for their migration north. A Swainson's hawk, never before reported at Fairview, was seen doing just that last fall. Yet many, many other species either live, breed, or overwinter in the park's grasslands. Next slide. To help understand what birds are using Fairview Park, a point count survey was designed. Special birds like the loggerhead shrike, top left, a bird in steep decline, was observed on both east and west sides. The sage thrasher, typically of the desert southwest, and a great blue heron, which often forages away from people, were just a few of the special sightings. Next slide. Additionally, we may document something significant, like the large flock of western meadowlarks, which overwinter in the grasslands by the hundreds each year and are also in decline due to habitat loss.
That's it. No more slides, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for coming, and I enjoyed the slides. Go right. Thank you. You can go, sir.
So, Honourable Mayor and Council members, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, and especially at this horribly late hour. So thank you very much. My name is Vince Paradise. I'm a member of the Harbour Soaring Society. I'm also a member of one of the other clubs that have been mentioned this evening, the other RC flying clubs, that's Trabuco Canyon. So a lot of experience in terms of different types of flying, different types of model aeroplanes and so on. I think this discussion has been going on now for a long, long time. I mean, we're talking many, many months, several years, in fact, taking many, many meetings, lots and lots of topics brought up by very impassioned people on our side with the model flying, of course. And we do understand the interest of people who want to have an interest, a great interest in nature. I think we all do, in fact. But really, no conclusive evidence. There's nothing really conclusively to say that the model airplanes, especially of the type that we fly in Fairview Park, which are a very restricted size of plane. They're very small foam planes with a very restricted size, very small electric motors that power them, as well as the gliders, of course. So they're very different than some of the very large aeroplanes with gasoline engines you see, where some of those reports come from that may suggest there's an impact in nature reserves where you wouldn't want those flying clubs. It's very, very different in what we're doing and what we're proposing, what we do in Fairview Park for model airplane flying. And no real proof that those planes do impact birds. It's just a thought process. And I would say in this situation where there's no clear evidence, that maybe it comes down to a strategy decision. And perhaps the strategy here is really, if the park is going to be a dedicated nature reserve, as is proposed, with perhaps good reason, if it's going to have an element of a bird sanctuary built in, which we've seen some fantastic pictures this evening which would suggest that, then I, even as a keen flyer, would suggest maybe model airplanes shouldn't exist with that. Why would you have planes flying through a bird sanctuary? It makes no sense. So, but if the strategy is, as it could be, a mixed-use park with recreational facilities and so on, then model airplane flying goes from being off the list, maybe a key candidate, for three reasons. One, because there's no proof that we damage, that we affect the birds. Secondly, our real footprint on the ground is really tiny. That small patch that we fly from is very tiny. It's only been touched a tiny bit to regrade it once a long time ago. And lastly, and perhaps quite interestingly, we're one of the few activities that can coexist with the shrimp. They have to be there. You saw those huge areas that are being marked off to protect the shrimp. We can actually overfly those areas. There's nothing else that can coexist as a human activity, as a recreational activity with the shrimp. No one goes to the park to look over the fence to see the shrimp. There's anything to see. But we can fly over it to make use of that space. So again, an interesting reason why perhaps we are a good choice for a mixed-use park with recreational facilities, as opposed to a purpose a park just as a nature reserve, just as.
Thank you. I don't see anybody who wishes to speak in the chambers. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody waiting to speak on Zoom?
Yes, we have a couple. The first one is Hank Castanetti.
Hank, hope you're doing well. You've got 3 minutes. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, council members, and city staff.
My name is Hank Castagnetti, and I'm here to represent the Orange County Model Engineers, operators of the Mackerel Flats and Goat Hill Junction Railroad on the east side of Fairview Park. In addition to my involvement with the Train Club, I also serve as OCME liaison to the Fairview Park Steering Committee. The Train Club would welcome the presence of a Harbor Soaring Society runway on our side of the park if it was deemed appropriate. And we have extended an offer to share our facilities with the Flyers. We have offered to discuss sharing use of our restrooms, parking lot, and even our storage compound with the Airplane Club. OCME advocates for the Flyers and believes that planes could be allowed to continue to use Fairview Park. The caveat to their use of the park, however, is solely in the fact that the current fly field is in the wrong place. The runway is located in a vernal pool watershed, which is protected natural habitat, and we fully agree with other stakeholders that it should not be allowed to stay there. Much effort has gone into restoring the vernal pools, as well as their watersheds, and we believe the council should continue to support the efforts of park staff and the many volunteer citizens of Costa Mesa who have worked tirelessly donating hours of their labor to assist in this restoration. Therefore, the Orange County Model Engineers wishes to go on record in support of a combination of staff reports 2 and 3. Maintain the closure of the fly field on the west side and investigate moving it to a more appropriate location on the east side. We look forward to assisting city staff and the Harbor Soaring Society in any way we can to join us on the east side, and we hope that you will also choose to support both airplanes as well as the natural habitat by advocating for a combination of options 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who else do we have on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Our last speaker is Paula Hung.
Paula, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, my name is Paula, and I'm a Costa Mesa resident for about 30 years. I went to Estancia High School, and Fairview Park was my cross-country course. My son, Caleb, is 11 years old, and he tried to come to the meeting tonight, but obviously couldn't stay this late. He has become a student of some of the men who fly airplanes at Fairview Park, and they've really welcomed him in and embraced him. And my son has some special needs, but they've been very patient and kind and worked with him, and he's come a long way in learning how to fly the model airplanes. And I just think there's a lot of value for our community to have young people be able to walk through this family-centered park and run into the Harbor Flying Society and meet people, meet retired pilots and scientists who want to help them learn something new. My experience has been that the men who fly there have always been very polite and, as mentioned, good stewards of the park. And they teach the children the rules of flying and safety and how to respect the vernal pool areas. And I think it's really great for the Costa Mesa community to have them continue flying there. And I hope you'll go with option 1. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else on Zoom? Okay, I'm going to close public comment, and then we're going to go back to the main screen and ask the council to make a motion. It looks like we've got Councilmember Gameros who's ready to make a motion. Councilmember Gameros, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that we exercise option 3 and consider closing the fly field on the west side.
Motion by Councilmember Gameros for option 3. Is there a second? Is somebody send? I can't. Hold on. I gotta interact with the council here. So public hearing is closed, sir. Hold on. Public hearing is closed. Got it? Public hearing is closed. We have a second by Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Gameros, do you wish to speak to your motion? Yes. You may speak.
Thank you. So while I do appreciate that the flying field does bring a lot of opportunity and joy for some people, it doesn't represent a large group of people in our community. And that's what I was elected for, is to bring what the masses want to see. It's my understanding that there's only 20 residents in the city of Costa Mesa that actually use this field. There's several others outside of our city that use it. There's opportunity for bird migration in this park. The birds do feed off those shrimp, from what I understand and what I've heard. And to say that we really don't know if the planes interfere with the birds' activities is kind of an unsupported statement, because I can tell you right now that the planes flying around would interfere and do interfere, and we can see that because the birds have migrated back. I, for one, want to recreate and enjoy the park just like everybody else, but I also want to see an opportunity provided for the Fairview Park Committee to expand what's going on now, and I believe that having a flying field with model airplanes is going to be interrupted on that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds, speak to the second.
Yeah, my second, certainly leaning in that discussion, I seconded for discussion, and I had a few questions, additional follow-up questions, if I may.
Yes, you have. Yeah, you have the floor.
So for Ms. DiAugusta, option 3 is consider permanent closure. So I'm curious what that means in terms of what would be the next steps if we made that choice tonight. And then second question, going back to one of my earlier questions about sort of overlap with the master plan update process, would option 3 in your mind still support sort of the inclusion of flying at Fairview Park as a potential activity to be analyzed in the master plan update process?
Well, I can answer the first question easily. Second one's not so easy to answer, I think. But the next steps on 3 would be simply to remove the existing structures that are there, close it down. HSS does have a storage container out there that is in the 5, 6, and 7 pool area that would need to be removed. We are not permitting currently because we do not have a current agreement with HSS. So there's no paperwork to be done, so to speak. None of the materials would have to be updated that support the permits and the flying regulations. So it's a matter of removing structures, and that is fencing. We've already removed picnic tables, it's fencing, and a couple of kiosks and the storage unit. Okay.
Can I just clarify that question? So would option 3 effectively tonight end flying at Fairview Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And then the second question was, does the master plan update process sort of include, if we made that decision, would that exclude flying as an activity considered? You know, we've got running, we've got biking, we've got kite flying, bird watching, lots of other activities happening at Fairview Park that'll be, part of the discussion in the master plan update process. Would an option 3 decision tonight exclude that from the process or still allow that to be discussed as an activity, a potential harmonious activity at Fairview Park?
Susan wants to go. Go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds, option 2 would be to consider a relocation. Option 3 is to not have HSS flying at Fairview Park. So the motion on the floor right now, as I understand it, is option 3. So option 2 would be to consider either east side, or should the council elect to say, look at some other location, whether it's at Fairview or somewhere else. It's up to the council to specify in the motion.
Got it.
Option 2.
Okay. Let me, I guess, explain some of the things I'm thinking of, and maybe it's not an option on the on the table. And I won't share all my comments now because I'm curious where the other council members are leaning. But for many reasons, and I've been a part of this conversation for several years now as a liaison to the Fairview Park Steering Committee as both a Parks Commissioner once upon a time and council member. So I do really appreciate all of the community members on all sides of this who've spent hours and hours and hours thinking about this and collecting information and sharing experiences. It is not an easy decision by any means. There are many reasons I'm leaning towards option 3, and I'm not quite ready to sort of let go of flying 100% at Fairview Park. As we've heard, value as a recreational resource, value in people connections. And so something as simple as like is part of an event, a one-time glider day, right? Does option 3 eliminate the possibility of like glider day at Fairview Park, right? A very sort of controlled, managed with good enforcement type of event. I feel like that's something that might still be worth keeping on the table. And so I'm not sure what the solution to that would be. So I'm sharing that out there as part of the discussion. I'd like to see where council is.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah.
Why don't you just, we have, Mayor Pro Tem Mar wants to make a substitute motion. So why don't we listen to that motion and then, we can evaluate what's going on and you'll still get time. Is that okay?
Yeah. I'm sharing kind of some of the different thoughts for the purpose of crafting a solution here. Yeah.
Okay, so let's hear from our Mayor Pro Tem. She may have a good solution here.
So apologies that I'm not sticking with the options, okay? I'm a little all over the place. So this is a 3-parter. So one, include in the Fairview Park master plan update a more broad analysis of the potential for flying. I don't want that to be left out of that evaluation, and I actually think that's a far more appropriate place for it than what we're doing right now. Number 2, identify other sites throughout the city. I'm particularly interested in Fairview Developmental Center because at some point it's going to be effectively a greenfield site for us. We've talked about setting aside at least 10 acres to maintain big open space. There's no reason why we couldn't strategically make that 10 acres the most appropriate possible for the fly field. And if we're talking about 2025, that might happen sooner than anything else. And then number 3, permit gliders only in the park moving forward until we have a revision to that from either a master plan process or something else.
What? Too late. I seconded it. I seconded the motion. What was the first part? Yeah, go.
Yeah, to make sure that we're evaluating this in the context of the master plan.
Okay, I like that. I like number 2 the best. And number 3, gliders only?
For now.
Gliders only. And then the gliders only piece, you would also have to go through the idea of like studying it and
No,
you said
it's allowed in the master plan right now.
You say we can put, if we approve that, gliders go out there in a couple of weeks or what?
We would still need to update the agreement with the Harbor Soaring Society because they have the agreement with the FAA to run a fly field at Fairview Park. So the first step would be to be able to contract with Harbor Soaring Society to fly gliders out there. We would have to change all of our permitting process paperwork that, to indicate it's gliders only. I believe we might have to do the ordinance over again. There is a city ordinance that, that defines what kinds of flyers can happen out there, so that would have to be redone. I think I've covered it. But there's documents that have to be redone, and currently we don't have an agreement with HSS, and we do not have the certification from the FAA in hand from HSS that we would need.
So this is direction we'd be given. Now, let me ask you one other question to see if I want to second this, and I think I will, but if we do gliders only, how does that impact, mitigate, reduce the concern about the certain things? Or would gliders be just as impactful potentially as radio control? Set out drones. The toughest part of the motion that I'm struggling with is the last part, number 3, gliders only.
There would still remain 3 potentially environmental impacts. One is the take. 2 would be needing to retrieve downed material out of the vernal pools, which there's no trespassing in the vernal pools. There's still that. And the fly field would have to remain in the place that it's in right now,
All right.
which is not what we're recommending.
All right. I don't want to do the glider, so I'm withdrawing my second.
Anyone else want a second?
Now Jeff Harlan wants to second.
Yeah, I'll second. But
Sorry, I'm sorry. Do it again. I thought I was doing Harlan. I did Harper. You're next, Councilmember Harper.
So can we?
You have the floor.
Thank you. So Mayor Pro Tem Mark, can you just clarify again the 3 aspects of it? I mean, I plan on supporting, but.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. So number 1 is to include evaluation of all aircraft at Fairview Park in the next master plan update. Number 2 is to have the city start identifying alternative sites with an emphasis on Fairview Developmental Center. And number 3 is to initiate the process of permitting gliders to fly in the current location moving forward. I know, that's annoying. Can you turn him on?
What do you?
Okay, I'll support that. And just briefly, I might have some other comments, but I think, like Mayor Pro Tem Mar, there should be some compromise here. I think what we're being asked to do is a little premature and unnecessarily adversarial. This is really a policy question that, to my mind, should be the appropriate place for that discussion is in an update of a master plan. I mean, I think a document like that is supposed to give us, as council members, some guidance on questions like this. And from what I can tell and from what I've heard from staff tonight, that master plan doesn't really provide the guidance or may not be updated right now to reflect current conditions. So to my mind, the appropriate place is in the master plan update. The other thing I struggle with is that we're not ready to make a decision about, or at least I'm not ready to make a decision about a preference for Fairview Park being simply a nature reserve or preservation being the primary priority. I think Measure AA still includes language for other activities. That was passed by the voters here. And the master plan itself still has that language. So to my mind, that still should provide some ambiguity that I don't feel like we can resolve just on the dais here tonight. So I will support the motion. I like to see some kind of compromise here. I think this is the best that we can get at the moment. I will say, however, though, that I do recognize that the location of the flying field is problematic. And so to the extent that we may be looking at other locations, whether it's in Fairview Park or, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, elsewhere in the city, I think we're going to have to actually do that work and hopefully come up with some potential location. But I don't know that, given what I've heard tonight, that the flying field is going to be a permanent solution where it is now.
Okay, that was the second speaking in favor of the substitute motion. Now the moving council member Mayor Pro Tem.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, could we have a motion and a second to go past midnight? And could we just do it verbally, please?
So moved, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem, and then let's call for the question.
Please don't vote with your buttons because we've already got the
Okay.
system full. So, Councilmember Reynolds, Councilmember Harper, Councilmember Harlan, Councilmember Gameros, Councilmember Chavez, Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've been on council for 3 years now, and I think this is the hardest issue of all the things we voted on, right? COVID, homelessness, this has been the hardest for me. And I will be the first to admit that I have bounced back and forth depending on what day of the week it is. I was an aerospace major in college. I love aviation. It is a priority and a passion of mine. When I'm out there, I get it. It's awesome to be outside, feeling the wind come over the bluff, right? It is cool to be out there. And I want so badly to find a way to continue supporting the Harbor Soaring Society. I'm also confronted with the environmental piece that the endangered birds aren't here to speak during public comment, right? The impacted parties are not able in many ways to provide us with their input. And there is a legitimate environmental concern, right? Whether you think the statistics are satisfactory enough to your liking, or the Audubon report is correct or not, of course there's an impact. And so I've been looking really desperately to find what is the compromise, right? At one point I was thinking, well, maybe we'll just regulate the heck out of it, right? Maybe we can have classes at OCC and somebody out there watching it and 3 or 4 flags so we can identify where the area is, and maybe a course that folks have to take. And I mean, and the Assistant City Manager Price is laughing right now because that was the first conversation I had. I was fired up about we'll find a way that we can regulate this into compliance. And that's not realistic either, right? I mean, you guys sat through a 2-hour presentation about all the stuff staff is working on. That's also not going to happen. Harbor Soaring Society doesn't have the capacity to support all of those things. And so, I feel like in many ways my motion is just punting. And to Councilmember Harlan's point, I hate doing that, but I also can't make good policy with the information we have right now without looking at it in the larger context of Fairview Park, and frankly, without considering other sites in the city. So, sorry, that was a long-winded rant, but I want to be very honest with all the stakeholders about, I'm sorry, I have been flaky and I have bounced around on my thoughts on this because I really have been trying to figure out what the right thing to do is, and I'm still not entirely sure.
Thank you. Next up in the queue is Councilmember Gameros.
So I'm going to support the change, and we should reevaluate that in the master plan. That's
Okay.
what I wanted to say.
So you're gonna vote for the substitute motion?
Yes.
Okay, and if it wins, then if it loses, then we'll see what you think about your motion. So, Councilmember Harper, let's hear from you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar, I don't think you're punting. I think we're all kind of feeling the same thing, and everybody that spoke tonight is very credible. And I've gone from, oh, here's the decision to there's the decision. I want to clarify one thing. How do the planes affect the vernal pools? I guess as they go down and they step in the vernal pool, just like my dog might run through the vernal pool. Not that I've ever taken him off the leash. Just to make that clear. As it happened once. Cops caught me. Never mind. So that's it. Kind of that's the impact on the vernal pools.
I'm sorry, you want an answer?
So the planes don't land in the vernal pools unless it's by accident, right?
Correct.
So, yeah. So I'm going to support the motion I'll call it to punt. I think it's a good decision. What makes me laugh a little bit is a couple of meetings ago, we approved a 7-story apartment complex that obviously impacts the environment. I'm worried about a styrofoam plane or glider. So, but I also saw the pictures of the birds and go, I love that. So, tough decision. And I appreciate you saying what you said and your motion, so I'm going to support that as a punt. The only thing I might suggest we add is, should we look at this in 6 months to reevaluate the impact if we have any data that we can see about the birds, and maybe we consider something else? Is that something we might consider?
Is that a friendly amendment?
Oh, I don't know how to do that, but let's say it
Question,
is.
right.
Let's say it's an addition to Mayor Pro Tem's motions. Or it could be 6 months or 9 months.
I mean, I think that's going to be when you start the master plan process, right? So he's asking if we should come back in 6 months.
We should have started the master plan process by then, yes. But
Okay, so we'll have some initial stakeholder workshops. So I don't think we need to amend the motion. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to discussion mode. Oh, wait, Councilmember Reynolds, hold on a second. Councilmember Chavez is having problems getting in the queue. So I'm going to discussion mode so we can hear from Councilmember Chavez. Now you should be able to speak. No, you can't? No, I think his mic is completely messed up. You want to sit at my chair? Sure.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. So gracious to give me the center stage for a moment. Thank you, everyone that spoke today. This is not an easy topic, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Mar had really excellent comments on the difficulty that we've all faced when discussing this really critical and monumental decision. And I think her motion is the correct motion. I think we have articulated this argument in a way where it's someone wins, someone loses kind of point of view. And I think that's wrong. Our job as council, has put by Member Harlan, is to create policy. And that policy is to make sure that the most people benefit in the most positive way. And I think Mar's motion is the best we can do to make sure every stakeholder has something to gain from this, right? We have to make sure we're preserving these shrimps and this habitat in Fairview Park. There's nowhere else in the county where you can really look at an incorporated city that has this nature preserve. It's one of the gems of Costa Mesa. It's what makes us unique, and we have to preserve it. At the same time, we have to preserve the society we have that allows young members of our county, of our city, to get engaged in airplanes and engineering and all these great things. So I think her motion is the correct motion. It's one that allows all of us to win potentially and allows all of us to have a stake in the future. So thank you all for your comments. Thank you all for your passion. Thank you all for your heart. And let's get the vote going. Thank you, Mayor Stevens.
Councilmember Reynolds, do you still, I think your mic is your mic not hot? Go ahead.
Oh, cool, okay. Yeah, I really appreciate the discussion. I think where I was sort of headed is this, I 100% agree that this decision should be part of a discussion in the master plan update process. All of the sort of agony in this discussion, I think, has been articulated by other council members as well. Where I've been sort of unsure is in the meantime, right, until we get this master plan update, should we sort of continue with flying or have no flying? 100% agree with the decision or the recommendation or motion on gliders only. And it sounds like you've got your votes, but I want to ask, because there are some sort of controls recommended in option 1 in terms of flying outside of bird nesting season only. And I do think, considering the environmental impact and risk with fish and wildlife, that would be a good recommendation. So would you consider modifying your motion to include this first recommendation here, opening the fly fields annually October through March, or the 6 months of the year outside bird nesting season?
I think there's going to have to be a bunch of stuff that comes back from staff in terms of an ordinance and what the process looks like. So let's save the specifics of operation for that.
So the motion includes sort of folding some recommendations into the updated ordinance in terms of.
I don't want to speak out of turn, but that's the vibe I'm getting from these three down here, that they need a hot second to come back to us with some glider recommendations. Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure that that's under.
City attorney's trying to talk.
That's okay. Mr. Mayor, members of the council,
we will have to bring back modifications to the ordinance. So if, that could be one of the options, would be to limit it to non-nesting season. But we'll include that in our recommendations.
Okay.
All right, good. Well, hey, so I respect the motion. I respect all the comments that were made by council. I appreciate everything that, especially I like the second part of the motion. That's my favorite part of the motion. First part is okay, but as I said, I withdrew my second because I just don't think that having the gliders there is right. I think what's going to happen, I hope it doesn't, but I think what's going to happen is it's going to be very difficult to enforce. And once you kind of put the gliders out there, then the radio control planes are going to be out there. And then before you know it, there's going to be drones out there. And it's kind of a camel's nose in the tent. So I think I'd like to keep the camel's nose out of the tent. So I don't support the gliders piece. So therefore, I don't support the motion. It seems like it has enough votes to pass. It's not irrational. It's not wrong. Nobody's wrong here. Everybody's coming to us in good faith and giving us good information, and I appreciate what they're giving us. I really like the second piece of the motion, though, because I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Mar that we should look at other places for this. I think there are better places in the city that don't have the sensitive environmental concerns. I think it's a great activity. I'd love to have it in Costa Mesa. The last thing I'll say about it is, I will say this, and this is kind of a crummy thing to say, and maybe I should stop already, but if for whatever reason we can't find that place, Costa Mesa is such a great place. We went on and on about how great Costa Mesa is, our staff is, and we do all this stuff, but we don't have to be everything to everybody. There are 34 cities in Costa Mesa. We have a lot of activities. We don't have to have every activity. And so, so I do not support the motion. Somebody else wants to speak? Lorianne?
Yes. I think I'm a little confused, and maybe staff has a better handle on the friendly amendment made by Councilmember Harper. So I just want to make clear that we understand what.
There was
it
no
doesn't
amendment.
Matter. Okay.
They were just talking.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, so.
They're coming back in 6 months. Beautiful.
City Clerk, do you understand the motion and the second that we're voting on? Okay, I think council does. If you do, it'll be reflected in the records. Do you understand the motion? Staff understands the motion? Do you have any questions about the motion?
The big question is enforcement. In option one, we talked about the enforcement arm.
I understand. That's a policy issue. Okay, they understand that. I made my point. Okay, let's just call for the question.
Mayor, I have a question. Sorry to prolong
Yes,
this.
of course.
This is sort of what I'm weighing in my decision. This motion comes with additional work for staff immediately, and this item has taken up a huge amount of staff time that is taken away from real restoration activities. Can you give us a sense of level of effort or staff time associated with this motion and getting the fly field, kind of running again? And what that delays in terms of restoration?
Again, there are numerous documents that have to be rewritten. The ordinance has to be rewritten. This will consume, if once again it's a single individual as a Fairview Park administrator, it will consume at least 35% of their time.
Okay.
And it will take additional staff in the department to carry it out.
Do you mean before we vote on it, or throughout the whole process of enforcement as well, 25 to 30%?
No, I mean to get it up and flying again. I'm sorry, I thought the question was to open the field and allow flyers out there again. Enforcement is another issue. That's a constant that has to continue.
Okay.
That will be someone's time for whatever hours we decide to stay open.
Okay. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, did you have another question?
Yeah, I was going to follow up. Thank you for answering that. I know I always underestimate how long anything takes on staff time, and I think it's because of that response that I'm not going to support the motion.
I support the two components of the motion to roll this into the, master plan update process to analyze flying, along with other uses of the park. But this discussion has taken so much of staff time. It's dominated the steering committee time. It's really gotten in the way of efforts to increase sort of education around the incredible biological and cultural resources at Fairview Park, real restoration efforts, grant writing to pursue money to support those restoration efforts. My preference would be to sort of keep flying closed while we move forward on the master plan update process, because we really need to invest time in that and real restoration. So just wanted to articulate why I'm not supporting.
Okay, before we vote, it just occurred to me that it was against my own interest because I cut you off, Director Minter. You were going to say something about enforcement that may support my position. Please.
It's a lot of pressure. Included in option one were a series of things that would have to happen, and enforcement was definitely a big component of it. Do we have a part-time staff member out there relying on our police department and park rangers to do it? So I think, as was mentioned, if we allow gliders, how are we going to differentiate to the public that just see flying activity happening out there? Signage, kiosks, all those things can take place. I don't think it answers the question about the restoration efforts if that takeoff area that's used for gliders is not available for restoration. So I think the things outlined in option one, some of those I don't know if we can leave for 6 months without direction.
I noticed Councilmember Harper lit up his microphone. Do you wish to speak?
I have control of that now. That's
Yeah,
the
I know.
first time ever.
It's
Really-
big mistake on
And
my
I
part.
held
Go,
my voice.
go.
I
Just
didn't say anything.
Just talk.
I was very polite.
Go ahead.
I don't understand this. Either we're enforcing. What did we do before? Did we not enforce? Did we not enforce the rules?
We didn't have staff dedicated to enforcement, no, which is one of the problems and one of the major concerns with the take.
They've been there for 20 years, right? How long has the Harbor Soaring Society been there?
The endangered species portion of it that Ms. D'Augusto talked about has not been an issue for 60 years. It's the identification of endangered species that has triggered, like Ms. D'Augusto explained in the item. There's two main factors now that didn't exist before.
Okay, so
which is
you're
why
saying there's a special enforcement that has to occur because we have an endangered species issue?
Yeah.
And the enforcement of those rules, the rules didn't change though, did they? Just the enforcement or the need for enforcement?
The rules change when you get endangered species listed.
Okay.
They get more intense. And when we restore and we attract more birds, more species of birds that are all on the protected list, the migratory list, so other enforcement issues come into play.
What's the rule that changed? Give me an example of a rule that changed because there was endangered species. What's the rule specific to the people flying the plane? Was it the hours of operation or?
No, the rules that would have changed for the ferry shrimp listing in 2007 really is when it became an issue. In 97 it was listed. Is that we can't trespass into those areas. Because there is the take that would occur there is that you're endangering the plant material, which is specific to the vernal pool and/or the fairy shrimp.
So that rule would apply to anyone in the park, including my dog.
Oh, correct.
Right?
Well, I don't know about your dog, but
It's a big dog. But seriously, I'm being serious. I mean, that rule that has nothing to do with the harbors. That has nothing to do with flying planes. It has to do with everybody in the park. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what you just said. You
It
said
has
the
to
rule
do with-
changed. The rule changed because I have an endangered species. I can't go in the vernal pool. And that has nothing to do with the planes or it's the same, right? Whether it's a person walking through there It's flying a plane or not flying a plane.
We have no trails through the vernal pools. The
Fair
vernal pools are no trespassing. And so what we have, the situation we have created here is that when planes go down, or when a bicycle goes off trail, or when anything else goes down in the vernal pool and someone has to retrieve that, that's the issue.
That's a good argument.
Okay,
I appreciate that argument. Okay.
Okay, I think everybody has all the information they need. People have kind of made their decisions, so let's call for the question. This is on Mayor Pro Tem Mar's motion. Oh, Councilmember Chavez is having a major problem. His screen is completely locked up. So do we have to do a voice vote?
Oh, that finally worked. Well, my mic works now, but I can't vote.
Use your try your mouse on that.
I am.
You know, I can't vote either.
Okay, let's do it.
Yes. Councilmember Reynolds? No. Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
No.
Motion carries 5-2 with Mayor Stevens and Councilmember Reynolds voting no.
Okay. A good work, council, and thank you to the public for their input. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's move on to the next item, which is public hearing number 1. Please read the title.
All right, hold on 1 minute. Our system is, all right. Public hearing 1 is the introduction of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Article 2, purchasing of Chapter 5, Finance, relating to published notice and revising the contracting authority of city officers and employees, including the city manager, assistant city manager, and finance director, and requesting temporary contractual authority for the city manager.
Okay, you have the floor. I'm going to be listening. I'm going to get a cup of coffee. I'm going to listen.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Before you tonight is staff request to change the city's purchasing municipal code. Current municipal code states the City Council's authority to enter into a contract is currently at $50,000. We're requesting City Council approval to increase to $100,000 to allow for additional staff efficiencies related to recurring operational contracts, reduced turnaround on the processing of supplies, equipment, and services contracts. This would allow staff to focus more on processing contracts. This would result in a less than 10% of total contracts. Additionally, upon this approval, City Council is requested to enter into a sort of a bridge type of a program where the City Council approval to $100,000 would become effective immediately until the ordinance becomes effective. Some other cities that are currently at this $100,000 levels that are neighboring and similar to the City of Costa Mesa include the City of Huntington Beach, Anaheim, Carlsbad. City of Newport Beach is currently at $120,000 in the City of Ontario. There's some other cities that do things a little bit more differently, but these are relevant to how we process our contracts and our thresholds. We are also requesting clarification on the city manager's staffing authority. Currently, the city manager does have the power and authority to appoint, suspend, or separate staff that is currently employed by the city. We are requesting clarification in the code to include the temporary staffing contracts not to be as part of the contractual authority thresholds proposed before you tonight, therefore allowing the city manager to move forward to enter into temporary staffing contracts without a threshold. Additionally, we're requesting to update the city's publishing of notice requirements to include online posting. Currently, the city's municipal code allows for the city newspaper, a newspaper. City's posting here online is not included, but actual posting outside. We are only requesting, in lieu of a newspaper, to also include online posting. We would continue to post outside here at City Hall. We are currently using Planet Bids as a software program that would be utilizing this online bidding. As we heard earlier tonight, Planet Bids went live in August of 2020. The Planet Bids is an online software system for bidding that's currently used by over 256 municipalities. This software program allows for businesses, including local businesses, to submit their bids, not only for the city of Costa Mesa, but other municipalities, provides efficiencies for staff, reduces paper, and it also expedites the processing of the bids by reducing the posting requirements that are imposed by using the newspaper. The city's website, the homepage of the finance department, currently has a link that's directly to Planet Bids that can be utilized. It's fairly easy to use. Planet Bids is user-friendly, and they do provide customer services to any businesses that may require or request any assistance in getting through the bidding process. That concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions.
Do you have a question?
I have a question.
Can you? Let's turn on Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you so much. Just so staff knows, I'll keep it on. I'll just move the mic towards the top. So thank you, Ms. Mina, for a very concise presentation. I just had really one quick question. So I've heard concerns from some members of our staff that they have some fears because it's a new type of staffing. Are we going to be using a staffing agency for these new hires we're filling in?
For what we're requesting is actually to enter into temporary staffing contracts without thresholds. We currently do have temporary staffing contracts. For example, we have Muni Temps. We used them for about $50,000 last year. We're requesting to be able to enter into temporary servicing contract under the authority of the city manager to allow for more efficiencies in the staffing process. As you're aware, the city continues to have a lot of vacancies, and as you heard earlier, Human Resources is currently hiring at a very high pace to get these positions online. However, there's certainly still a number of vacancies that need to be filled. We're requesting the ability to be able to backfill some of that work through a temporary staffing contract. And in some cases, for example, in my department, we have a full-time employee who's at our medical. I'm using a temporary service contract to be able to backfill that work until that individual returns to work. So there's a lot of multiple moving parts as it relates to temporary staffing contracts.
Okay, and then
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Hold on one second. City Attorney, just hold on for a second. Did you have a follow-up question on what she just said? I don't want to blow your.
I do, but I'm okay waiting for the
Okay,
city attorney.
City Attorney has something she wants to add.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to that. There's no intent here to replace the recruiting process. This is truly for temporary staffing. It's, in my view, not subject to the meet and confer. It's something that we're already doing in order to temporarily fill positions while we do the recruiting. Everybody would love it if we could find the personnel to fill all these positions right now today. but we just don't have the capacity and the ability to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Barlow. And then my follow-up question, Ms. Molina, was will these temporary workers have the opportunity to, if they're a good fit for our city, join city staff? Is that a possibility?
Yes, those temporary staffing employees that would come on board would always have opportunity to apply through the regular employment process.
Got it. And then my last question is there like a timetable for how long we think we would need this sort of measure? For example, like, do we think like within 2 years from now, we'll have enough staffing to no longer require this temporary staffing?
It's very difficult to see where we would be in 2 years, but also keep in mind the temporary staffing would also allow for instances where there's a large workload. We would be able to backfill a partial temporary large workload with temporary staffing, even if we were at full staff.
Okay. And then my last question is this, because you're saying backflow, and that to me sounds like we're kind of in need of people to help us be where we need to be. In your opinion, like, do you think this will be a great benefit to our staff and the morale in terms of having more workers to do more workload?
And to be completely honest with you, just using my department as an example, that's currently on the brink of overload. The staffing, temporary staffing, is crucial to maintain just the day-to-day at this point in almost every single division within the finance department.
Thank you. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Harper, you're next in the queue.
Ms. Molina, do we currently pay placement fees? Is that kind of an ongoing thing? Does the city generally pay for placement fees or recruiting fees?
As related to the temporary staffing, if a temporary staff...
Permanent or temporary. Let's just stay with permanent. Do you pay for, are you paying...
I'll take that.
I'm sorry, my head's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll take that. For anybody that comes in through a temporary staffing contract, there is an administrative fee.
Sure. Well, let me stick with the first question. Is you're trying to place someone? Are we paying some recruiting?
No.
No, we don't do it.
Not for these people. We pay recruiters for executive leadership
For
staff.
executive only, not for regular staffing.
No.
How many staff are we, like, in your department? How many do we need?
As far as for temporary staffing?
Non-full-time staff.
Full-time, we have 23 full-time
Do you need more
positions.
full-time? You don't. You're staffed up completely.
Well, we're still currently have about 3 vacancies right now.
3 full-time
We have
vacancies.
3 full-time vacancies right now
Okay.
in multiple divisions.
Okay.
So we have, for example, in the budget and in our treasury division.
And traditionally, the city hasn't paid placement fees to recruiting agencies.
No.
Just never
No.
done it. Okay. But you end up when you. I think Manuel was asking a good question. If you hire through a temp agency, and then to convert, you usually pay a fee, don't you?
Most temporary agencies will charge a fee. There are a couple that we know of that will not charge fees.
Or you just run it to a certain number, and then you get the.
It depends on the temporary staff agency. Some will require that there's a certain number of hours that they work before they'll void that administrative fee.
Yeah. And we just, as a policy, have not allowed for placement fees to go find the right talent and get them in those positions. I'm just wondering why we don't do that.
So we're, as a government entity, we go through a competitive, open process. And so we're subject to those processes, if you will. And so it's an open recruitment where anybody can apply through our NeoGov system. It's a platform that most governments use, and people compete, they test, they sit through a panel, and they go through a background process. In the case of finance, it's especially important for them to go through the background process because we need to know people's history with their...
Yeah, I'm not suggesting you don't. I'm just saying agencies find people and place them and could put them in that process.
No, we have an HR department that has a recruitment team that handles that and does all of that administrative work for us in terms of the recruitment, the testing, and all of the backgrounding, et cetera. But the part-time or the temporary employees that we're using are usually temporary in time. It's for maternity leave, sick leave. The position's vacant right now. We got 2-week notice. There's no way we can hire somebody within 2 weeks. And so, no, we don't use placement
You answered my question. I have a recruiting department too, but we still use placement agencies because we don't find the people, and it's getting so hard to find people. And I think it's going to be it's not going to get better soon. I don't know when it gets better. My last question, this is a simple one. In the cities you looked at that have this $100,000 threshold, are there other provisions or airbags around that policy that says maybe, $100,000, but it can't be a multi-year contract, or did you look at that at all in the?
Most of these $100,000 contract are annual based.
They're all annual based.
So you could do a multi-year, but not to exceed $100,000 a year, for example.
Okay.
So those are similar in scope, just like us.
So I can do a 10-year contract as long as it's not more than $100,000. It flies, or not?
I would never recommend a 10-year contract. That would be just.
Well, appreciate that, but this
No.
policy says you could do that, right? That's what.
No, I believe that our code is it 3+2?
Yes, 3
Yeah.
plus 2 year. Yeah,
So
3.
there's some airbags around this already. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Harlan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Molina, the staff report says that this temporary staffing authority would not apply to professional service contracts for hiring of specialized consultants. But I don't see that specific language in the ordinance.
So professional services contracts are under the procurement ordinance for contractuals. So for example, those would be attorneys, architects. In that case, they're not considered temporary staffing. They're considered professional services type of staffing for a specific need. Those would have to either go through the bidding process and have to go through the contractual authority basis, depending on the amount.
Okay, so is it, I guess you or Ms. Barlow, is it necessary to include language there, or is it just implied? Because I think the whole point is for this to be as clear as possible and have no ambiguity.
I would always prefer to be as clear as possible and include it.
Okay, all right.
And it's Kim, it's a separate, professional services are a different part of the code. This is under the bid part of the code.
Right. I'm sorry. This
The
is
professional services are another section
This is
entirely.
this is not for professional services. This is for the portion where we have to go out to bid for supplies, equipment, that type of thing.
Correct. So the
Not
professional
for-
services portion remains completely intact and unchanged.
Correct. And it doesn't apply to, it also doesn't apply to public works contracts.
Okay, so again, my question though is, do we need to have some reference language?
In this case, I would not recommend it since professional services, it has its own portion of the code. In this case right now, we're only talking about a temporary staffing and equipment, supplies, and that sort of area of the code.
Okay, all right, that's all.
Councilmember Gameros. Whoops, did I get it? Yeah. Wait, Councilmember Gameros. My fingers are getting a little thick. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a couple questions. Is this in line with the practice that we're already doing, other than we're changing the amount that's going to be utilized for this?
This is correct.
And then one of the concerns that I had as well is I want to make sure that the intent in this is not to replace utilizing full-time staff with part-time staff, contractual part-time staff, and then we don't ever bring anybody in. So is that an assurance that I can be sure that we have, that in the future we're not going to have someone 3-4 years down the road that never gets hired because we utilize them year after year annually and just renew the contract? Is that
Correct, that is correct. The temporary staffing module, it's solely for assistance in a case where, like city manager said, right, somebody gives a 2-week notice, you need to backfill that work right away. You have a large workload that's just temporary in nature. You have a vacancy that's going to take a certain amount of time to fill, and you just need to get that work in so that way you're not spreading that workload onto your other staff and inherently increase their staff load significantly.
okay? Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Reynolds.
I'll start with this staffing piece. The recommendation is written has no cap on the city manager's authority in terms of temporary staffing. Is that correct in terms of dollar amounts?
That's correct.
Okay. The sort of effective cap is that it's within the city's adopted budget. Excuse me, stumbling at these.
Correct. We would require them to have, each department should have sufficient budget to cover this temporary staffing.
Okay. So I know in other years where we do find ourselves with some available budget, that's money that sometimes we would use through a study session or something. We would find another opportunity to spend those dollars, right? This recommendation would allow the city manager to use all of those dollars towards temporary staffing.
Yes, it would allow each department to be able to use their budgetary savings. In this case would be an essential a vacancy savings because of a vacant position. Until that position gets filled, would be able to use that money.
So it would just be moving the salary savings.
Correct.
So for example, citywide, this is $50,000 for last year. It's one specific person who has been serving as a floater throughout the city, who's been great and has served different departments when there's been a vacancy in executive secretary. This isn't a widespread issue. There's nobody, not a single department to have temporary staff for long periods of time because you're training people over and over and over again. And so this is a stopgap measure. We've been using it, quite frankly. I don't agree with Kim that I need authority or a cap to do this because it's not subject to bid, right? It's not a service that we bid for. I don't send a bid to someone and say, can you get me the cheapest assistant or clerk? That's just not something that we do. But out of an abundance of caution, she recommended that we come forward. We're happy to come forward and we can get to a number that makes sense. But given our workload, the vacancies that we have, how difficult it is to get positions tomorrow, we need something in the interim, and we've got bills to pay because we're up against the 50,000 that Kim feels that we're subject to. That's why we're here. I've never had this restriction in another city. As a finance director, as assistant city manager, never. Temporary staffing is considered personnel. You use them as you can. If you don't need them, then you don't use them. But it's certainly our interest to always have permanently hired people who went through a competitive process that our panels chose, that are outstanding, and they have experience working in government. But occasionally, we need people to answer phones and get some backlog work done.
So I have a question. Unless, I'm sorry, Councilmember Reynolds, have you completed your question?
I do have an addition.
Yeah, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I want to make sure I understand what you said, city manager. Your experience is that there is a cap for contracts, but that there is not typically a cap for temporary staffing as long as it's within the adopted budget.
Correct. So typically there's a cap on professional services so that, there's a cap, usually it's 100,000 for very specialized services, engineers, accountants, surveyors, people that have a specific expertise, but more of the clerical nature or administrative nature of work. A lot of our division secretary positions, office specialists, those in government you typically hire from Apple One, Muni temps, one of those where you get someone very quickly. I mean, literally you can call them and tomorrow someone's sitting in a seat and can answer phones and provide that kind of assistance. And usually that's not subject to procurement rules because it's staffing that you need temporarily. So it's not subject to a bid or a cap in that fashion, as long as you have the money in your temporary salaries budget to pay for it, which most departments have. Because of our vacancies, we have the funds to actually support that.
My other question is about the sort of contracts that are in this $50,000 to $100,000 range. I don't have a sense of how many that is or what contracts that those are. Maybe you can give a few examples, and then how could we get a list of what those contracts are that sort of would fall into this new category of not needing council approval?
It would be contracts between 50,000 and 100,000, essentially less than 10% of our total contract base at this point. We have about 960 change contracts that we procure on an annual basis. They would just impact a little bit under 10% of that.
Do we have a list of what those contracts are?
I don't have anything before me tonight, but
Is that
a temporary, in fact, a temporary services contract would be currently maybe one of them.
okay? Less than 10% of total contracts or
Yes.
total contract value?
Correct.
Quantity or value? I just don't understand.
Oh, quantity, less than 10%.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So I just have a real quick question for an example, because I think I understand this, but I'm not quite sure I do. So we had an item that we approved. I can't tell which is the number, but it's the one about professional services for Mr. Setharaman's department with Interwest. Okay, and it was for $359,000. That's not what we're talking about.
No, not anything
Okay.
over 100,000, regardless of how much over it would go, would come back to the city council.
But that's not, I mean, that's I don't think that's right, though. I mean, that's not the way that it's written, because it says right here, I mean, I think this is quite clear, that it says provided, however, that the city manager may award and approve contracts for temporary staffing in such amount as he or she deems necessary within the adopted budget. So those temporary would exceed $100,000, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now
the temporary staffing contract, correct, would not have a threshold.
Okay. But so what?
That's a professional service that you're talking about, and that's what we were saying. It's another part of the code. So highly specialized, let's say expensive, help, consultants, experts. That's an entirely separate part of the code. That's under professional services, and that must come to you when it's
Okay.
over $100,000.
Okay, I got that.
Comes to you now, over 50, actually.
50.
It comes to you now over 50. We're asking for authority up to 100,000. For those specialized accountants, engineers, sophisticated, degreed, higher compensation, hourly types of consultants that help the city with specific needs and projects.
I guess I hear what you're saying, but that's not what the ordinance says. So
Indeed.
anyway, it's just, I mean, that might be the spirit of what you're saying, and I'm not suggesting it. So how frequently does it happen, though, that there is a temporary a temporary employee that we want to hire to fill in, as said, just to cover a desk or whatever, and it exceeds $100,000? Aren't most of those assignments below $100,000? So if we just said we're not going to go with the carve out, the provided however, and we just increased to 100,000, wouldn't that get us most of the way?
Yes, deal.
Okay.
Good.
Would get us most of the way that we need to go.
That
Okay?
sounds good. We'll take it.
All right. So we haven't even opened up public comment yet. That's my last question. Let's open public comment. Okay. There's nobody here to comment? Anybody on Zoom?
Michelle Rubio, please.
Michelle?
Yeah, that's me. Thank
Okay.
you, Mayor.
You have
All
the
right.
floor.
First off, happy Wednesday. I have a lot of respect for the time and dedication you all put into this work. Mayor Stevens and members of the council, my name is Michelle Rubio, and I am a labor relations representative with the Costa Mesa City Employees Association, or better known as CMCEA, the union that represents frontline public servants in Costa Mesa. While CMCEA appreciates the city's acknowledgement of the concerning vacancy rate and the devastating impact it has on services to the residents, CMCEA opposes the proposal to amend the purchasing ordinance to expressly exclude temporary staffing contracts from the annual contract limits. Authorizing the city manager to hire temporary contract employees to perform our bargaining work Without CMCEAs or the council's involvement or knowledge is not the solution. While this item purports to address the vacancy issue, it does not address the root cause of the vacancies. To address these root causes, the city and CMCEA need to partner in a meaningful way to find long-term solutions to the vacancy rates, including, but not limited to, prioritizing upstaffing the city's recruitment team. Instead of amending the ordinance, we propose a working group of CMCEA leaders and the city where we can come up with a collaborative solution. CMCEA members are public servants and they want the best for residents and businesses. Working with city leadership, I know we can do great things. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on Zoom? Okay, close public comment. And I'm going to make a motion. So I move that we approve the staff's recommendation with the exception that we do not include the portion of the we do not include the portion of the ordinance beginning with provided, however, that the city manager may award and approve contracts for temporary staffing in such amount as he or she deems necessary within the adopted budget. So anything up to $100,000 is fine on any contract, including temporary staffing, but we don't have the carve out for temporary staffing. And then, of course, we also include the staff recommendation regarding the different ways to do the bidding. That's my motion. Second by Harper. I think that just to support the motion, I think I kind of said it in my questions, and the city manager seemed to agree that we get most of the way we need to go by increasing the amount to $100,000, and if it creates a problem, then just bring it to the city council and we'll, I'm sure, approve it on the consent calendar. That's the reason for my motion. Does anybody, Councilmember Harper, do you wish to speak to it?
At 12:51, I do not.
Okay, let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez?
I still can't vote.
Okay. Do you want to, here, let me do this. Can you verbally?
Can't he just say it verbally?
Yeah, uh-huh.
So yes.
There you go. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, good stuff. All right, let's pick some commissioners and committee members. Can you read the title, please?
Yes, let me get to that. All right, this is appointments to the Parks, Arts, and Community Services Commission, Planning Commission, and city committees. As states, there are 3 appointments to fill the vacancies on the Parks Commission for District 3, District 4, and District 5. For the Planning Commission, 2 appointments by Council members Gameros and Chavez. 1 appointment to the Finance and Pension Advisory Committee, appointment by Mayor Stevens as liaison to the committee. And 1 appointment to the Housing and Public Service Grants Committee, appointment by Councilmember Chavez as liaison to the committee. And then after public comments, we can just go one by one through these different appointments.
That sounds good to me. Let's hear from the public. Opening public comments. Anybody in the room? No? Oh, sure, Ms. Martin.
Is this concerning the Planning Commission?
Planning
Okay.
Commission and the committees too, all together.
Okay. I've been hanging out in this room advocating for people and issues for about 45 years. I've had my ear close to the ground all those years. I know most of the movers and shakers in City Hall and commissions and committees. And when I read the applications for Planning Commission, I only recognize 3 people out of all those applications. Of those 3 people, only 2 are currently active on committees or in other organizations in the city. I support, number 1, Rick Huffman for Planning Commission. His application was incredible, and also his curricula vitae, or his resume, was outstanding. It blew my mind. Rick is humble, he's quiet, but his CV just spoke loudly to me. I recommend Rick Huffman for Planning Commission. He will do a good job. He's consistent. The second person I recommend is Jimmy Vivar. I have seen Jimmy in action on walk audits in our town. I've seen him at bikeway and walkability meetings. He is a mover and shaker for our future. So I recommend Rick Huffman and Jimmy Vivar for Planning Commission.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. So does anyone else in the chambers wish to speak? Doesn't look like it. Do we have anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's close public comment. First up, Councilmember Gameros for your Planning Commission nominee.
Oh, wait. If we could just please start with the Parks, Art,
Oh, sure.
and Community Services Commission.
And who's that? Who gets to throw after
So
that?
first is appointment by Mayor Pro Tem Mar
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
in District 3.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw a wrench in things right off the bat and ask that we extend the application process for the District 3 representative on PACs.
I'll second. So do you want to speak? Do you want to speak to that?
No.
She made it, so, I think that's a motion.
Do you want to do all 3 at the same time, though, for PACs? Brenda?
We could do that unless we come up with an issue.
Yeah, let's do that. So that's me.
Okay, then the next one would be Councilmember Chavez.
This for PACs?
Yes, for PACs. Thank you, Ms. Green. I want to nominate Angeli Vallarta. Thank you.
Is there a second for that?
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Chavez, second by Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, and then the next motion would be by Councilmember Reynolds in District 5.
Oh, sorry.
My nomination is for Kellyanne Brown.
Second.
Okay.
All right, and we're going to, I'm going to have to do a voice vote on those. All right?
Okay.
Are there any further discussion?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Councilmember Gameros, you asked for the floor. Are you good? Okay. So we have Angeline Vallarta and Kellyanne Brown.
Then to extend the recruitment.
And to extend the recruitment. That's our motion.
Yes.
Okay? We're picking 2, and then we're leaving 1 empty, and we're going to extend the recruitment on the other one. That's the motion, at least. I don't know if it'll pass.
Okay.
Okay?
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Harper?
So he's a no?
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar? Yes. Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no. The next is the Planning Commission with the Councilmember Gameros and Councilmember Chavez will be making the appointments. And for Planning Commission, they do not have to, it's at large, they do not have to reside in your district.
Okay, let's get Councilmember Gameros. Start with you. You have to seek the floor here. Push the button. You did? Okay, there you go.
Yes, I would like to nominate Jose Rojas, please.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay,
And then the
Jose
next-
Rojas, and then that's Gameros, and then Councilmember Chavez.
I want to nominate Jimmy Vivar.
Jimmy Vivar. Seconded by Councilmember Reynolds.
All right.
Okay.
Any other further comments? Okay.
No, voice vote.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no. All right, the next is the one appointment to the Finance and Pension Advisory Committee, liaison Mayor Stevens.
Felice Shiroma.
Second.
Any other discussion? All right, then we'll do Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Reynolds? Councilmember Harper? Yes.
Felice. Yeah. She's out of, yeah, she's out of your district. And she's spectacular. She went to Yale and she went to Northwestern and worked at Credit Suisse, retired, and she's awesome. No.
No, the committee appointments, this is for committee appointments, they do not have to be by district.
By the way, while he's thinking, he said no. I just want to say that there were just one last thing. I didn't, she's great, as I said. There were many good resumes. There's a lot of people here that I would hope if there's another spot that they continue to apply. But she's spectacular, in my opinion. Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Harlan. Yes. Councilmember Gameros.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Yes. Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. And the last one is for the Housing and Public Services Grants Committee, and the appointment by Councilmember Chavez, please.
Thank you, Ms. Green. I'll nominate Justin Fong.
Okay.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Chavez, second by Reynolds.
Okay, then let's do Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros.
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan.
Yes.
Councilmember Harper.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds. Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Yes. Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And it's only 1:02. And does anybody else have anything that they want to say? Oh, Councilmember Reynolds.
Ted Lasso fans, we added a Johnny Rojas to the Planning Commission.
Oh, yeah. Planning is life, yeah. All right. Okay, good. All right, we stand adjourned. Thank you for all your great work tonight, everybody. Thank you very much.